This conference will now be recorded.
Good morning to everybody. I'd like to welcome you to our March 15th, 2023 special agenda budget workshop. All times on this agenda are approximate. Consideration of items may require more or less time than is scheduled. Items on the agenda may be taken out of order. The public body may combine two or more agenda items for consideration, and the public body may remove an item from the agenda or delay discussion relating to an item on the agenda at any time. Public comment is designated for discussion only. The public has the opportunity to address the commission on any matter not appearing on the agenda. However, no action may be taken on any matter raised until the matter itself has been specifically included on the agenda as an item upon which action may be taken. Additionally, public comment may be heard on any item listed on the agenda. Persons are invited to submit comments in writing and or attend and make comments on any agenda item at the Lander County Commissioner Board meeting. All public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per person at the discretion of the commission. Please note that the public body may interrupt the open meeting and exclude the public for the purpose of having an attorney-client discussion of potential and existing litigation. This is pursuant to NRS 241-015-3B2. I'll call the meeting to order. Patsy, will you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll have a moment of silence. Lander County Commissioners may break for lunch from 12 p.m. to 1:15 p.m. Any agenda item may be taken out of order, may be combined for consideration by the public body, and items may be pulled or removed from the agenda at any time. Public comment for non-agenda items only. Do we have any public comment? Okay, we'll move into our agenda. Approval of March 15th, 2023 agenda notice.
I move that we approve the agenda.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Kathy made the motion, JR seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. 2, overview and discussion of fiscal year, hereafter abbreviated as FY 2023-2024 revenue projections and all other matters properly related thereto.
Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Blake and Sullivan for the record. So during this year's budget, the tax rates haven't changed, and after reviewing the preliminary revenue projections, the assessed valuation, which isn't including net proceeds, went up from $707.3 million to $733.8 million, which is a 3.75% increase. The property tax revenue numbers in the packet reference the current numbers, because I won't have those new tax revenue numbers until the pro forma comes out on March 25th. And the preliminary projections for C-tax and motor vehicle fuel tax are in line with last year's projections, with C-tax at $5 million and motor vehicle fuel tax at 1.4, which I did adjust down 10% just to give us a bit of leeway on that.
Is that everything you have on that, Raven?
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll move into item 3. Procedures, overview, and possible discussion regarding presentation of the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget. This meeting is the first public hearing on the FY 2023-2024 budget. The Board of County Commissioners is required to hold budget hearings in accordance with NRS 354-569. The county offices, departments, and boards will present and discuss their FY 2023-2024 budget proposals with the Board of County Commissioners during the budget workshop. The budget workshop includes the presentation, review, and discussion of revenues, expenditures, and transfers to and from county funds and specific funding requests, including but not limited to the negotiated cost of living and level increases, additions or deletions to personnel, public employer retirement systems, PERS increases, employment, supplies, and services used or received. The Board of County Commissioners may take action for approval of the proposed budget, but all budgets are subject to final approval and action at the time final budgets are submitted. Backup materials for each department requests, including amounts requested, anticipated future budget increase, decrease from existing fiscal year budgets, capital and equipment expenditures, and additional full/part-time personnel positions are contained in the packet, which is available from the clerk's office, 50 State Route 305, Battle Mountain, Nevada, 89820-775-635-5738, and is also available at the meeting hereon. Topics for discussion and action for March 15th, 2023 include grant requests, CCP projects, buildings and equipment, airport capital improvement, departmental information and request, capital outlay request by department, and we'll move into grant requests. Discussion and possible action regarding submitted grant requests for, you want me to just read the whole entirety of grants in, or just take it one at a time? What would be?
One at a time will be fine.
Okay, so I would just like to point out that on grants, per our policy, we had set a cap at $100,000, and if I'm incorrect with that, they can just let me know. We have budgeted this year, or the actual, not budgeted, but the grant requests that came in are a total of $385,000. So I just like to make sure that my fellow commissioners realize that we did set a cap at $100,000, and I'd like to see us stay within our policy. So anybody have anything on that? Okay, so we'll move into general fund grant request A, Agape Hospice and Palliative Care for $29,000.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Good morning. Once again, on behalf of Agape, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about this grant request. To begin with today, I want to give you a little bit of background history. In the past, when I've come before you, we have indicated to you that we were involved in the certification process with Medicare, and that it was just kind of going on and on and on. We've been in a very long, protracted application effort with Medicare. When Agape first started, they made the decision, it's kind of a catch-22, but they made the decision that we don't have any money, we're going to apply, and if we get the certification, we will then staff. And over time, we staffed with a part-time secretary. And as it turned out, we probably should have bit the bullet and staffed for a part-time certified nurse to help with documentation of our patient care. So where we're at the moment is Medicare has indicated to us, well, until you get that licensed certified staff nurse there to help with the documentation, we're kind of at a stalemate. We'll just have to wait. So our current grant application is for new software, a new computer, and liability insurance, and I think the total comes to $29,000. You will note in the grant application that in terms of monies that Agape is spending, we're paying for a part-time secretary, we're paying for office rent, and some other incidental items. And I've noted in the part of the grant about things that we're putting forward is we're seeking other revenue sources for a licensed person to come on board. In fact, if we can't find that licensed person, in the event you approve our grant and we are unable to find that licensed person, We will not be coming to you requesting this money in, through the next fiscal year. We're kind of at a standstill until we find that certified person. And at the moment, we're actively looking at other grant opportunities to find that staff person. So I hope that's not too convoluted for you to understand. We're just kind of in a wait-see mood at the moment, putting our efforts toward finding that staff person. When that happens, this revenue will help us greatly in terms of our interaction with patients and our documentation of their care. And by the way, this is Lois Archiaga, if you didn't know her. And she's been part of Agape from the beginning, and she's here kind of as my co-pilot to correct me and all the things that I say incorrectly. So thank you. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to do our best to answer them.
I do, and it's such a disappointment that you're not certified yet. We thought last year that
Right.
that would be the final because Medicare is ready to pay for all of that, and
Right.
it's so hard. But on the other hand, when they actually go on hospice, they have to have that particular training, so
Right.
that's the one that heads up everything from then on in. And so it's kind of a catch-22, I guess we caught you in, and I'm disappointed that we need additional funds because I'm not sure if we're going to be able to swing all that. But how many folks were you able to help last year?
Well, I can tell you since we started in
I
January.
can barely hear you, Lois.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
And when we started seeing patients January 2020, we've seen 25 patients. So we've been able to provide good care. We really have. We do an outstanding job, but that means that all of our medical staff has been providing services since January for free.
I'll volunteer.
It's
I
really
know.
hard to get all your doctors and nurses and all your qualified people to do that. And we just knew, that as soon as we can bill Medicare, we can support ourselves, So that's our goal. And unfortunately, when we started our process to get certified, lo and behold, it's COVID. So we hired an agency to come out and provide that inspection. And we did not pass because it was extremely difficult to meet their new standards that nobody knew what that was. And then when we requested that them or the state of Nevada come back and do a survey, the state said, hire those guys, and those guys said, no way, hire the state. And then they told us they wouldn't give us a waiver, and we had to have 5 people on hospice simultaneously. Do you know how hard that is in Battle Mountain to have 5 people at the same time? So we, as a board, I'm not on the board, I'm their social worker, we got a hold of Jackie Rosen's office, and she assisted us in getting what we need now to get a survey, but we have to make sure we can pass that survey. So we believe that hospice is extremely important to our community. And so we're not ready to throw in the towel, but we absolutely have to follow the letter of the law, right? Not only with the state, but all the federal guidelines for Medicare and providing care. And there's very few places where they'll give you an opportunity when you're extremely small. They're going to change any of the rules. We have to meet all the rules for a large city, so.
Of course.
But
of course.
we're giving it one more try. We really, really believe that it's important, so.
Thank you.
Anyway.
Well, that's totally an understatement. I mean, our community needs the hospice. We absolutely do. And, with all of my background on Medicare and training, I was a hospice volunteer for many years in Las Vegas. And so I understand the need, and I know that we need it so badly. I'm just wondering about the cost, if the rest of you looked at that to see what you think we might be able to do.
Well, if we're keeping to our policy that we set, I think it was 2 years ago that we set that policy of keeping it to $100,000, we need to consider that. So.
Yeah, and we understand. We'll be looking for other opportunities. There's been different entities, and of course, the mining companies have been extremely generous in years past, so we're gonna try everything.
Yeah, well, I think that's smart, and
So to, excuse me, Mr. Sparks, so to be clear, at this point in time, what we're asking for is the software, computer, and liability insurance. We're not asking for any other portions. We're asking for that portion, and we're working and diligently working to find other revenue sources to find the licensed person. So,
so with those totals, that would be an increase of roughly $17,000 more than we gave you last year.
correct. Last year, I think you gave us 12,700.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I agree, I feel it's important. I think we just need to
Me
come to
too. I don't,
a consensus on an amount.
but I'd like to start us off, and we may have to change some things or whatever, but, I'll make a motion that we approve 20,000.
So you wanna find more than what we actually funded last year?
Yes,
Increase it?
I do, because they're in a critical situation. So we
you're
can
saying
start
this
with
is
that if we have to
software,
adjust it.
And so being on the hospital board, so they've offered to provide office space, right? I thought that they offered computer and possible software and that. Is it not compatible with what the hospital has?
The last discussion I had, Mr. Chop, we were in negotiations to see, in fact, if the software would work. There's some, I forget the exact name, firewalls that have to be placed on the software where hospice enters information, but that it can't be accessed by the hospital, and vice versa, so that confidentiality is maintained between hospice and the hospital. And I don't know where exactly all that expiration is. I know there was some discussion to see if in fact hospital software would work for the hospice component, but at the current moment, I'm not able to answer that, Mr. Chop.
The other thing is, we're not sure that it wouldn't cost us another license. We don't know if we can be a chapter under the hospital.
Well, the discussion wasn't to be a chapter under the hospital. The discussion was to be a chapter itself, but then provide whatever they can allocate
Right.
to you guys so you could operate, right?
Right.
So off of that, I mean, they got the building, I mean, I think we need to pursue the software piece. And also to be some of that, are we using the professionals there, or, you know, are we tying this to the county for the nurse for the Medicaid? Is there nobody that can come over and bill that? That's my piece I'm not understanding.
Sorry, Steve.
Lois.
We can't bill until we've passed everything. We cannot bill. Once we are accredited and have passed that survey and applied to provide through Medicare, then we can address the billing portion of it. We were hoping that the people that we're gonna have in the office can be trained and do it themselves. If we can utilize, Medicare has a requirement that you staff your hospice office for 20 hours a week, period. We don't even get to, but we can make sure that that individual can accomplish everything that, you know, we can give them. So
Mr. Chop, to expand on that, in the discussions that I've had with Mr. Bleak, there has not been any discussion about, from his perspective, about providing staff to assist with hospice. So we're two separate entities, and we're looking for our own person. If in fact, that opportunity came about, I mean, that would be something that the hospital board would have to review and discuss, because it would impact their budget, because it would be a change in their total personnel.
But in this request, there's no rent or anything like that they offer?
At the current time, we are renting office space. There's been discussion about us moving over to John Peters, but none of those things have been finalized. If in fact we are able to move to John Peters, that will free up some of that office rental money for other things with our hospice. So yeah, we hope that we'll be able to move, because that will be a savings of money to us.
Yeah, we just haven't heard back from the hospital yet, is all.
So we have a motion. I mean, I'm sympathetic to you guys and what you're faced with, but holding true that we have to tighten up what we're giving out in grants. I wouldn't be personally in favor of the 29,000. A lesser amount I could probably entertain, but I just wanted to put my 2 cents in before I. She made a motion for 20, yeah, sorry. So let's, so Patsy made a motion for 20,000. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, Kathy seconded it. I'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
And I vote nay, so we'll put 20,000 there. And Patsy, you did make the note that if we need to come back to adjust to stay within our, we can look at that? Okay, I just wanted to point that out, right?
That's
Okay.
always true.
Okay, thank you guys.
Thank you so much for your support. We appreciate all you've done for us. Thank you, thank you.
We appreciate you being there. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move into item B, Lander County, or Lander Economic Development Authority for $50,000.
Paula Tamara, I'm the chairman of the Lander Economic Development Authority.
Miranda Tremaine, the treasurer of Economic Development Authority.
Yeah, so
So we're here to request the $50,000 to start a business improvement plan. I believe Aaron has some of the, I don't know if he's here, but he has some of the details about it. I don't know if it's in your packet or not.
It's, yeah.
It is, okay. So, we're just looking at ways to improve, the businesses. And so with this plan, we started out with, a low amount of $50,000, that we will, have businesses apply. And it could be used for storefront improvement, it could be used for, landscaping, different things that will change the, make a more positive impact for the business. It could be paving per se. We'll start out with an application process with guidelines that are set forth in your packet. And each individual can ask up to $20,000. But that is the maximum, and if they get an award, they can apply for at least another year. I think it's all in there. The idea is just to try to help the businesses out, and with some matching dollars, say the project is $5,000, and they meet the criteria, then they would pay the rest of the other $5,000, and then we would reimburse them for their expenses on that. So I'd been with the Main Street program, looking into that for several years, and I think this will allow the county to have more control over the improvements that go on within the county.
I thought it was really kind of a cool idea. I really liked the idea of, the improving or painting or whatever they wanted to do. And to see how that might be received. But my question is, with the amounts that we're looking at, can you do the same kind of a program and not give up the whole program if we really cut that back quite a bit? So, what do you think?
We'll do, with the money, whatever we have, we'll make do with it. I mean, that would just be, less businesses that could apply. It wouldn't, but being our first year, I mean, it's really up to you guys how you want to start the program, on what we can offer, to the local businesses.
Paula, are there any other avenues for revenue? I mean, grants you can apply for that would help you?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, so,
I know with the Main Street program, there are definitely avenues for funding, but with this one being a local program, this is the avenue that we would go down.
so you're asking for 50,000. Last year we approved 24,000. Again, holding true to our policy that we set as a board, not to go over $100,000 in grants. And I'd like to point out that Winnemucca, they spend $50,000 in grants. That's what they spend. A lot of the stuff that we approve, in Winnemucca, they go to Tourism Convention Board to get funded. It doesn't necessarily come to the Board of County Commissioners. So I believe it's a doable thing. I just want to make sure that we dig deep and look hard at it. And so if there's no more discussion, I'll hear a motion.
Well, just to note that the business improvement plan is the only thing we're asking for. We're using rolling over some of our money into this fiscal year. So we aren't asking for anything for the board with professional services or anything like that. This is just to fund a business improvement plan that Aaron brought to us to help the local businesses. So.
And the amount on the business improvement plan was how much?
It's the 50,000.
Yeah, the 50,000.
Oh, so it is the full 50, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And all other means of grants or searching them would be done before this comes to you guys. If there are other options, then they have to take that route.
The county, I believe, has a grants writer, so if they're able to, if the county's able to get the grant writer to write some grants, this is just, we're a board on behalf of you, and so this was brought to try to, like I said, I researched the Main Street program quite a bit, and there are different, they have funding, they have grants they get from the mines and stuff, but this one is for you guys to be able to fund or not fund or improve the local businesses within.
And we don't use the Main Street program more?
It just was brought that this, brought to us that this might be a better program so that you could handle it more locally.
So to answer Mike's question, no, we don't write grants for private businesses, and this right here is an avenue for a private business to come to the county and do some cost sharing to improve their storefront and kind of beautify the community. That's what this is, a cost sharing program.
Okay.
So, on that token too, we have to look at it. We're not spending our own money. If we were spending our own money, we might look at things a little different. We'll be spending taxpayers' dollars, and it's like we have to decide, is it taxpayers' responsibility to improve local businesses? Is that, I know in the grand scheme of things, it sounds great, but is that a responsible stance to take with taxpayers' dollars? I don't think it is.
And so just a little history on this is where we came up with this plan. I worked with Aaron quite a bit, and then he's been working with Lita quite a bit. Is the Elko did it downtown there, because a lot of the older communities, if you drive through older communities, they have a downtown and a new downtown. And so it keeps the old downtown from becoming the old downtown. So it kind of keeps them, incentivizing them new businesses and the old businesses to stay more modern and keeping that from being as beat up. So that's what the idea was behind this. Now, I'm not sure about what was funded last year and where that was executed, or if it was, but this is the only time they've had a plan to move forward with something that would give everybody an equal opportunity across the board and apply and have some sort of stake in, the whole downtown matching a fee. Now, I'm not saying what you're saying isn't exactly spot on as far as private money, but it is the thought to keep your downtown upgraded and moving forward.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I thought they used the Main Street program to do that. That's not correct?
No,
They
this
used
is
similar to this?
actually a copy and paste in a lot of ways of Elko's program.
And our grant last year was for operating,
Okay.
and this is just the business improvement program.
Okay. I'll hear a motion.
I will make a motion that we, do the business improvement, program. If we did 75% of that, are we still hitting business? Is that gonna be enough to hit businesses and get it started to see if it's going to, if our businesses are gonna buy into it enough? Or to be you know what I mean?
How much gas?
75% of it.
It'd be 37,500.
Yeah, 37,500, to see for the first year getting started, if it would be worth trying that first, just to see how much input and how many of the businesses would be willing to try to participate? And then,
I think that the grants start out at 5,000, so you would just make it even. So if the business come to us asking us, hey, I wanna, paint the building or do something and it costs $10,000, they would expend the 10,000 and then we would reimburse them 5. So if you could just adjust that so that it's,
35,000.
that's
So I'll
within
make a
5.
motion for 35,000 to, support that, funding for that program.
So we have a motion. So we haven't tried to access, it's called Main Street, is that what it's called? Is it still a possibility that we could, and if we,
We had it here.
We have tried it?
We tried it, but it,
It just-
got eaten alive.
Okay.
And it's not as personable, when you go through the county, it's more personable in what we wanna see, you know? When it comes to the Main Street project, it's very, to the point in how they want it or what they see or their guidelines.
It's a template.
Uh-huh.
all right, well, we have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Mike seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I vote nay for the reasons stated, so.
And something else I'd like to point out to the commission real quick is, I don't know, maybe Lakin can put the numbers out, but we funded a lot of grants last year that were not executed. When we quit handing the check over and then they could put it in their account and go to work, now they have to submit the voucher and we pay off of that. There's been a significant amount of savings that come in that. So we may budget for, say, 150,000, we may only pay out 90,000. So it's just something to consider, because we don't necessarily pay out to the dollar what our grants are anymore.
Well, how's it gonna work? So on Leader right now, we approved 24,000 last year. They've spent approximately 8,200. So that remaining balance of 15,000 is just gonna roll right over into the next budget? So we're giving them another 50,000 on top of the 15?
No.
Or is that basically die?
Grants, they don't roll over. They have to use the money within the fiscal year, and then whatever they get awarded for the new fiscal year, that's what they start with. It does not roll over.
Okay.
So if they
So
don't
honestly,
spend
we're-
any more,
Where they had $15,000 left over, I mean, and they funded 35, we're really, truly only adding 20,000, right? Because roughly, yeah,
right?
okay.
If they don't use the rest of that grant money
Right,
before the end of the
June,
year,
yeah, exactly.
And something else, anybody who gets a grant, if you guys don't mind meeting out in the foyer so we can get a picture, we want the commission to get credit for what they're given. So,
Okay, we'll move into item C, Lander County Conservation District for $6,000. Morning, guys.
Morning. For the record, I'm Paul Tamara. I am the chairman of the Lander County Conservation District. And
Anna Vinogradova, I'm the secretary.
so this grant is a $6,000 grant request, and it is for our operating funds.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion, any questions? Okay, I'll call for a vote. Or a motion, sorry. Confused everybody.
I'll make a motion, we approve the 6,000 for the Lander County Conservation District.
Okay. Patsy made the motion, JR seconded it. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, passes unanimously. We'll move into item D, Lander County Conservation District in the amount of $20,000.
And this
Commissioner,
grant
can I ask-
request.
oh, sorry, Paul.
Okay.
Can I ask that we table D and E? There's a few things that we're looking into. I did meet with Paul previously, and then we can bring this back before final budget to this commission.
Yes, we can do that.
Yeah. We as a board look forward to and welcome you reviewing our data that we've presented to you before consideration of these grant requests.
Okay, thank you. So we'll move into item F then. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Nevada Outdoor Schools for $4,500.
Hi, Commissioners. Melanie Urquiaga with Nevada Outdoor School for the record. We are back again this year to ask for support for our Lander County and Battle Mountain Nature in My World programs and our summer programs as well. We are happy to report that we have been able to expand. Patsy, we did go to Austin with our second grade watershed field trip, so that was exciting, but when you go to more of these rural schools, you're able to serve more than just the second grade. We enveloped some others too. We were able to serve 47 kids with our Nature at 9 program over the summer. And so that was the first time we started coming to Battle Mountain regularly every week, and I think that is pretty good success. And then, of course, we have our community programs and outdoor ethic workshops that we invite Battle Mountain participants to as well, and some of our other summer programs where we're actually taking kids out to camp in various places in Nevada. So I'm happy to report that we are expanding. The budget that I've presented with you guys is asking for some travel expenses, which is that gosh darn fuel, and then some facility expenses too, so our people have a safe and efficient place to work out of. That is something I try to balance over all programs. And then, of course, some supplies as well. I will say we have, as instructed in the packet, we've reduced our ask year after year. And I would say we have some unspent still, even though we're only halfway into our fiscal year, but I anticipate probably not spending all of that $4,800 that you guys gave us last year, and I would be definitely open to cutting our ask by $1,000 to $3,500, and I think we could still meet our objectives and still be able to expand on these programs with that funding.
Correction, was it 4,800 Lincoln or was it 4,580?
It was 4,580.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, you're right. Yep, 4,580, yeah.
Well, you
Yeah.
not only do such a wonderful job out there, but I know you have a lot of wonderful partners too.
We sure do. We sure
So,
do. And if you guys were able to look over our annual report, you'll see that, on average, we have over 20 very significant funding sources, and then, another 10 that are, just different miscellaneous type sources. So we're really, really proud of that. We continue to expand and grow year after year. We have an office in Elko and an office in Winnemucca now, so Battle Mountain has become a very convenient central point for us to come, and we do a lot of training here. We meet at the Civic Center, who obviously gives us the space for nothing if there's nothing else planned there. And then we'll also be celebrating our 20th anniversary this year, and we'll be celebrating that at the Battle Mountain Civic Center so that it's a little bit central location for both of our communities to come and celebrate with us. So that's exciting as well.
And you said that you could go with 3,500.
I could, yeah. I know you guys have a lot to ask here, and it's one of your smallest grants, but still a little bit.
Does
help.
does Winnemucca, does the commission,
They sure
how much
do.
do they provide you?
They provide us $5,000 a year, and so does the Elko County Commission. Actually, Elko County, we've increased that to $6,000 over the last couple of years. So yeah, both counties do.
Well, I'll make the motion for top 3,500 for the Nevada Outdoor School Program.
Okay, we have a motion from Kathy. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Chair seconds the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much. Thanks, Lycan.
Okay, we'll move into item G, Town Kingston, for an amount of $13,133.
Shannon should be on the phone.
Kingston.
Hi, this is Shannon in Kingston. Can you hear me?
Hi, Shannon.
On this grant, we have a pond that we had a couple floods back in, I think it was 2012, that silted in our pond, and then we had an overrun of bulrushes and cattails. So the only thing that we could do after trying to get rid of that, and then, we have to get the silt out of there because it was getting too shallow, we shut off the pond from the creek and we dug it out. Now we want to fix the pond liner and fill it back in and get it all nice and ready for summer. And so one of the ideas that we had was to put bentonite, fix the liner, and then also add bentonite to the sides and on the bottom to reinforce the liner. And then we'll probably put an overflow line into it also to give better agitation for the fish, for oxygen, things like that. And with the help of Lander County Road and Bridge South State Conservation and all the volunteers of Kingston, that's what we're trying to do, is to get it back online. It's all dug out, but we need to get it back online. The weather has not cooperated with that, so we'll have to pump it out probably, since it was dry, but now it's full of water from all the snow. I'm not complaining about the snow. But so we're asking for the $13,132.50 for the bentonite to repair the pond.
Thank you, Shannon. Any questions?
Have you heard back from Round Mountain on, I know you requested that, some assistance from them with the bentonite?
I have not.
In the information, because Round Mountain Gold has been so good to Kingston for so many things, but this is something that needs to be done to save the pond. I mean, we have to do it. So the key is if we do pass this and Round Mountain Gold steps up with any kind of a partial, we may not need to pay the whole amount. So that's something that we still may be able to save on. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion.
Hold on one second, I'm not ready for a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
it's just more than what we approved last year. And it's just, at some point, this board has to take control of the money that's spent, that we're spending for taxpayers. And I'm not saying that every case is not important, that I don't have empathy for them needing assistance, but at what point is it responsible use of taxpayers' dollars? I mean, it's like we approved it last year, this year it's more, next year it's gonna be wanting more. It's just like, I mean, we're setting precedents, and it's like, I'm not saying we don't help, but we have to have some control measures. And I'm just stating that so it's on the record, that it's just, we've spent a lot of money on grants, and it's just, I feel that we need to adhere to our own policy, and at this rate, we're gonna blow right through what we had capped at $100,000 for grants. So I'm ready for a motion now.
I will make a motion that we approve $13,000 for the bentonite for the town of Kingston.
Okay, we have a motion from Patsy. Is there a second?
I'm gonna second it.
Okay, Patsy made the motion, Mike seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And those that are opposed say nay. Nay. Okay, it passes. So we'll move into,
Patsy, you went with the flat 13,000, right?
I'm sorry?
13,000, what your motion was, right,
Just
Patsy?
the flat 13, okay.
Okay, we'll move into item H, Town of Kingston Water Utility, $1,650,000.
I'm surprised that, Shannon, again, I'm surprised that this is listed on grants, because
Yeah,
I know you guys do have a threshold on grants. This is more of a capital project than I think it is a grant, but, for all intents and purposes, we'll go over it.
Hold on one second, Shannon. That was gonna be one of my questions, is why we have
Lake
it
and
under grants.
Sullivan for record. So it was submitted as a grant request, so I have to list it as a grant. Kingston is not part of Lander County, so I did not put it in our capital projects because it's not a capital project for us. If you guys want to fund it out of a different fund, then you can choose to do that. But I listed it as a grant request because that's how it was submitted.
And that's how it has to be approved, because they are their own town, they have their own board, say operate independently of a project that would be county owned and operated. So it has to be a grant to their board that then would approve the project and all of the operations moving forward. So I just want to clarify
It
that.
has to be funded out of grants, or
Can't you say?
No, we can fund it somewhere separately if you guys would like, but
They still have to follow the grant guidelines. It is a grant, and if you choose to fund it out of the capital projects, then it would be coming out from net proceed money instead of property tax out of the general fund.
which I'd rather see it come out of that line than out of net proceeds than out of.
Well, the bottom line for us here is if we don't do something like this, we may be the ones that are running Kingston at some point. And this is a high priority, of course. I mean, it's the livelihood. We have to have water. So I don't like it to see it go towards our 100,000 max that we use for grants in another way, because this is such a critical issue. But however we have to do it to start with and then fund it accordingly is fine with me, but I don't want to count it towards the 100,000 max that we have for regular general grants that we do give.
So last year with the well test design for $286,000,
Right.
that was as a grant as well?
Yes.
Last year, it was?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We've only built 11,000 out of that?
Yes.
Shannon?
Yes.
The 287,000 approximately that we funded last year, you've only spent 11,000. Do you anticipate before the end of budget year you'll spend the remaining 275,000?
Well, it's my greatest hope that we do. We've been put on hold because of the weather. I was hoping that we'd actually have a drill in the ground by now, but I'm hoping, and it won't take long to do that test well. But we've just been, the snow and the rain and the flooding and all that stuff has changed things a little bit. But I don't see any reason why we can't get that test well done by the end of the fiscal year.
So the town of Kingston being they're part of Lander County, but do they pay land, are they on our tax roll? They pay Lander County tax, don't they, for our services, or do they not?
Do they what? What was the question?
Yes, we do.
As an entity, that's a double-sided question, really.
Okay, single-sided up for me.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but as an entity, they do not, but as taxpayers, they do. So the town of Kingston, they are their own separate, no different than when Austin had its own water board. When we took that over, we just absorbed them. So they aren't paying directly to us, even though they have their own system I'm not sure if they have system obligation fees, so I may be misquoting that. But they have their own water bills and everything that goes to the town of Kingston. But they do pay county taxes as citizens.
Okay, so I'm asking this question. If they wanted to fund this project, is it something that we could fund through putting on a tax that the Lander County, or not Lander County, Kingston citizens would pay to fund that project for their town, or not?
Well, that's what they would have to do on their own if you guys didn't fund them. They would have to implement something that would be a system obligation fee, or like a homeowners association would do when they force something to be done.
But let me weigh in on that one. I don't know what their situation is. I haven't looked at it in, like I said, about a dozen years when I was last working for the DA's office. But at that time, if you had put 3 cents onto their budget, telling them that they needed to raise it, they wouldn't have been able to do it. Shannon got just under the line on their ability to tax, because there's a limit if you're going to be independent, water board, because of how much capitalization is involved. It's under state law. I don't have it in front of me, but I remember that from before.
If they're at the cap on their tax rate, then they wouldn't be able to increase it.
That's what I was thinking. They were very close back then.
Okay.
And so Lander County has a tax rate, Battle Mountain Town and Austin Town have a tax rate, and Kingston has a tax rate. And it's all listed when Department of Taxation does our revenue projections. Kingston is listed under Lander County, but as its own town, and they have their own tax rate, and they get that revenue from that tax rate. That's how they fund.
Okay. Great, thank you. Patsy, did you make the motion?
I did. I made a motion that we approve the production well for the $1,650,000.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Kathy. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Mike?
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. Okay, so we'll move into Battle Mountain Town Grant
So-
request.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
What
Shannon.
fund would you guys like
Yeah.
that from?
Do you
The,
want-
the 1.6, where would you guys like to take that money from?
Where's the best place to take it from?
I would say that we kind of leave it open till after we go through
Yeah, that's what I was
projects.
gonna say, right.
Okay.
And then just let us know. Okay, we'll move into Battle Mountain Town Grant request. I, Frontier Community Action Agency, and WIC for $25,000. Morning, ladies.
Good morning.
So out of that from last year, what hasn't been spent? I guess I can look on that.
They've spent $14,175.27 so far.
The remainder is just shy of 11,000. Well, in the name of trying to tighten up our grants, I see you've asked 25,000. That was the same amount you asked for last year. What about being able to do something less?
If we get less, we'll deal with it, of course. But most of this money goes towards helping with rent and utilities. And if homeless clients come in, we get them bus tickets to, well, train tickets right now to go to where they need to go. So most of, we're going through just about all of it, so.
Excuse me, did you guys state your names for the record?
Andrea Riza.
Okay.
Elizabeth Baird.
Okay, thank you. What are some of your other revenue streams? Where else are you guys getting money from?
None,
None?
no.
Is there a reason why? Do you guys?
So we are paired with Winnemucca, and Winnemucca pays our wages, but they don't pay anything else. We just solely rely on Lander County for the help.
So there's no federal or state money that you guys could be going after?
None.
Anybody know of any programs that, no?
From working with, and trying to help in that, it's very, very difficult.
We get donations, probably we get about 100 pounds every week of donations of clothes and strollers and all that stuff. And so we do see the need to even try to open a thrift shop. We are going through the process of trying to get a thrift shop going
That's
also.
cool. Yeah.
And so we are fundraising at the moment to get an AmeriCorps position so they can run the thrift shop for us. But we have to raise half of that money for the AmeriCorps for her wages. So.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, discussion?
And you're going to be spending the remainder, you think the remainder by the end of fiscal year?
Yes, I do see that.
So Winnemucca pays your wages,
Yes,
And
well,
that-
the grants. Yes.
and that's what it pays, it stops at that.
They get our supplies and our wages.
They also pay us rent for the building that they're in,
Oh, they do?
rent and
Okay.
utilities. Yeah.
And what are we charging for rent on that?
The Frontier Community Action Agency pays $250 and WIC pays $250 a month.
Okay.
I'll make the motion, to, I know we want to reduce that and also seeing the poverty, and it's either feast or famine in this community, so, I was, do 25,000 for the services for the action, Frontier Community Action Agency.
Okay, Kathy made the motion. And JR seconds. All in favor, say aye. And I vote nay, I think we should reduce it a bit, so. But anyway, congratulations.
Thank you
guys.
so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Item J, Battle Mountain Chamber of Commerce in the amount of 26,000. Okay.
Can I stay here? Are you sure? Okay.
Okay, so, do we have any discussion on it? Is there anybody here from the chamber?
I was gonna be down there,
Okay,
Travis said I could stay up there.
okay. So the floor is yours, Kathy.
Okay. So 1 second. So, this, the Battle Mountain Chamber of Commerce is to try to help the businesses, learn how to promote themselves and stay afloat, to make money, to run, to bring feet in the stores, and to, broaden commerce. And that's, since the beginning, that's what chambers are for, is for commerce and to, get people to shop local. And so after, I would have never known how difficult it is to try to get people involved in the community involved unless I had worked in this program. And the fundraisers, they barely break even when they do raffles and things like that. You would think that they, would do better, but they don't, especially from the costs, of the, supplies. And for example, when they did the crab feed this year, which was, and Rita is the one who that is a lot of work, it's a lot of volunteer hours, for something that cost almost $17,000-$18,000 to do the whole thing. Their profit was barely $5,000 for all of that work. So it's the very expensive for the supplies, and that's just general supplies, that's not going elaborate, by any means. And so, people are, businesses are sick of giving, because they have done that for so long. So in order to go out and ask them to donate for prizes or to do things, it's, people are donated out. So, the one thing I was trying to educate the board on this is to focus more on the educating the businesses, using Small Business Administration, using the Better Business Bureau, things like that, to get into educating the businesses on how to help themselves. One of the bigger things that they did this year was Chamber Nation. They redid the webpage, and that in itself is an incredible website if anybody goes in and looks at it, that the chamber has done. And so, that's kind of that, in a nutshell, that's.
Thank you, Kathy. Last year, looks like we funded 34,000. This year, they're asking for 26, so I'm excited to see that it is a decrease.
And to be, transparent with that, part of that decrease is though, the county had given us money to do the Christmas and the, 4th of July. That was handed back over to the county, so that money wasn't, requested. So with all transparency, it's, right
So
around
about
the
the same.
same.
Okay.
And so,
Well, thank you for disclosing that. Any more questions, discussion? Do we have a motion for a lesser amount? Do we not want to fund it?
My motion to approve Battle Mountain Town grant request to the Chamber of Commerce for $25,000.
Okay, so Mike made a motion to fund it for 25,000? Is that correct, Mike?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, and then JR seconds the motion. All in favor say aye.
It is 25,000.
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
and I'll be abstaining.
Okay. Passes. We'll move into item K, Battle Mountain Raceway for $11,750.
Rebecca Colleen and Tammy Lowe, for the record.
And Dave.
Oh, Dave Kerr.
Morning, guys.
Good morning.
So the floor is yours.
So we just, trying to renew basically what we requested last year. Last year being the first year, we requested things like our insurance dues, IMCA dues, hotel for, our flagger, and fuel and utilities. So this year's grant basically mirrors that. We do have I brought our profit and losses, and with last year's monies from the commission, from the county, we are holding a bank account of 5,600 right now. So, opening the season will be not stressful. So, and that's only with monies from July. So we thank you for your support. Yeah, are there any questions?
Yeah, what are some of your other revenue streams? Are you guys out knocking on doors in Winnemucca, Elko?
So, yes, so
For
last
money?
year, our first couple races were sponsored. So one of them was sponsored by Dirt Towing, and Remax also sponsored, and they gave us 2,000 each for a weekend dedicated to them. SMD and other businesses have donated just monetary $500, $200. So.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, Battle Mountain Raceway, it's a fairly new grant request, right? I think they've only.
They they didn't have one for a few years. It had to do with their they weren't a nonprofit, I believe, and so.
Okay.
But the county has donated other things to them. I think a water truck maybe 1 year.
We did bleachers, I think we did bleachers.
But they didn't have a grant request. Last year was the first year in a few years they had one.
Yeah.
So, and none of this money is going towards prizes?
You know, the biggest thing is just the maintenance that we have to keep up on. You know, the water truck needs tires, and we need to call Walt and
We did
come
not.
and service, and we gotta service the equipment. You know, it just all costs, and you know, we're just trying to keep something alive here that you know a lot of people enjoy, and it's pretty hard with the economic situations that we're in.
What was the head count? Did you guys keep a head count for last year? How many?
We did for a couple races. We probably do about 100 spectators a weekend. Usually Fridays are really slow. Most of them come out on Saturday. And it also depends on if there's events in town with, proms and schools and sports, but on the summer, but in the May, April, and then August, September months, but but we can do a better job of doing that. We can definitely keep a head count.
I think it was this board, if I'm not mistaken, a few years ago, we on a lot of these grants, it was to assist to allow some of these organizations to kind of get grounded to step up to where they could fund themselves. It wasn't to be a continual ongoing giving of taxpayers' dollars to support. I mean, as an organization, have you guys looked at raising your entry fees, your concession fees?
That's
to
where
help
it gets
self-fund and be sustainable yourselves?
Definitely. We've considered that. You start raising the entrance prices, no one's gonna come. Drivers aren't gonna come. So to keep our drivers coming to participate, we have to give them a certain amount to pay out, or else they're not even gonna take the drive. It's not worth their fuel to tow all their vehicles for minimal winnings.
Guys, gas prices have gone up, tire prices have gone up, you know that.
Everything's
And
gone
so-
up. That's my point. And all
Yeah.
businesses have made adjustments
Correct.
because the cost of doing business has gone up. That's why I'm asking. So do you not make, it's like, has Elko, Winnemucca, Fernley, any of these guys, would be hard to believe that they haven't raised the prices with everything else escalating to do business.
We are equal.
We're all equal.
We are all equal to the competing tracks. And we just found out Winnemucca lost their funding. Their Model T would fund them 15, 20,000 or something like that every year.
Right.
But, so who knows if they're gonna be running this season. I brought our profit and loss statement. So this is counting income from the, county. We brought in $64,000 and we, had 58,000 in expenses. So we're sitting with 6,000.
So I don't have a copy of that profit and loss.
I just printed
I'd like to
it
see
out.
a copy of that.
Yeah,
if
for sure.
I might, yeah. Could I take a look at it real quick?
Yeah, you can
Oh,
give
you
it to
just
them.
want-
Yeah, because I could print another one.
Do you guys all want copies, or you just?
Well, I'd like to see it, yeah, I'd like to see the expense side of it. So guys, would you, I mean, is there, could we entertain maybe a smaller amount to where, you know, we're still assisting, but yet it pushes you guys to,
Absolutely, we'll take whatever you're willing to,
Right.
you know, absolutely.
But to be honest, to be a self-sustaining entity,
The track's not gonna be.
that's not gonna happen.
so you're saying the $11,750 is gonna make or break you? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we would be in the negative right now. So we requested 9,000, roughly, in grant requests, and we only have 6,000 in our account right now. So we'd be in the hole.
You guys
Just-
requested
It was
12,700. That's what.
Oh,
was
I mean,
approved.
actually received. We haven't received the rest of it yet.
Yeah, you've spent 9,772.
And we're probably gonna exhaust that by June.
Because we'll have our May and June races, so we'll have to pay 1,000 in insurance for both months.
I mean, is it possible you could host more races? I mean, I'm just thinking outside the box, guys. It's like, you know, we're spending taxpayers' dollars, and I have to know that I'm doing my job, that we're not just handling this stuff out willy-nilly, and it's just, I understand that it's important, it's an important thing to the community, people, it brings people together. We get hopefully wholesale stays and food buys and all that kind of stuff, but still, it's just,
No, whatever you're comfortable with approving, we'll roll with it.
So we don't hold more races, cause we work with Winnemucca, we work with Elko, and this year we're working with Hawthorne also to give everybody one race a month.
We're not
So
racing
we're
on top
not
of each
racing
other.
on top of anybody to
so it's
take
like a
away
big
from them.
association type
Correct.
thing, agreement that you have.
Yeah.
There was one thing that was told to me, that when these racers come into town, they don't necessarily stay in our hotels, that they stay in their campers out at the racetrack.
No,
Mm.
we
Is that
haven't
not-
had.
Some do,
we've
Some do?
had
Very
Yeah,
minimal.
one or two,
yes.
yeah.
Yeah, you got a very minimal, but most of them stay in the hotel.
Because we ask them in the back gates, are you camping overnight? And we charge them the $20 to camp, and most of them just unhitch and go to a hotel.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see us encouraging them to use our hotels in town, you know, so. 'cause do
Even we
lose out
use
on
our
revenue.
hotels for our people that help volunteer. And that's what this is, it's all volunteer, nobody,
Yeah, there isn't not one person out there that makes any profit
Right,
whatsoever, including the races.
right. They get some prize money and some bragging rights.
Bragging rights, pretty much, the prize money, that doesn't even pay for the weekend to be there or not.
you know, I do feel proud because I hear all of the racers say that we have the best track. We take the best care of our dirt track and they love coming, but if we raise the prices, we're out of the way. They'll stay in their little Fallon, Fernley, Reno, Susanville area.
Have you guys looked into becoming a 501, like a nonprofit group?
So we cannot be a 501c3. We are an 8?
No, they wouldn't be, but the
Oh.
C3A would be where you qualify for.
The only way, we had this discussion with Bert, with IRS. The only way we would qualify for it is if the commissioners agreed that if we did not run the racetrack, that it would be a burden for the county to do it. And then we would submit an application along with that letter saying that. So basically, if we didn't run the racetrack, would it be ran? Would it be, exactly. So, that was the reason IRS gave us for not being able to change filing statuses. We're still a nonprofit, it's just not a.
Do you ever request any money for advertising, like from the Lander County Convention and Tourism Authority?
Yes, they have in the past. Last year, we did not do, a grant. We are using, Danny Story from Elko. They, broadcast via podcasts and Facebook and streaming services, which gets a lot of,
Okay.
when those drivers aren't in town and can't, attend, they're,
Because I look for your schedule sometimes, and I
Oh,
thought if you have a schedule out,
yes.
that.
We have it on our website and we have it on our Facebook page.
So, because I'm glad you brought that up, it seems like a perfect type of, or perfect organization that you would be asking tourism convention for.
And they
monies.
have, they've helped us in the past, definitely.
Okay, are you asking them for money this year?
No.
Okay, why?
Uh,
That's what they do,
our
is
form
tourism
of
and
ab-
convention.
Paula?
College, Maryland, or County Convention and Tourism. So our grants are focused more around out of town visitors. So all of the advertising needs to be out of our area, which is also a matching grant from Travel Nevada. So for years and years, I wrote all the grants for them, and now I've asked them to write their own grants, so they have to go through and apply to Travel Nevada for the advertising funding. We don't fund insurance, lights, all the things they're asking you for. We don't fund those things. We're strictly advertising. So we do podcasts and things like that. Travel Nevada does not approve. They need actual numbers where you get actual responses out of them. So we do things like geofencing an area where you're advertising to anyone passing within this geofence area. And then we do some magazine ads, but it's going away from that. They're not even funding any more websites or billboards or things like that. So we're getting down to the point where we have to have actual numbers of the people that are coming there. They have to show us that it's a significant amount of out-of-town people, and if it's not, our funds are not used for that.
Yeah.
We're all about bringing in out-of-town visitors.
Okay, thank you. One second, Paul, I might have another question for you. So when you have a race, how many out-of-towners actually come?
Majority of them. What, 60%?
So the majority of them are out
The
of town.
racers are out of town.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what I'm saying. So that wouldn't classify because, these people are coming in spending money on fuel, food,
It's the
rooms.
type of advertising they were asking for. Podcasts on that are not a form of advertising that is really approved because we can't tell from the advertising what the results were bringing in. So you have those racers. We can do ads to promote the event itself. But like I said, we have a matching requirement from Travel Nevada that they would have to match the other part of it.
All right.
But we, in the beginning, we funded most of the things in town. So our entity paid to have the racetrack and the rodeo grounds and the golf course and stuff. Our funds were used to build them. And then, like I said, now our focus is on advertising and getting the best result we can to bring those people in to stay overnight.
Yeah. I would just think that you probably, because it sounds to me like it's an internal policy that you have that basically was exclude that money being spent for something else. Because they are promoting outdoor, people from out of town coming into town, so, but anyway.
Someone in Utah can reach our Facebook page and the advertisers and,
Because nowadays, if you're talking about out-of-town radio stations in Winnemucca or Elko, how many people listen to radio?
Yeah, that's true.
I got a cell phone,
Right.
whatever radio station, I like a New York station, I go to it and I listen to it.
Yeah, exactly.
Wherever I go.
And
And,
it's ridiculously expensive.
Right.
yeah,
Okay.
Any kind of, as I
But-
found out.
but like you said, where we get most of our advertisement is from the podcasts and from Facebook and the different media on that side of it. But on the most part, you try to advertise anywhere else, books and stuff like that. Most people don't look at this stuff nowadays no more.
Right, okay, well, thank you. Is there any more question or discussion? If not, I'll hear a motion. Do we not want to approve it?
I'll make a motion that we approve the Battle Mountain Raceway for $11,500.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second? No second? So motion dies?
Can I suggest another?
Yeah, so that motion dies. Is there another motion?
I will make a motion that we can approve like 9,000.
9,000? So Kathy made the motion to approve 9,000. Is there a second? JR seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. I'm against, so it passes. Congratulations.
Thank you
$9,000
so
credit.
much.
Yep.
Do you want this back?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Do you want this for your packet? Oh, you're done.
No, it's
So we'll move into L, Battle Mountain Junior Rodeo Association for $2,500. Hi, guys.
Hi. I'm Jessica Lancaster. I'm here as a proxy for Natasha Mashburn. She had to work today. Also
Well,
here for the Battle Mountain High School Rodeo thing too, so.
And I'm Desitoya Coombs from.
Well, welcome.
Right. I'm also here and I'm part of that group.
Okay. Awesome.
For
Thank
the
you.
high school rodeo, the next one.
Okay,
This is
so-
just for the this is for the Buster Miller,
Yes.
right? Okay.
So you have the floor.
Okay, yeah, Natasha said she was requesting $2,500 for her Buster Miller rodeo that she has every day. It's a one-day rodeo, brings in family, kids. I know she did say that the money that she received last year went towards stock that she wasn't able to get donated and insurance policies.
Okay. So last year, guys, we funded them $5,000 and they're asking for a decreased amount of $2,500 this year.
I'll make a motion for the 2,500 for the Buster Miller Memorial Junior Rodeo.
Okay, we have a motion from Kathy. Who seconds?
I'll second.
And Mike seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, and
Thank
then
you
we'll
so
move
much.
into
Thank
item
you.
M, Battle Mountain High School Rodeo Club for $10,000.
That's us again.
Hi.
Yeah, we requested $10,000 this year. Last year, we were granted the $10,000. We only did put in receipts for $6.32. Insurance, it went towards insurance, stock contractors, and printing. This year, we're requesting $10,000 for the production of our rodeo again. We're expecting more kids this year. Our numbers have just kept going up. Like, we're getting a lot of kids involved. We had this last September approximately 175 contestants, and that doesn't include their families, the grandparents, and everybody else that comes in too. So, yeah.
Okay, is there any questions? What other fundraising do you guys do for this event?
Quite a bit.
Quite a
Yeah,
bit.
I just submitted actually a grant request through Nevada Gold Mine. They did grant a $7,000 grant last year as well. I'm submitting Marigold as well. The tourism board is absolutely gracious enough for the last quite a few years to do our saddle donations. It's approximately $10,000 as well. And then we have a group round where all our kids get in Western attire, go around the town and, promote our rodeo and ask for sponsorships as
And
well.
then when you have these events, you have revenue streams. Do you charge like entry fees?
Yes. So, yeah.
concessions?
So-
with your event growing and drawing more people, that is increasing. So my point being is, could we possibly fund less on our grant
Absolutely, we
side?
could be sustainable if you offer less. The reason we kept it the same because, well, you guys know inflation.
Right.
Our stock is going to go up this year. Last year we paid $8,500 for a stock contractor. This year I have talked to a few stock contractors with the price of fuel and feed for cattle for them. It'll approximately, I was told, about $9,500 this year.
Okay.
And then our insurance increase, gosh, the last 3 years it's increased in $50 to $100 increments every year. Yeah, so, but we would be completely sustainable still
Okay.
with a decrease. So.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Are there any questions, discussion?
Go ahead.
Motion.
Can she say something?
Yes,
And
absolutely.
we are really, really extremely grateful for all of the funds that you guys have given us. It has become an amazing thing, and I'm on the board for the state as well, the Nevada State High School Rodeo Association, and I've been told by so many people that this is their favorite rodeo.
Really?
We have the best ground, our stock is always good, and people love coming here. We have the highest numbers.
Yeah.
So we are just extremely, extremely grateful that you guys have continued to support us.
Let me ask you this question too, is when you guys host this event, do people stay there in their trailers or do they stay in our town or hotels in town?
We did a survey a few years ago and it's about 20 to 25% stay in the motels. Everybody goes out to eat and use fuel and stuff like that. We also supply hotel rooms to any of our volunteers that are from out of town, judges, that stuff, so,
All right.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
I'll make a motion for the high school rodeo for 8,000.
Okay, Kathy made a motion for 8,000, JR seconded it. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay.
Thank you
Thanks,
so
guys.
much.
so
We
much.
appreciate it.
Hey, Brian?
Yes.
I'd also like to note that this young lady here is one of our national qualifiers for the Battle.
Wow,
of the Valley.
congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move into item N. It's listed here as Sean and Mindy Gimmer for $10,000, and I believe that was for the ranch hand
Correct. I
rodeo?
am not Sean, and I am definitely not.
I was gonna
Mindy
say, you don't
Gimmer,
look like
so-
Sean or Mindy.
I'm Dustin Fighter. I'm here as part of their board,
Hi, Dustin.
so representing them today. So I'd like to thank you guys for taking the time and the opportunity to hear me out real quick. I won't take much of your time. You know, it's a ranch rodeo. With all the work that you guys and money you put into your facility a couple years ago, it's become second to none, right? So there's a lot of interest in hosting events here. There was a ranch rodeo hosted here a couple years ago, and it was very successful. Some quick figures, you know, we figured there's gonna be about 120 contestants. With 120 contestants on an average of a 4 family group, right, when they come to town, on 2 nights in your hotels, you know, I figure roughly each member will probably spend about $35, because it costs about that just to go get a hot dog anywhere you go anywhere, right? So with that, you know, just in that 4 groups, 2 nights for the rodeo, you're looking at about 16,800 goes back into the community, in your services, restaurants, stuff like that. If you roll that into, if each rig that comes to town, which I figured you're gonna have 100 trucks, because some are gonna piggyback with each other, you're gonna probably, at $200 for a tank of fuel, you're gonna probably come out with 20,000, right? So not only are you guys gonna donate 10,000 to this rodeo, this community's gonna see no less than probably 36,800 back into the community. So when tax times comes, you're gonna see that money come back, right? And it could be greater, it could be a little less. These are just rough figures. So this board, or this group, is in conjunction with the WSRRA, which is very large in Winnemucca and the West Coast. They have their finals in Winnemucca every November. It's huge. And also the Gimmer family, Sean Gimmer is actually the president of the WCRA, which is hosted in Texas. And he's trying to bring that venue out on the West Coast as well. So with that, you know, there's great opportunity. They each have their magazines. That's how they advertise. So it gets out. Held in Battle Mountain, Nevada. I mean, these are people from Wyoming and Nebraska, you know, that potentially come from all over to this town. So
So you guys are 501c3?
they are through the WCRA, yes.
I see that this is a new grant request. You haven't come to us before.
No, sir.
And you're asking for $10,000. Where did you come up with that amount? What do you plan on using it for?
Well, if you look at the grant request, it shows that it's $20,500, I believe, in cost. Just in stock alone and hay is gonna be over 10,000. So that, they're just trying to get a little bit of help to get that off the ground so that they can afford to, you know, it's been a rough winter. Calves aren't making it through the spring, cows aren't making it, so their anticipation to get stock is gonna be extremely tough.
Okay. Well, I think you've been sitting in here since this morning, so you've heard some of my concerns.
Absolutely.
Do you guys do you source other streams of revenue for fundraising?
Not as of yet. I mean, this is kind of a kickoff, see how it goes. If it works out well, then yes, there's a lot, right? There's gonna be outside people helping donate and stuff like that. To what level, I can't tell you that at this time because it's the first event.
Paula, this would be a question for the your tourism convention again. Would these rodeos, would they classify for any help from the tourism and convention board, or does it not?
I don't know, they have Paula Tamara for the record. They haven't applied to us for any funding, so that would be a board choice.
Yeah.
I just want to point out too for the commissioners, I did speak with Sean and Mindy. I think Bert might have spoken with them too, but they submitted the grant request on an individual basis, and I told them usually we don't grant to individuals. But I did ask them if there was a way they could be under the association, the WRCA, and they said they believed so. So I don't know what they figured out on that part of it, or how like the liability insurance would work with them being an individual, or if they're going to do it under the association.
And I apologize, I didn't relay the message back to Lakin, but I did speak with Sean, and they are going under the WRCA, which is the nonprofit. So it won't be directly to them. They didn't understand exactly how the grant process worked here in Lander County. Once that was explained, then that was, and I believe that's the same that.
So that's we would be awarding it to the WRCA.
WRCA.
Okay.
And I think any money that's granted we'd have to see backup as of that. since
Well, we don't pay
Oh,
anything to any of
yeah.
these grants without them submitting backup and it meeting the criteria.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion or questions? Is there a motion?
Come on, don't leave me sitting here waiting for a motion. I'll make it if you let me.
The insurance and the judges to help out our contractor, that's gonna be tough getting up there.
What's that, Mike?
I said, I'm looking at the insurance and the judges, so I motion to approve, the grant to Sean and Mindy Gomer,
Gimmer?
Gimmer.
Sorry, can you make it to the
$1,000.
Working Ranch Cowboy
It has to be-
Association?
Yeah, maybe,
Okay, so we'll make, Mike, can you make your motion to, it's for the working what?
Is it under the
it'd be
W?
WSR,
This one?
yes, the WCRA.
Okay, so the
WCRA.
Yep.
Working Ranch Cowboy Association.
To the work, I motion to approve to the WRCA.
Yes, sir.
In the amount of $2,500.
2,500? Okay, we have a motion, made by Mike for, $2,500. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
JR seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed unanimously. Okay, guys, good luck with your rodeo.
Hey, thank you for your time.
We'll move into, O, miscellaneous grants for $10,000.
Lake and Sullivan for the record. So this is just extra grant money that we put in the budget for people that come during the budget year when it's current budget and ask for money. We've had that happen over the last few years.
How do we do this year?
I did not check. I apologize. I believe we had one for a rodeo, and I think it might have been.
777s, I believe. Suzanne Lemaire came before us and asked for a grant for 777s, which was the Barrel Racing Association. They go through different communities and it's kind of a circuit. And I believe that was the one that we granted this year that was not budgeted for.
Well, it's a good catch-all. We have to have something, so I'll make a motion. We approve the 10,000.
Do you want to keep it the same amount? 10,000?
It's currently at 8,000, but I increased it to 10.
So
Then you control the cost of, you guys control what you give them.
No, this it comes before this board and you guys approve it and then we pay it out of there.
Yeah.
So, last budget cycle, Patsy, it was 8,000, and she put an increase to 10 this year. So do you?
Is that right?
It was 8,000 last year, so do you want to still put the increase for 10?
Yeah, let's leave it at 10.
Leave it at 10, okay, so we have a motion from Patsy for 10,000, is there a second? And GR seconds, all in favor say aye. Aye.
And just so the commission is aware, I do believe there were other individuals that were looking for grants, but did not have the nonprofit, so when they approached us, we told them we couldn't do anything, they'd have to approach the board at a later date. So I do think there will be some coming.
Okay. Okay, we'll move into Austin Town grant request, Austin Chamber of Commerce for $42,900.
Good morning, Commissioners. Miranda Tremaine for the record.
Morning.
Morning. So I'm the Executive Director of the Austin Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber supports and brings tourism to Southern Lander County, which includes Austin, Gilman Springs, Kingston, and the businesses within Southern Lander County. Unfortunately, there is a lack of businesses to support the Austin Chamber of Commerce. Southern Lander County businesses took a huge hit during COVID and are still struggling to revive themselves. With the Chamber hosting more and larger events, this opens the door of opportunity for business owners to want to keep their business in Southern Lander County and for potential new business owners to bring their business to the area. Tourism to Southern Lander County helps build a sustainable, thriving economy for the current tax-paying residents and to the businesses who have stood strong through the struggle and to the potential new businesses willing to support the economy of Southern Lander County. With the support from the state of Nevada and Lander County, we hope to see Southern Lander County flourish once again. All the events the Chamber hosts have grown each year and have the potential to keep growing with the proper support.
The Austin Wine Walk hosted 200 guests in 2022. Travel Nevada's average overnight expenditure is $112 per person. That is $22,400 in revenue that circulated Southern Lander County just from the Wine Walk. All the chamber's events have the ability to bring the same amount of revenue, if not more. For the past several years, the chamber has asked for $19,250. The chamber is asking $15,000 more for the rodeo and $8,650 to cover inflation costs, the growing events and new events like Gridley Days, Movie in the Park, a Halloween ball, a tree lighting event, and the Austin Community Live Nativity. Those funds also allow the chamber to support the entities to host events in Southern Lander County, like the Austin All-Town Reunion, the Austin's Lion Club ATV Poker Run, and 4th of July Barbecue, or the Kingston's Fireman Picnic. The chamber being able to support other entities' events in Southern Lander County is huge and brings the community together as one. The chamber has been lucky enough to have Jess Jones with Outlaw Bronx reach out to be a vendor at our Gridley Days event. Gridley Days of Southern Lander County is like a county fair, and what county fair doesn't have a rodeo? A rodeo does not become successful on its own, unfortunately. It needs financial support to help it grow, just like any other event. Lander County purchasing the bucking chutes for Austin Arena is a huge step in the right direction for a rodeo to be successful in Lander County. The chamber would like to thank Lander County for working hard on the Austin rodeo grounds. They look amazing. With the financial support from Lander County to get the rodeo going, it should grow tremendously over the years, and we hope Lander County will see it through with us. Thank you for supporting the Austin Chamber of Commerce so we can support Southern Lander County.
Thank you. Any questions, discussion? Last year we funded $19,250, and this year they're asking for $42,900. For the reasons stated.
So we have 14 sponsorship letters out, and I just sent out 2 to Nevada Gold Mines and to Marigold. Unfortunately, our bucking chutes will not be here this year, so we're looking to have to fund the $10,000 for the portable bucking chutes as well. So unfortunately, that's some funding that's going to be taken away from, from the rodeo itself to help fund those.
Is there a motion for the amount, a lesser amount?
Well, I have a question.
Bert, she has a question.
So part of the expense for their 4th of July and their tree lighting stuff, since that's something that the county does up here, is that something that can be, that we pay for like we do here?
I believe we bought the tree and all that through the Austin Town Fund.
So then what's the, again, I'm sorry, what's the?
Because we just make an event out of the lighting of the tree, so we we're gonna do cookie decorating. We're just trying to bring people in year round to Austin to keep funds going in there. Unfortunately, when it comes to Southern Lander County, come winter time, there's nothing. Our businesses barely stay open just for the amount, that they make, and it's sad to see that, only come summertime that we can make money for them. And if we keep getting snow, maybe we could have a ski resort.
Right now, 50.
Yeah, maybe jet skis.
I'm open for a motion. So no motion?
No, I'm thinking.
Okay.
So just like everybody else that we've been cutting back on, are you gonna be okay if there's things that you can adjust if we?
I mean, yeah, I gave you guys a full budget, and you can see on there that I have given myself a little bit of a leeway to protect us, so we can still have our events. I mean, like I said, $22,400 for the wine walk circulating through Austin is huge. If we could get all of our events to that level, which I think Gridley Days has the ability to be that, if not more. We've gotten huge feedback from the public and surrounding areas about Austin having a rodeo and with Gridley Days. Gridley Days was something that had gone on in the past and has been asked to be revived. So, I mean, I think it's good that we listen to the community as well. That's what they're asking for, so.
Now, the bucking shoots,
Kim Shaw, for the record, I would like to say that our Gridley Days last year was severely impacted by our fire down
Yeah.
south, so, it was not what it could have been.
no,
So-
I was there and saw. So the bucking shoots now, is that something that on ours, or that we have bucking shoots on ours, that we supply for our rodeo grounds?
We do, we have them permanently here, and that's part of what we have in, the budget that Donnie operates on. We have rodeo grounds improvement funding that we're trying to implement down there, so I'm not sure that it has to be in here, to be honest. This is for her to rent bucking chutes, to have a rodeo down there with the bucking chutes, and if you didn't have a full-blown rodeo with bucking horses and bulls, you could downsize your rodeo to fit. I'm not trying to steal from your event, but it's the reality. And not pay that huge cost to rent the bucking chutes and give us a year to install permanent bucking chutes down there.
But wasn't that what was said last year when I asked for a rodeo? That it would be put on this year's budget, that we could get those bucking shoots, which you guys already did, and with inflation and everything, we know that that's happening, but, I think we gotta get that going, that rodeo going. I think if we keep just setting it back further and further, it's.
And I think everybody here, if everybody knows me, you know that I'm I like a rodeo. But the one that was had last year was not a huge kickoff, and I think that we're taking a big bite and we're double budgeting for the same thing here. That sometimes time may have to, that not everything happens overnight. We don't have the pins down there currently to hold bulls or even run so they have to, that's why it costs so much for what she wants to do right now. They have to bring down and set up pins, set up alleyways, drop bucking chutes in the ground. And if I'm not mistaken, it was like $17,000 just to rent them. Is that?
Yeah, so I've been quoted, 2 prices. Jess is willing to work with me, so he, cause he said he really wants to get a rodeo down in Austin, make that circle for his deal. But yeah, and then the second price that I got was $20,000. So, I mean, that's a $10,000 difference. It'd be stupid to go with anyone else, but yeah, so it is anywhere from $10,000 to $20,000 for bucking shoots, portable.
For renting them. So to me, it's almost worthy of a 1-year wait to save the $10,000 to $20,000 rental fee, and have something that's permanent down there as an investment. But
We purchased some, right? The county purchased some for Austin?
Mhm.
And so they're not gonna be here in time for your rodeo?
not for this rodeo, no.
Sean Baker for the record. So we did order 4 bucking shoots for Austin. They won't be here till after July. So I don't know if that helps you guys with this, but for next year it will. As far as her rodeo, I think it's July 1.
Well, next year will be July, or June 29th.
Okay, anyway, what she's after is the portable bucking shoots, and I think that's $10,000, right? If I believe right, but.
Yeah, but the $10,000, I have reached out to Marigold and to Nevada Gold Mines to fund the portable bucking shoots. I'm looking for the assistant with the rodeo.
So are you gonna
Okay,
have
well, that's different, but the bucking shoots have been ordered and they will be here after July.
Are you gonna have the Gridley Days on July 1st of this year and June 29th of next year? Is this gonna cover both of those? Cause they're gonna be in the same fiscal year?
So we won't have to pull as much funding, so it's supposed to sustain itself, so hopefully we can pull enough funding and have a whole another year after our event to pull sponsorship money, and we won't have to, get the $10,000 for the portable bucking chutes. That's $10,000 we can put to the rodeo.
So what does it cost to put in the bucking chutes and the corrals suitable for the bulls and bucking horses?
Ones that are put in to stay permanent. We got a quote, and it was one was for 4 of them. It was $107,000, and for 6 of them, I want to say it was $127,000 or $17,000. So that was for everything.
Well, it wouldn't do you much good if you just had the bucking chutes and no corrals to put the stock in.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't have bulls running around.
And this is where I think that maybe some of that funding that's later on in the budget, if we continue funding that, county employees can go down there and build pins and make this work. That's how we built this rodeo grounds. We've done a lot of work down there at that one as well. And as you heard earlier, this rodeo grounds now is pretty sought after because we've widened it. We've done a bunch of work with county employees and saving the taxpayer a lot of funds. If you hire somebody to drive from here to Austin and do work, it gets expensive quick.
So this is, part of this cost can be something that the county can go down and do?
Yeah, we would absorb that just into our operating. When we have downtime in the summer, we have guys that can go down there and put posts in and build good pins that could hold bulls and the alleyways to match up to these bucking chutes that we already have ordered. And not be at the expense, but it does put Miranda and Austin out, and I know it's disappointing for Miranda to hear me sit here and say this, but it's just the truth, puts them out another year. But it's a lot of money too.
I will say though that if we don't get, funding and whatnot, we will have, it's something, we have flyers out, we have sponsorships already coming in. That is something that we are going to have to cancel and give back money, and that unfortunately makes the chamber look a little, unfortunately, not put together. So, I don't know.
Well, on that note, why would you promise something before you have it?
Huh?
Why would you promise something before you have it? That's what the statement you just made. If we don't do this, it kind of puts you in a bad spot because you.
No, because I was guaranteed bucking chutes. Unfortunately, the amount of time that it takes. So I started all of this at the very beginning of the year. That last week of December, I started all of this.
I see.
I went through my chain of command, and it ended there. Unfortunately, you have to kind of be limber when it comes to being a chamber and putting on events to be able to take these kicks. But you can't send out sponsorship letters in March when you're going to go have a rodeo in July. You need to be able to give them that time to budget for it. They're just like us. They have to budget for our money.
So you were under the assumption that our stuff would be in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's nobody's fault.
No, and I know
yeah.
That's just.
It just unfortunate circumstances, and so I'm really trying to roll with the punches here, but I'm also trying to do what's best for Austin and for our businesses. And I sit on LEDA as well, and that's a really big thing, trying to get businesses to come in and people to see that we're still here and we're functioning. We don't want to die off, and unfortunately it's starting to happen. Our buildings need to be occupied and loved, else they're going to just collapse.
And so, even though I don't like doing this, but because we have sent out sponsorships and we have done that, I don't want Loudoun County to look like pools. I think that we'll all in general look like that, and it's nothing that anybody did wrong. So I'll step out on the wire because of unfortunate mishaps, and I know that we're wanting to stay within our budget and doing our best to deduct, but we also are not able to. The chutes didn't come in like that we thought they were going to. I mean, nobody's fault. I will go out on the wire and go for the 42.9 just this one time because we already has sponsorships out, and she was under the assumption the chutes would be in. And so we really hate to make an embarrassment to
The 42.9, Kathy, includes all of the different things that are going on all year, though.
Yeah, not just the rodeo.
Okay.
So you can
Okay.
you can cut some of that.
Oh, okay.
if you want to.
All right.
You want, is your motion for 42,000?
No, I will go, I don't even know what to do because that's,
I will say that we would be able to, and I'm, yes,
give me your best number.
okay. We would be able to work with 38.
28?
38. I'll go through the budget one by one with you.
If you
I got
go
time.
to the back of their grant request, on their total budget page, it says what each event is going to cost them with the total of the 42.9.
And then you can also go through on each one that says there's a random expense. There's $2,800 in random expenses.
All right.
So
I'm gonna go because, I'll go for your events and supplies for 35,000.
Okay, so your motion is for 35,000?
I would,
Okay, so we have a motion.
so we have funding currently in this year's budget to do some of this, so we're some of her projects that are already funded. And we're doubling them. And then the other thing I'd like to clarify is there's never been a guarantee ever given by myself nor the departments that work for me to have something done in time for events. There has been the statement of, yes, we will order bucking chutes. We can get some of the stuff down there. We have a bunch of panels that are sitting in the road and bridge yard, have been for a year and a half. So I don't want this commission to feel like we're under a false promise that we didn't make.
Oh, and I don't think it's you guys at all. I was looking at it more of circumstances of things not coming in and stuff like that. I wasn't pointing my finger out like you guys didn't do what you were supposed to do.
No.
So I wanna make sure I put that on the record, cause that's not what that was about.
Yes, but I don't want that implied that because we didn't come through that now we're in the predicament that we're in, because that's not the case. And we also have half the funding in this year's budget that is being budgeted for next year's as well. Because some of them events break before July and into, in June into July. So the ones that are this year already are funded.
no,
So.
which events are already funded for this year?
Go ahead.
Okay, so for the portable shoots for the July 1 rodeo, we can take out of this year's budget. As far as next year, we should have the permanent bucking shoots in. So I don't know what your grant request for. Is it for July 1 rodeo or is it for July 1, 2024?
For July 1 of 23.
Okay, so the portable bucking shoots, we can take out of this year's budget. So you'd wanna take that out of the grant request for what she's asking for. We can pull out of either the rec center fund or rodeo ground improvement funding that we have for this year. So that should take care of that 10 grand. As far as everything else she's asking for, I don't know, I haven't seen her grant request, but as far as the rodeo goes, we can pull out of this year's fund.
Okay.
And next year, the permanent bucking chutes, which are already on order, which should show up in July, will be installed by
So that would take
following year, July.
I was asking.
Because I
So,
can get,
everything else in her grant request, I don't know, so that's,
thank you.
Okay,
but as far as the rodeo goes, we
Thank you.
can take care of that,
Okay.
and then you guys can hash out anything
Okay.
else.
Thank you, perfect.
So her Gridley Days budget was for 20,650. So if we take out 10 of that, then she'd need 10.
So then I can use the Nevada Gold Mines and the other funding that I got for the portable bucking chutes towards the rodeo,
So that would put her request down to 32.9.
Okay, so then you had extras that you had put in there for incidental to.
That was just for inflation costs, that was for,
You added the Halloween ball.
yeah, we added several new events. We're making the tree lighting an actual like huge town event where we'll advertise, for Fallon. We have a really good hill for sledding, we have all different kinds of stuff. So instead of having a bunch of little events, we're trying to make the ones that we do have that are already established a lot larger and, and bring in little ones that pop up here and there, so. And just so you guys know too, we, for our events, we're limited to resources. For the wine walk, we had to move it from our original, spot that we had it to, the park because, it was gonna cost us $1,500 just to rent porta potties. And that was 2 of them with a wash station.
So you're changing your motion?
Oh, yes, bear with me a minute.
Okay,
So,
just
so
checking.
20, I guess I'll go, because if you might have to, the best I'm gonna be able to do, I guess, is make a motion for 29, since that other part is coming out. I'll go for 29,000.
Okay, so Kathy made a motion for 29,000. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
JR seconds the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I vote
Thank
nay,
you,
just I'm not in favor of
commissioners.
the
Thanks
increase, so.
again.
So we're moving to item Q, Austin Historical Society for the amount of $11,000.
Good morning. This is Dee Hilming. I'm here in Austin.
Hi, Dee.
This year we asked for a little more because we have some repair work to do up there on the what we refer to as the Forest Service warehouses. The paint and stuff is peeling on the windows and the doors and all that, and it needs taken care of before they're ruined and we have to replace the whole thing. A little bit of preventive paint this year will save a lot of maintenance next year.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
Any discussion, questions?
And on their current grant, they haven't spent very much. They only spent about $887. So I don't know if they plan on spending the full $7,000 by the end of the year or not. But
Dee, can you answer that question?
Yes, we do. With NV Energy's increase on power and stuff, our power bill has gone up exponentially. It's still a lot cheaper than that old stove oil one was, but we will end up spending every dime of it. We do every year. We very seldom turn back. The only time I turned back any money was the year that I wanted to put the fence around Stokes Castle, and the reason we didn't do that was because it's an entailed title, and SHPO would not allow us to replace the fence. That is the only reason that we have ever returned any money.
So last year was $7,060. This year they're asking for $11,000.
Right, and that is the extra for the paint and doing the work around the up there on those buildings, painting those heavy doors and painting the windows and all that. You'll see the quote attached from Desi Ski's Construction.
Just so the commission is aware, this is part of the, I believe that property is part of the lands bill that will be turned back over to the county, and then we will have to give that back to them. So it is, we're actually gonna be upgrading our own building with them doing the footwork for us.
Dee, I see on the last grant though, you've got quite a bit of money that's still left over. Can you use that for the painting or the?
No, ma'am, because that is what will cover the rest of our utilities. I was going to bring up the second quarter bill with me when I came up today, but we got home so late last night, I didn't feel like driving up there this morning. So I will put it in a packet and send it up. And I send my billing in for reimbursement on the utilities and all that stuff quarterly. So every quarter I try to send in the bill. And like I said, we use all of it every year. Between the insurance and the power bill and the water bills and all that, it is used. I try to figure it really close so that I don't cheat the county.
I'll make a motion, we approve the Austin Historical Society for $10,000 this year.
Okay, we have a motion for $10,000. Is there a second? Okay, all in favor say aye. Okay, and I vote nay. I'm not in favor of an increase.
I'm nay too.
Oh, you're nay too? Okay, so let the record reflect Mike was nay as well. Okay, thank you. We'll move into item R.
Thank you.
Yeah, Austin Medical Clinic for $12,525.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Stephanie White, and I'm the practice manager for Nevada Health Center's Austin Clinic. Our request this year was for $12,525. Last year, we had received $12,300, so it's an increase of $225. All we were asking for was rent, utilities, and phone. You guys have been great to support us since 2006 every year with some kind of grant. I did want to make note that in the last few months, we have increased our presence there, so we are there every Thursday. Kim and Deb, the EMTs in town, are helping us now with doing telehealth. So we have telehealth available 2 Thursdays, And then our provider, Michael Blythe, is there the other 2 Thursdays of the month.
And that's going to continue.
That will continue.
So the additional expense on the relay switch services,
The phone services for us down there are quite expensive. That's what that.
is that because of the extra 2 days?
No, it's just the utility increase is just an increase that I think everybody's seen this year. It's not something specific.
This seems incredibly expensive for phone.
It does, but it's been continued for years. And if you look at your past grants that you have awarded us, last year is when you added that to the grant. Before that, you're just covering rent and utilities.
So what kind of phones, as far as what kind of phone is that?
So it's more about having a local number for the patients to call and transferring it to another location. Our IT would have to answer specifically, but it's more about not having somebody physically there in town to answer it, and we're having to send it to another location.
Is that like AT&T or something?
I don't know who services it down there. I apologize.
I mean, why would we have to have a local number? I mean, couldn't they just call?
Well, we always have called an 800 number and we get nowhere. We get, oh yes, if you're trying to make an appointment, please leave your name, we'll call you back in 48 hours. And people are very frustrated because they want an appointment tomorrow.
How does that differ, an 800 number versus you give a local number that transfers the number? Where does it transfer to?
So I will, if I
Actually,
can
it was
talk on that
transferred
as
to
well.
Carlin, and Carlin has been answering personally.
Well, that's what I'm
Correct.
saying. Why can't we just give them Carlin's number to call directly? If it's such an expense to have the roll through, you see what I'm saying?
It should
I
be
mean,
just
every-
call forwarding. And
It-
call forwarding can't be $6,000 a year.
No, it's part of the whole.
Yeah, it just seems excessive, $500 a month. For a
It
phone.
is. I agree. The phone service is ridiculous. But again, like I said, you had just added that last year. I see how you're trying to cut everything this year. Of course, we are a federally qualified health center. We have other grants from other federal and state. So we are, grateful for whatever you can give us. The Austin Clinic isn't self-sustaining. We usually see 15 patients a month.
many?
So 15.
15 a month?
15 a month.
No
So
medical
we're,
care is self-sustaining.
right. So we're trying to increase that, and I want to bring that up with everybody that we're doing the telehealth. I know a lot of people have this mindset that telehealth isn't what they want to do. But Michael Blythe, our provider that is down there twice a month, is the one they are seeing on the telehealth cart. So it's still the same provider. You're still getting same services. The only thing that they can't do when he's not there is lab draws. So that has to be done when a provider is physically on site.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Well, I would, what is it when you
About $6,000.
Real quick, Paula Tamar for the record, Lander County Convention and Tourism. I think this is agendized wrong because the medical clinic actually belongs to Convention and Tourism, so the grant is actually from the Nevada Health Centers instead of the Austin Clinic. Like, you're not giving the grant to us, you're giving it to Nevada Health Centers, which we lease the building to them. Just for clarification.
Nevada Health
Thank you,
Centers.
Paula.
Thank you.
But you're still running Austin Medical Clinic though, right?
I'll make a motion, we approve the Nevada Health Centers for $12,500.
You want to keep the phone in there? They said they could source that phone, that amount elsewhere.
Well, I think they need to work on it because if they don't have to pay it all, we won't have to pay the $12,500 if they can get their phone lines down, because that's what it's for. So
And
when
if
they
you guys
submit
are
it, it shouldn't be that much.
amenable to maybe having them call the Carlin number. I know things are a lot different than they used to be with long distance.
Right,
Like,
exactly.
before we have cell phones, nobody wanted to dial long distance. I know that the patients down there have trouble with services, with even sometimes some of them don't even have a cell phone. So if you feel like it's possible
You
for them
need
to
to
just
work on it
call
so we can get
Carlin,
it
and
down.
then I can look into that for sure,
Well, I think
to
that's-
take out the Austin number.
I think that if you're just calling Austin and that person is answering, then that would be the simplest thing to do. It's
Yeah.
not like they're calling the 800 number, they know they're still receiving the same person they were going to, they just have to dial that person. instead of the Austin number.
Correct. We took it off the call center, which was the 800 number, because of a lot of problems that, like Patsy was saying, that patients were having. So they go directly to Carlin, and if Carlin is not in clinic, they go to Elko. So we physically answer the phone.
That would be the easiest.
So you said you could operate that 6,000 out of that budget, right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, we have in the past. We're committed to service the community there.
So Madge,
I make a motion that we,
oh, hold on one second. Patsy had a motion.
Patsy.
So are you keeping your motion, Patsy?
I have the 12,500.
Okay, so she has that motion. Is there a second on that motion? Okay, so that dies. Is there another motion?
I'll make a motion that we give them $6,525.
Okay, so $6,525 is a motion made by JR. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Kathy. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, passed unanimously.
Again, how much? 6,000?
$6,525. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Do you guys want to take a break at this point?
Well, it's lunchtime.
Please.
All right, so are we going, we're gonna break for lunch, or did we order pizza in?
We did order pizza. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just break for lunch.
This conference will now be recorded.
All right, welcome back. We'll continue on with our budget. We'll move into CCP projects. Item 5 of the agenda, discussion for possible action regarding the CCP Fund 055. And we'll start with A, engineering fees in the amount of $250.
$250,000.
What did I say? Oh, wow, $250,000. You can see where I'm going. It's like slash, slash,
That's a big
$250,000. Sorry, I'm sorry.
We're cutting out.
So I would like the commission to know that when we went through these guys' budget, I told them throw the whole table at you guys, and then this can be your guys' vision of what you want the county, but if I went through here, I'd probably, there'd be a lot of
Yeah.
pretty sharp pins, and I probably wouldn't have very happy department heads, so it's easier if you guys do.
Yeah, so that's fine. I mean, that's kind of where I'm going, where I'm headed, is that this sheet that we're looking at, everything in green is something new that's been added. It's not like a rollover. I mean, it's just the state of our economy and where we're at. You know, we've got a presidential election year next year, and it's, I think it's prudent that we're very conservative with taxpayers' dollars, just with the inflation that we're seeing and the threat of recession and possibly worse. And it's just, yeah, that's just how I feel about it, is that we need to be prudent, and hopefully everybody up here feels the same way. But so we'll go ahead and discuss A, engineering fees in the amount of $250,000. So this would be paid to our engineer of record? Or what?
No, so these are for projects that are not out. So if we have a project that comes to this commission and we need some engineering done on it, say the expansion of the sheriff's office or something that we want to start doing there, and we want to just to look at it for the commission to say, okay, this is what it should cost, whatever, we can pull out of this fund to pay an engineer to draw something up and bring them numbers back to you guys. So this is only not based in projects, just based in foresight of things that come forward. For example, a couple years ago, we had a wall fall down behind the Austin Visitor Center, and we had to go in and put a wall up there, and we took it out of this line item.
Okay.
So it's just a holding fund for engineering fees.
Yep.
And was this the amount we budgeted last year?
Yep.
And did we use it all?
No, we've used a fair amount of it, but I don't think we've used it all, no.
No, we haven't used it all. I don't have that number on me,
Okay.
sorry, but
All
So
right.
those don't roll over?
engineering fees, no, we just start a new budget
We just
for
set
it.
it over again?
And then reset it to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we did use a little bit more.
So we'll take these on a one-by-one basis, so if there's no questions or discussion on it, then I'll hear a motion.
So when it rolls over, we don't use that money, where does it go back to? The general fund?
Yeah, it just remains in the fund balance.
So not necessarily the general fund, but just in the CCP fund. It just
Yeah.
stays within
Yeah,
that
yeah.
fund.
Sorry.
So this is just like an insurance policy. If something happens, we can fix it.
Well,
We have the money there
So-
to,
So an example is like the rail park. We're working on things down there, but we don't have a project that we've actually pulled from for it. So when the engineers put together plans, then we come back and present them to you guys, and that's how we pay the engineer to get that started.
Oh, that's the case. Except the 250,000.
Okay, for engineering fees?
Yep.
Okay, so we have a motion from, JR, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, Mike seconds it, all in favor say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. We'll move to B, flood levy project rollover and reduced in the amount of $250,000.
Just
So
just
it's
a roll, just a rollover.
Just a
Yep.
rollover, yeah.
We're currently seeking grant funding for assistance on that.
So, do I have a motion?
Make a motion that we accept the 250 for the flood levy project rollover.
Okay, Kathy made the motion, is there a second?
I'll second.
JR second, all in favor say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. We'll go to C, Battle Mountain West Side Water and Sewer Paving Sidewalks, 4-year project rollover in the amount of $9,750,500. So this is a rollover, so we're in, so we've finished phase 3?
no, that you're thinking phase 3 of the sidewalks and it's currently in progress.
Oh, okay, no, I'm sorry, I see this, yes,
Yeah.
okay.
This is a water and sewer project and then we, included the sidewalks in it and paving and, right now we're waiting on the Nevada Energy. Cause most of the electrical in that side of town is underground.
Right.
And so we don't wanna pave and then have them come back a year later and say, oh, we gotta change this out, so
So
we are working with them right now. And so it is,
So is it a potential to be able to do it this budget year, or is this something we wanna look at rolling over again?
it's gonna be a rollover. But,
That's why it says that, okay.
yeah, yep.
All right, good. So, we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we do the rollover for the Battle Mountain West Side Water and Sewer Pave and Sidewalk 4-year project at $9,750,500.
Okay, Kathy made the motion, second.
I'll second.
JR seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
D, Safe Routes to School, phase 3 rollover in the amount of $3,780,000. So this is a rollover. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we do the $3,780,000, right?
Yep.
For Safe Routes to School Phase 4 rollover.
Phase-
Yeah.
Phase
Okay.
3.
Or phase, I'm sorry, it's Phase 3 rollover.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. We'll move to E, Safe Routes to School Phase 4 in the amount of $250,000.
This is a new project for the sidewalks to extend onto the north side of town across the tracks. And this is not for the whole project amount. This is just basically to get the engineering and everything started on it.
Okay.
So,
So-
and it's years out, a couple of years out, so.
Okay, so, the Safe Routes to School, I think, has been a very, good project and popular project. It's
Yeah,
really
very
cleaned things
popular,
up.
very
Yes,
popular.
exactly, it's, it's very nice, so.
Eventually, we're gonna try to get in the whole town, so.
Are we still eligible for grants when we're doing new safe routes like that?
That's one of the reasons we budgeted the 250,000, and so we can have the engineering done and show that it's a shovel-ready project for our grant applications. So we are applying for them currently.
Okay. Motion to approve, school phase 4 in the amount of $250,000 for safe routes to school.
Okay, we have a motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We'll move to F, Public Works Facility in the amount of $2,225,000.
This is a new project, for new public works, that'll include, what's the word I'm looking for the water sewer, road and bridge, basically new office. We're currently, we're pretty tight over here. We're running out of room. And so we're looking to build a new building, that'll encompass our secretaries, a new office for me, and get the lead men and stuff all together.
And this is only budgeted at half of the cost. This is one that we were looking at getting grant funding for, but Bert can correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like we're gonna be able to get grant funding for this one. For any new builds, we'll have a hard time getting grant funding for.
Okay. Well, this is my thought on it. I know it'd be a nice want. I don't know if it's necessarily a need. I know the commission, we're headed down the direction of building a $6, $7, possibly $8 million new firehouse and training facility. And I think we might have room for one project like that in this budget. So that's my 2 cents. What do you guys want to do? Okay.
We can look at it in the future.
Okay, we'll look at it in the future. We'll move on. Item G, mag chloride Battle Mountain in the amount of $100,000.
This is the same thing we've done in the years past. We plan on hitting some different roads this year. It's kind of like sidewalks. Everybody that saw it, first they was against it. Now they're really liking it. It's helping out, and it's actually we're able to hit more roads and blade more roads. Get around more now. So
I was going to ask you if it was being received well. How was it with all this moisture we got this year?
This year wasn't so great with all the moisture.
So the lovers are haters right
yeah,
now?
Yeah, got a little of each.
All right, so we have a motion on that? This mag is for all these rural gravel roads.
Gravel roads,
that
yep.
get real
Dirt roads.
dusty. And if you travel them much, you see that when it's not like this year we had with all this moisture, it is really nice. It keeps compaction, keeps the dirt down.
Yeah. Well, it also worked against us, and it got too wet because it does retain the moisture. Is what how it works. It retains the moisture, and then
So we have to have it.
yeah, we have. So
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and does it cut maintenance costs having it?
yes,
It does?
Yes.
So you're
Yes.
actually
So
saving?
so we've actually we really didn't save, but we moved over and was able to do maintenance on do more maintenance other places. So
Gotcha. But it saved maintenance on that
yes,
particular road?
yes, on
you
that
had.
particular road, yes.
All
So
right.
Unless it rains hard.
unless it rains hard.
Then you gotta remag.
A motion to approve the 100,000 for the mag chloride in Battle Mountain.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. H, mag chloride Austin in the amount of $100,000.
This is your mag in Austin.
They've got, what's that road? Thanks for bringing that up.
Is Bay Creek,
I don't think he does Big Creek. He hits, oh gosh, Grass Valley Road a lot is one of the major ones. There's, what's that road off of 722, Bert? 215, thank you. Yep. Then there's a couple other small ones he hits around Austin, so.
Necessary for the same amount then?
Yes.
Buy it, you think it'll be used?
Yes, oh yes, it gets used.
Believe it or not, it actually is more beneficial to Austin. They don't have near the crew down there. So
Right.
down here we have a blade and a water truck that run together. Down there they have a blade all by itself. So their blade guys don't have water trucks to come behind them and make sure they have the right moisture in there, to take care of it. And they have equal amount of road miles.
Yeah.
So it's more beneficial in
Way
Austin.
more beneficial down there.
A motion to approve the 100,000 for mag chloride use in Austin.
Okay, we have a second? Okay, motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We'll move to item I, new library in the amount of $3 million.
And this is another one of the projects that's only half the cost of the building. And in your CCP tab, there is justification in there that Sean and Rebecca provided, and it has the quote that they received for the $7
I think
million.
it came up to what, 723,000, something like that?
$7 million.
$7 million.
I'm sorry,
That-
7
yeah,
million.
that's the cost of the
Yeah.
total. But again, I don't think we're gonna be able to get grant funding for this one.
Okay. So again, I think a nice, big, beautiful library would be great, but I just don't think the timings would be correct, so.
If we scratch I, we can keep J and put it for future, yeah.
If we scratch I,
Uh-huh.
and we could keep J, oh, I see what you're saying, yes. Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yep. Okay, so there's no motion on that? Okay, we'll move into J. Library, county ran, rollover and reduced by 500,000 in the amount of 500,000.
I'll make the motion that we do the county ran rollover and reduce by 500 and for 500.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second? Okay, we have a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
It's unanimous. We'll move into K, I-80 sound wall, rollover in the amount of 300,000.
What's going on with that?
We're waiting for NDOT to,
Yeah, and
More
we haven't gained
grants?
any traction with NDOT. This was one of our requests, and we thought that if we funded that partially, that it would gain traction. We haven't gained any traction there. So if you guys didn't want to fund that, that would be okay. And if you did, that would be okay too. It doesn't. That was solely there for trying to bring NDOT to the table and building that.
I don't see that we're gonna get anywhere with NDOT on that.
We haven't yet.
But, I mean, if we keep it there, it doesn't hurt, we just roll it over, it is money that's earmarked, right?
yeah. And they had asked us when it was one of the requests to NDOT, they had said we would have to fund part of it, and that's why we put it in the budget, but.
Okay.
Where's this sound wall gonna be?
Right there along I-80 by the houses.
I believe it's extended on.
Extended,
Yep.
yeah.
Well, if we don't need the 300,000, we might as well just keep it designated then in case, right?
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
It's been there for 3 years, I do believe.
And what are the stipulations, can we keep projects at bay and capital projects at bay, is it 5 years they give you, or is there any stipulation you can keep them in there at a?
I'm not aware of any stipulation, you can budget how
Okay.
you want to. Mhm.
Alright, is there a motion?
Motion to roll over the amount of 300,000 for the I-80 sound wall.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been motioned and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. We'll move to L, 2023-2024 repaving projects, Old 8A, Hilltop Road, and Arabian Road in the amount of $1,845,614.
Okay, these are, putting new pavement down. Old 8A, and Hilltop Road, it's basically, them turn lanes we put in, they are very narrow, and we'd like to extend them out for, make them a little bit safer. Arabian Road has not been paved since the 80s.
Arabian's over, where's that? Over
That's the
Wilshire?
first one on the left as you're heading out where Steve Selden and everybody live out there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it hasn't been paved in a long time. You tried down it and it's alligator, and we thought about trying to put a Band-Aid on it, but I don't think that'd be a waste of money, county money, so.
Yeah, well, that's gonna be a, so and then Old
That's-
8A, I mean, that's pretty bad too, isn't it? Or
Old 8A's not in bad shape,
It's
really,
not?
no. I think we can, next year we'll probably come in with a Cape Sill or something on it, and
So we're looking at just doing the widening turn lanes for 8A Hilltop Road.
Yep.
And then it'd be basically a whole new road for Arabian.
yeah, it was grinded out, CTB and.
So do you
I
need
believe.
that, do you need that full amount if you're not doing Old 8A, or is that?
No, that's the full amount for Arabian plus the little bit on 8A and that, so.
So
Yeah.
can we still, if they have been paved, we still can go over the pavement, or do we have to dig them up?
On
Like
These-
Arabian, you'd grind it up.
Arabian, it'll be ground up and put back
Laid
into
down.
the soil. It'll be basically a base, and then we'll put cement over that.
I mean,
and
less
stir it in.
expensive than a road that's never been paved, right? Not
No,
necessarily?
it's a little, I believe the cost is a little bit more. It just depends on if you have dirt work to do and all that stuff, so.
No, we need to take care of it.
Well, that's
Yeah.
what I was gonna say, so it's an infrastructure and we definitely need to.
It is.
Yep.
Take care of our infrastructure. And so, I'll hear a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the repaving Old 8A, Hilltop, and Arabian Road in the amount of $1,845,614.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, been motioned and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. We'll move to M, Clark Boulevard, new paving in the amount of $210,366. So where's Clark Boulevard?
Clark Boulevard, that's out off, I believe it's 1900 that, it's just a short road. It's never been paved. All the roads around it have been paved, sorry. The person who developed it brought me in the paperwork showing that it was, what's the word here? We have the right of way or easement or whatever, because that's why we never have paved it. We never thought it was ours. We always thought it was private, but it is our road. So I said, well, he brought that in, I double checked, it is ours, so I said we can get her done.
So do you feel it's something that we need to get this budget cycle, or is it something, I mean, it's a gravel road, obviously. I mean,
It is a gravel road. It's been a gravel road for a long time.
And it's a very short gravel road.
Mm-hmm.
But it is wide enough and
Yep.
it's a good road.
Yes.
All we gotta do
Yes.
is pave it.
Yes. And they'll probably reblade it, and then lay it down,
Lay it,
so,
pave
yep.
it.
How many homes that are on
There is 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe, off that road. Like I said, it's a short stretch. But it's the only one in that area that has not been paved.
What are like oil costs and all that stuff right now?
I believe it was $2.50 a square yard.
Didn't we buy a bunch of oil back when we knew prices were gonna go up? Did we secure a bunch? I remember.
I don't think we secured it. We bought the project, so, or how'd that go? I know what you're talking about, Brian.
Yeah.
But if we get in at a certain time, just depending on, because the price to get off, if we approve it early, we can buy it at this price and they'll hold it for us. So,
That's what
thank you.
Aaron got for you.
What is a square foot? I watched it the other day. Okay, in Clark.
Is there any questions
It
or
used to.
discussion? If not, I'll hear a motion.
Right there.
Yep. 2100.
I'll motion to approve the repaving in the amount of
$4 a square foot.
for Clark Boulevard.
So Mike, you made the motion, Mike?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, passes, unanimous.
To answer your question, Brian, I think it's $4 a square foot.
Okay. So, how is that compared to 5 years ago?
I believe it was 2 something 5 years ago. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go to item N, Quail Run, new paving in the amount of $273 and $273 and $725. $273,000.
273,000. Again, this is a short road. It's over here by these storage sheds. They paved part of the road several years ago, and he just didn't have it all developed yet at that time. So he finally brought it up to the county standards and stuff. And
That's right over here?
Yes, it's right over here. I don't believe there's anything going on right at this moment out there, but
And so and there's access to residential there, or is it
no,
just?
no, there's
It's
no
just
res-
access to the storage sheds?
As a matter of fact, there's no storage sheds out there right now. I don't know if he's selling the property off or what, but it was brought up to county standards, so.
Shelve this one until next year.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Put it on next year's budget.
We can do that.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion, we shelve this until next year on the Quail Run.
You don't have,
Yeah, I don't-
you don't have to. You didn't make a motion on any of the other ones you
No.
didn't approve?
Okay, good, so we just,
Yeah.
okay, we'll just, sorry, JR, sent you down the wrong road. Let's see. Item O, 2023-2024 preventive maintenance in the amount of $1,975,000.
Okay, this is the project we kind of started last year, and it's probably gonna be an ongoing deal. But it's, we went in and crack sealed last year. This year, we're gonna tape what we crack sealed. And this year, we'll be able to crack seal some more. And then tape it also. And we got
It's all for
oh
Hilltop.
yeah, we got a list of roads here.
So in your backup, Aaron did a list of the roads that this one will be for, and it's mainly Hilltop.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's just maintaining our infrastructure, so.
It is maintaining the infrastructure, and then next year we'll just keep going across and get the whole town. It's we added up the cost of the asphalt that's out there, I can't remember, it's like 23 million, I believe it was, or something that we're protecting, so.
Okay. Is there a motion?
I'll make the motion, we do 2023, 2024 preventative maintenance, the cost of $1,957,975.
$975.
We're on the same track.
Yes, good grief, $1,957,000.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second?
75. Well, I'm just thinking, cause on here, that's not what it says, it doesn't say 75 on mine, it says 57 on
Oh,
this
did
one
I
I'm
put it
looking
wrong?
at.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it does say it on this, so go off the agenda.
The agenda's right, I'm sorry.
So it's, $1,975,000.
Yeah. Okay, so we have a second? Okay, so we have a motion, and a second, all in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, it's unanimous. We'll move into P, Battle Mountain Firehouse rollover in the amount of $6,851,250. So this is one we've talked about, and we've rolled over the last few years, I think. And I know we had some discussion, I think it was last meeting, or the meeting before last on it. So I know our engineer was going to create some different plans or something. Weren't we looking at that? Because we were looking at maybe incorporating like a training center in with it, and we debated whether we had enough room back here. So is that?
Proper, we also asked if it was the proper location for the space we had back there.
Yeah.
And
So
I suggested you buy the property across the street and do it over there. Cause there's enough room that they can expand it if they ever need to.
well, there's
Over here they can't.
you can on this side. You got property that's owned on this
It's
side.
not very far.
Huh? It runs all the way down to the golf course road there. Yes, it does. The very last section is owned by Elquist, and I think Roop owns that section up to Elquist. And we've already been I've been contacted by one person that said they would be interested in selling property if the county needed to buy it to help us out. The other landowner, I'm not sure of, so.
So for right now, we'll just roll it over.
Yeah, because,
Motion to approve the Battle Mountain Firehouse rollover in the amount of $6,851,250.
I'll second.
okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. Okay, we'll go to Q, California Trail Site rollover, added 50,000 in the amount of 75,000.
And this one's one I believe that we're looking to get grant funding for, right? The California Trail Site?
Chances of getting grant funding for that, is it good?
For this one, yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, okay. So we have a motion?
Motion to approve the California Trail Site lower, added 50,000, amount of 75,000.
We have a motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, motion second, all in favor say aye. Aye,
Aye.
it's unanimous. Right. R, Austin basketball / tennis courts awning in the amount of $975,138.
Okay, this is actually one that, that we recommended by putting some type of a covering over our tennis court, which we thought would be wonderful since we're doing pickleball in the summertime and such, and for safety and for our elderly that are using it. However, $1 million is
Yeah.
just totally
Crazy.
I mean, you can build a whole inside complex for that. So when I looked at actually the backup that we have on it later on, and I know Donnie was getting some quotes and such, but it was like $222,000 for the people just to relocate here to even start. And I went, this isn't what we're doing, and no, I don't want to ever enclose the whole thing. So all I want is just the covering, like they put over the top of the hay, and then we'll have some electrical. And we can do it for a heck of a lot cheaper, so we don't have $1 million involved to. They said, well, we might want to enclose it later, and I went, no, we'd enclose the pool before we'd ever enclose the tennis court, come on. So what can you give us for some amounts you think we could
How big is the basketball court?
It's a pretty
Just
good
a tennis
size.
court.
It's a pretty
Yeah.
good sized building, but,
Court.
or yeah, court, sorry.
But I'm with Patsy, $1 million roof, come on.
It is
No
expensive.
way in the world, I mean.
Yeah, yeah, I believe that was for a red iron building. We can look into other options for,
But we don't know how much to put aside for something like that, and I would love to have it done,
how big
but,
was
Can we put 100,000 aside for engineering or so, and then maybe bring it back with different ideas? Or how much?
Is it, I heard pickleball's pretty popular down there.
oh, it is, and now we have all those seniors that are playing pickleball.
Yeah?
And so we thought for safety and everything, it would be really wonderful to be a little bit cooler. And even in the wintertime, we can put up our ice rink, which would be cool, because we don't have all the snow then, so we'll be able to use that. So, I like the idea, but it's just like putting up a roof over your hay. I mean, we've
Well,
got.
they have those big, just like the
Baseball fields.
over there in Winnemucca, that's, it's not metal, it's like it's a polymer or some sort of plastic or
Yeah.
something, like a big roof like that over it,
yeah.
you know? You see a lot of those.
So if we put aside, what, 100,000 to
That's
start
what we're
with?
thinking.
Yep.
Something like
Yeah,
that?
softball fields have it, and it's hold material, so the wind don't grab it.
So these are also engineer estimates,
Yeah.
so depending on what
Yeah,
is
that's
in
just,
it.
I mean, even just $100,000 in engineering for a roof over a court,
I would think we could probably get the whole thing done, pole barn or Versatube for
Yeah.
underground.
yeah, I just, not losing track of myself.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve, 100,000 towards the Austin basketball tennis court awning.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. All right, so we'll move to S, Senior League Field Power / Water Isolation in the amount of $368,000. So Senior League Field, what are we calling that, over by the high school?
Over by the high school, yes.
So that is that's our field, we maintain it, high school uses it.
Yeah,
Yep.
and we're burying the power lines. We also, but off our power lines, it also goes towards the school, which I've been in contact with them. So the county's been paying the school power for since 1960s. So what we're trying to do is isolate our power, put it in the ground, and then our water that we water our fields with, there's also water in the football field and the soccer fields over there. We're gonna isolate that so we can shut off a baseball field during the 4th of July celebration and just one baseball field.
Yeah.
Last year when we shut off the water for
It
the 4th of
shuts
July, it
everything
shuts
off.
everything off. The football field, the soccer field, everything. So we're trying to isolate it so we have our county that we maintain is on one system and the school itself will be on their system.
So there's a lot of excavating, laying new pipe.
Yep.
Yep.
And NP Energy's gonna drop their 2 boxes, one for the school, one for us at the road, the far end road. Altenburg loops around, I think, I don't know what that road's called. 2 different boxes, and then we have to, the county and the school, which they'll be responsible for their side of it, will have to pipe everything else in.
Okay, so, I mean, again, I think it would be nice, but is it something that is it a must-have, do we need it, I mean, yeah, what are your thoughts on it?
Honestly, we could probably put it off for,
Another year.
yep.
I mean, because we've been
Yeah.
dealing with it how long now?
1960.
Exactly.
1960? Yeah. Okay, do you guys have anything to add to that? Would you
The
like
only-
to see the project, or?
Unless we can do, is there any part of it we can do a heck of a lot less expensive?
We can look into it, but let's
Yeah.
put it off till next budget year and
Yeah.
hopefully we can come up with different pricing.
Okay. All right, so we'll move to item S, we did S. T, FCAA and WIC facility in the amount of $250,000. So this is, we granted money to this organization earlier, and they're in a facility that they pay rent on, so now we're asking to build a facility.
This is, I think that this is not more just for WIC, but for the community of Battle Mountain. There's a lot of people who go in for, when food comes in, and they are standing out in, the cold or in the heat, and then they also don't have any place to put extra food. So when the food comes in and they have absolutely no area, that either ends up getting thrown out if there's extra, because we have no area to keep it for, any any time, length of time, because that building is so small. And so I had spoke a couple of times about having some kind of ideas of where we can do, for the community, because we have hundreds of people who come through once a month to the food bank, and there's nowhere for them to stand, and the majority of them are all older people. And you have people collapsing in the winter or collapsing in the summertime, and so this was a suggestion. And the worse the economy gets, the more people that we're getting in line. And during COVID, just for example, we would have to have law enforcement come in to help, because we would have food lines that would go all the way down Front Street. And there's still times that we have lots of people. So this was an idea that I had rolled around with Donnie, and they have absolutely no room in their little tiny building for anything. And so that's.
We don't currently have any other county buildings that we could use?
We've actually been using we moved all our stuff out of the storage building over there at the cemetery, and so they're currently trying to use it, but it's a very small storage building, so now we're struggling for storage.
I thought we actually bought some extra refrigerators, commercial refrigerators.
I remember Commissioner Anschel was talking about food storage, like having some we never did anything with that, right? That was a couple years ago. Is that what you're?
This was the same issue. We have no place for anything extra as far as food storage, and you couldn't buy anymore. They had to help. I think was it Nevada Gold Mines that bought you some freezers, or is it the shelving? Andrea, please.
So, Barrett, Newmont, they provided the shelving for us.
Because you can go any day of the week, and they're open, and there are people in there utilizing that food pantry. And this is a story and this isn't just to get your heart, but to how bad it is. A handful of years ago, when I still worked at the sheriff's office, there was a lady that was starving from low income, and she ended up breaking into a bunch of buildings to get food and money. And it's very sad when you see people that are actually starving and don't know what to do. And these guys have done a wonderful job, but then they also have to throw out stuff when it comes in and there's too much, because there's no place to hold anything extra for any period of time. So it's a double-edged sword.
So again, I'm not arguing the point that it's not something needed, but is it something that we need this budget cycle, or could we wait and look at it at a different time?
What's the research been for grants and that, for federal? You'd think there would be federal grants.
You would think, yeah.
And also, is there communication with the company that sets all this up to where they unload so much and, they know what the people are when a muck, or is just a truck pull up and in a day we gotta give?
It doesn't work that way. And I've worked with Nevada Food Bank, and it doesn't work that way. They bring through however much they think are gonna serve this area, and it's very dire, and it's not just dire here, you guys. I'll give you a perfect example. Handful of months ago, about 3 months ago, I went and worked the food bank here, and they are so desperate for food in Reno. When they brought us cases of nothing but moldy strawberries, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of cases. And so when I called and said, hey, what are they said, we're so desperate for food, the drivers just pick up the food and bring it. They don't even look to see what they're delivering. And they don't have the manpower to pay, because a lot of that stuff is volunteer, a lot of it's granted, and people who have leftover stores, they just donate the food. So it's not like it's this great, plan that's set in place. So we're trying to do the very best. But to work the food bank, it's interesting to work it a few times to see exactly what comes through, because sometimes they don't get meat, they get food sticks, jerky sticks, and that's what they're giving the older people, are jerky sticks for food. And it's not these guys, it's all blue we get. So it's really an eye opener just to go work a few times and see which would be fine for hunger, but most people don't live on jerky, but it's sad. So
couldn't we do something like a mobile office trailer or something?
I have no idea. I don't know what. I just know that building is.
If I may, this facility for WIC, I mean, we could look at cheaper options if we could fund this amount, this budget cycle, and we can cut you out, because that's not as needed as much as this WIC facility will be for WIC. And
Cut
then
which one out, Sean?
You, the next one.
Okay,
Same
well, you-
amount, same building.
I thought you were talking to me, it's like.
Yeah. Oh, no, item U, right? Commissioner.
You make that much?
Lightning in the
so the
mood.
rec center's
But for this facility for WIC, it is really needed, and they do a lot of good things for the community. And they have been getting donations and stuff that have been stolen out of their yard because they don't have room to lock it up. So as far as that goes, and the people they do help in the community, if this is one that we could do this year, the next item, agenda U, or item U, not you personally, if we cut that one out to fund this one. And if you want me to look at cheaper options, we can go back and maybe look at some cheaper options, but if we could fund this year.
What are we doing with that old building right there by the health center? The old BLM building?
That's search and rescue.
The green one?
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, that's search and rescue.
And they utilize that.
Also, we have some other funds that haven't been used, and they've built up a pretty good fund balance. If you want to take some of these smaller projects, the capital acquisition has about a $5 million fund balance right now, and the wildlife enhancement's the only project we have coming out of that one. So some of these smaller ones we could move to capital acquisition, and then we also have our RTC fund that has about a $5 million fund balance that we can use for some of our paving and transportation projects, if you guys wanted to lighten the load on the CCP fund.
Yeah. Okay, so, all right, so are there any questions, discussion? I'm ready to hear a motion.
I would like to make a motion for the FCNA WIC facility in the amount of $250,000.
Okay.
I'll second it.
So I have a motion and a second. I'd like for you to see if you could find something,
I will.
maybe scope it down. How big a building is that for $250,000?
It's the same one we have out at the landfill. I believe
Yep.
it's 40 by 60.
40 by 60, I believe so.
2,400 square
But it's the same building. If you pull up to the landfill, the metal building off to the left, it's the same design,
Yep.
same building.
Okay. And where are you proposing putting it?
This will go behind.
Right behind the WIC office, where that old playground used to be years ago,
Yes.
in that sandy area right there.
All right, so we have the motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, so it's unanimous. So rec center storage for $250,000. We'll just look at that at a different time.
Yep.
V, master plan for a sports complex in the amount of $100,000.
The sports complex over here, we were looking at adding some fields. Instead of throwing that on this budget, to see if we even needed more fields, we came up that we need to come up with a master plan, a 5-year plan, or even a 10-year plan on moving forward with what are the needs of the community and how it would fit in with all our other complexes that we have.
Again, I have a hard time. It's like, man, the amount of money we pay for master plans. It's like just to have somebody come in and it's like it just seems ridiculous to me. And maybe I'm just ignorant of the fact. I don't know, but it's just. I mean, I know what we have right now. I think Reed has done a lot of work, and those fields look amazing. I mean, you compare to those two a few years ago, it's like dynamite work. But I don't know. What do you guys think? No motion?
Well, I remember the ones that were pro this kind of a sports complex, and they said they didn't want to drive all over town having one child play here and one child play there, and I'm going, but it's a small town, I mean, come on, at least we have wonderful places for them to play, so I'm okay, let's scratch it for a bit.
Okay, we'll move on. Item W, emergency project line in the amount of $250,000. So what's this?
Is that our zip line?
What? What zip line? No, we always budget this just for emergencies that come along throughout the fiscal year. If we have to fix something major or it's nothing specific, it's just a cushion in case we have an emergency project we have to
So
do.
how much did we spend out of it last year?
I don't know what our current spending is on it. I can try to find
But we
out.
budgeted that same amount, $250,000.
Yeah.
Okay. And it was sufficient?
For this current year, we haven't spent very much. I think it's what is the
Nothing's
fit,
come out of there yet, though.
is it the fit thing that we're doing is going to come out of there?
Yeah, the fitness that's going by the rec center, that amount will come out of that 250, so there'll be 100 and, what was it, 120? I can't remember right now. 105,000 or whatever. Well, that'll come out of here, and that'll be about it for this year.
Yeah, we've spent very little out of the emergency project line so far this year.
Okay. Is there a motion?
A motion to approve the emergency project line in the amount of $250,000.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion and second. All in favor say aye.
Was it the full amount? The
250,000.
250?
Yep.
Aye.
Aye. All, so it's unanimous. So we'll move into building and equipment.
Oh, yeah.
Discussion, thanks, guys. Discussion and possible action regarding buildings and equipment / repair and maintenance fund 029. Afternoon, Colt. Okay, so, A, courthouse blind repairs in the amount of $3,000.
Yeah, this was just preventative maintenance. Some of our automatic blinds are going out. We're gonna kind of budget some money for replacing them with hand operated ones. We're trying to do it in a sense where we're just gonna do it as they fail, Brian, so
Okay.
that's all it is, and that's how much we've spent this year. So I thought, let's just start with that.
Okay, so this is amount would be ones that are unoperational currently.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions, discussion?
Motion to approve the blind repairs, the amount of 3,000.
All right, motion second? Okay, we have a motion second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. B, adult learning center roof repair in the amount of $53,000. So this is the old bank building, yeah?
Yes. Yeah, and what, part of our preventative maintenance program, we've listed all of our assets. We have over 33 buildings, including with Austin, that we've put in an asset computerized maintenance management system. We started looking at the buildings, and what I asked for our maintenance department was, let's start looking at a preventative side of, for example, this roof is leaking now, it's getting worse. We got a quote for a full diaphragm with actual work around the outside of it, as well as you drive by it, you'll see it's all coming off, some of the wood is and everything else, to fix that whole roof and make it all, up to par would be, that's a 10% contingency at 53,000, so it's a little bit less than that, 10% less than that, but I like to put that because of costs and everything. So that's what the 53,000 is to just repair that building and have it back up to par for us.
So currently in that building, we have adult ed, is that who we have in there? Who uses that building right now?
Yes.
It is Old Ed. And do they pay us rent for that building? How does that work?
We have an agreement with them, I'm not sure, if they do, it's like $1 a month, it's really low.
Okay, and then how many kids do they have in there typically?
I don't.
Because it's a very large building. So my
I'm not-
question is,
I'm not aware of any agreement we have with adult ed. Liz, are you?
It's with the judge.
Yes, we do have an agreement on the building with the district court judge.
Yes.
But they don't pay us anything, right?
No,
Oh, they don't pay anything?
I don't think so.
Oh, I thought it was like $1 a month, but we'll double check.
Maybe, but we do have an agreement with it, we have for years.
so it's not, we don't really have a choice in it type of agreement, or just, I'm kind of lost
No,
on
we
it.
do have a choice.
Okay.
I think it's actually was brought up a while back to actually, try and get Greater Nevada Credit Union in that, and the judge said that he would relocate if we needed to, but no one
Okay.
was utilizing it, so he was fine with it.
Well, the thought process I had is like, we're looking for county buildings for, like, I'm thinking WIC, right? I mean, if we have something this small, could we move them into a different county building to where they still get what their need is, but then we provide that much greater space for something that's probably needed more than adult ed, Cause that's why I was asking, do we know what the pupil count is, how many people use that building? Cause it is, I mean, how large is that building? 10,000 square foot?
It's pretty good.
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know.
probably close to that. I don't know if it's quite that large, but
Okay.
Last year, the evening, Brian, was quite a bit more than like the day usage.
The
We had
evening?
two or three service providers that come in, I don't know where if they came in from the college or what, but usually the school board on a report, their evenings were a little bit bigger, but like during business hours, there was only like one or two students at the most.
And because that's the other things, we have the old commissioner chambers, which is used for Great Basin College, right? I mean, is there space in there that,
They used to have adult ed at the
Yeah.
at the college, and then they also did at the old junior high as well. They did night classes there
yeah,
before they went.
I'm just
to
trying to
the
think, if there's a way we could free up that building. Anyway, it's our county building, and it's like, it's something that has to be taken care of, 'cause it's just gonna get worse if we don't repair it, so we'll be dealing with water damage on the inside. And so, if there's no questions, I'll hear a motion.
Motion to approve the adult learning center roof repair in the amount of $52,000.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion second, all in favor say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. C, Civic Center, one HVAC unit in the amount of $25,000. I believe, I thought we discussed that last budget cycle, the HVACs, no?
Yes, they've been replacing one or two every
Yes.
budget. Yes.
Okay, all right.
And we're replacing them, really from the failure standpoint. And this part's gonna be a little bit more of the predictive side. With one of our new service agreements, we're gonna be really looking at all this equipment, categorizing it, seeing what's the oldest piece, and then pulling it out. And we wanted to replace one on that Civic Center a year. We've already replaced 3 or 4, I believe, total, so, you know, some of them are original, so we're just slowly keeping up with it.
Okay. Have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we replace the Civic Center HVAC unit in the amount of $25,000.
Second?
I'll second it.
Motion second, all in favor say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. D, Animal Control Building, HVAC, in the amount of $26,000.
Now, this is the same one that the sheriff has under our animal control, of course. And I believe it was what, 2 mini splits?
Yes.
Is that right? 2 mini splits, so that would be, heat and air conditioning?
We're talking about the animal control HVAC,
Right,
yes.
the animal control,
Yep.
right, but since it's our building, so, but at least that's 2 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And are any of these compatible units? I mean, do we share the same units, or is every one of our buildings different?
Unfortunately, they're all a little bit different because of size and everything else, and the ductwork, it's something else when you go look at it, so. Robert can speak to these next 2 items better
Robert
than I
Quick
can.
for the sheriff's office, just a little context for the animal control. Since they built that building, it had a swamp cooler in it, which does not suffice and has not sufficed. There is no ductwork in this building, so that's why we're lobbying for the split systems, because there's also no place to put ductwork.
But the 2 mini splits will take care of the whole thing?
According to the contractor that we got with, yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll make a motion, we approve the animal control building HVAC in the amount of $26,000.
I'll second.
A motion and second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. E, Animal Control Building fencing in the amount of $30,000. So what are we doing here fencing wise?
Is this, I saw the diagram that you have, but I couldn't follow it. Is this new fencing? Is it larger, or is it just replacing the old fencing?
Pull up a chair, Robert.
Yeah.
Keeps looking at you.
Again,
like,
Robert Quick for the sheriff's office. So this fencing covers partial around this outside the building, and where this comes from, it kind of incorporates some of the water sewer pits there for their fencing as well. But what it does is enclose the back side of the building in, which will allow us to put up panels when we need it to secure animals that we've had to house before in various places throughout the county. And I'm talking horses and goats and sheep and llamas.
So it's expanding, it's expanding.
We have no fencing there now. What this does is on the backside where the dog kennels are, it brings the fence out and encloses an area where we can build panels if we need them.
How many linear feet is this fence for $30,000?
It's in his,
I'd have to look.
under animal control, under your part.
But we did talk to Road and Bridge, and Donnie has like an old storage unit that he can move out of there. And there's current water out there, a spigot that we'll be able to use as well if we had to put up the panels. And we would get with Donnie to get some panels if we needed them, or to put some temporary ones out there.
Okay,
So it's
but you
nothing
think-
we're gonna build permanently, but we need the fencing around it, because right now, when we get those types of cases, which seem to be more frequent, we're scrambling to try and find a place for these animals.
But you think that amount is adequate?
That is the contractor's bid for the fencing for that design that we put in.
Okay.
And the space should be sufficient based on talking to Donnie and moving the one storage unit he's not using out there for the bug people. that are out there.
Is that what you needed?
Yeah, I can't read that, I don't have my glasses.
I'll make a motion that we approve the animal control building fencing in the amount of $30,000.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. F, health nurse HVAC, 2 units in the amount of 41,000, fully HVAC units. A lot of them this year.
Yeah, and again, Brian, we're piecing these together and we're sending electricians and mechanics over to work on these as they fail and get them going again. These are really old units and both of them need replaced, part of our preventative maintenance plan. These are smaller units, so we can get both of them for the 41. That does have a 10% contingency added to it because of costs. So I think that one will come in lower too, for those two.
I'll make a motion that we do the health nurse HVAC 2 units in the amount of 41,000.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. Item G, Battle Mountain Road and Bridge, rebuild of a 12G road grader in the amount of $520,000.
This is a want, basically, not a desperate need. I mean, we can put it off for a few years if you guys need want, so.
What's the maintenance cost on that road grader to look at?
Actually, the maintenance on that road grader is pretty cheap. It's basically our spare, but we have been using it more and more and more.
Okay.
Anymore, you buy something that has a computer, and computers go down, and it takes a long time for us to get parts, and we gotta call somebody in to read the computer and stuff, so we like keeping the old machines, so.
Gotcha, okay.
But it is running at this time, and if you guys don't wanna do it, we can put it off, so.
Okay.
Do we need to do something to where we have money in case of something like that? Do we have repair costs set aside for?
We have a repair and maintenance budget, so.
Okay.
All right, well then, does anybody want to make a motion, or we'll just, okay, we'll move on. H, Austin Water Shop Building repairs, leaking roof, and various others in the amount of $20,000.
This was just a repair to not only the roof, but various other items that Glenn picked up when he went down and did an inspection. I think with Chris, if I remember his name right, that it's a shop that Donnie had asked me to look at, put on the budget. It does need repaired. Their water's dripping on them as they're working. So it's just that type of repair to just get it up to snuff where it's a decent building again.
Okay.
Is this the right repair? I mean, is 20,000 gonna do it for our other roof?
So isn't this currently in your budget to fix, like now?
No.
We don't have any way to fix a roof on some of our things?
We can use our emergency
yeah,
project line.
we can
Yeah.
use our
We do
emergency
have
project.
room for it in our budget, but
I mean, I don't wanna wait till July.
Yeah, I think where this come from is when we kicked out, when we're building the budget, hey, if you have any projects you know that you would like, could you throw them my way? That's where these came. And then, we went and looked at them and said, hey, we'll throw them on there and see. But yeah, Patsy, we could. It's not so bad that he can't work in there. Donnie could probably speak to it a little bit more.
It's not a major emergency, it's just like got screw holes from the old metal and stuff like that, and so they'd like to get them plugged up eventually, so we,
You're not happy
it's
using
a summer
umbrellas?
project.
Yeah.
It's not like it needs to be done today,
If
so.
we got holes.
I
we're
mean,
gonna flush them.
look at
That
the
only works
weather
for
that we
short term.
have.
If it's a decent metal building, why wouldn't we move it to 50,000 and be covered? If we don't use it, that's my worry. And then we're gonna drain that fund and this fund. If we're starting at that point, then it's probably time to look at if it's flat roof, if it's tarp that does it, or what. My worry is 20,000.
Yeah.
Is right at, we're hoping.
Yeah, and Mike, you're right. I mean, my apologies, my due diligence, we should have really went and got an infrastructure review of the building, but we didn't. It was just a 20,000 should do it. I asked Donnie, he said, yeah, it sounds good. I was kind of scrambling to get this budget together, so it's my first one, so. But it is a good point. It probably would.
Can we table this to get a better evaluation and come
Well,
back to this?
we can approve the 20, and then we can always change it prior to the final budget being put in,
Okay.
right? Yeah.
Okay.
All right, great. So is there a motion on that?
Motion to approve the water shop building repairs in the amount of $20,000.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Austin Firehouse cabinets, countertops in the amount of $7,880. So are we putting in new cabinets and countertops, or is it, just old ones that we're ripping out?
We're just kind of renovating the firehouse, the cabinets and the countertops for their functional. I mean, a lot of the stuff's not working, and they wanted to just redo them, kind of, you know, instead of throwing everything out, build what they could. And we got a contract, we got an estimate from Desi, I believe, for the 7880, if I remember right, which one it was, so we stuck that in there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Kim
yeah,
Shaw.
Kim.
Oh, Kim can help talk to this one.
The cabinets are all missing on the cabinet doors are all missing on the old metal ones that are currently in there. And we currently don't have any countertop space at all. So we're using tables, and then we don't have enough tables for our events, cause we've got them all in the kitchen, we're cooking on them and whatever, so, yeah, just, I mean, if we can get some cabinets, and we were thinking about putting locks on the cabinets as well, so we can lock some things in there so our stuff quits disappearing.
Without doors, you can't keep it from disappearing.
I know.
It looks like this is removing the old stuff and putting in some new cabinets.
I'll make a motion that, we approve the $7,880 for the Austin Firehouse cabinets and, countertops.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second? I have a motion and a second, all in favor say aye. Aye, unanimous. J, Austin Road and Bridge, major repairs for number 201, 1990 International 4800 plow, sander dump truck, rollover in the amount of $27,000. So.
These are
roll this
just,
over from, yeah,
these are just rollovers. We took the truck in and they sat in the shop, and they've been sitting in the shop, they're waiting on parts, so,
so still waiting on parts.
yeah. Hopefully they'll get them done here soon. As a matter of fact, they did finally get a call and said parts are on the way, so.
Okay.
But whether they get them done,
They're in a ship somewhere.
yeah, something.
Now we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the Austin Road and Bridge major repairs for number 201, 1990 International 4800 plow, sander, dump truck, rollover in the amount of $27,000.
Second? Who seconded?
Second.
Okay, so we got a motion and a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, I vote aye. So K, Austin Road and Bridge, major repairs for 204, 1990 International plow, sander, dump truck, rollover in the amount of $57,000. Same
Same
situation.
thing, same thing.
Where are the trucks now?
In Reno at the international dealer.
Where?
In Reno, at the shop, so.
Waiting in
Yeah, I believe they both are. Maybe just one of them is, but.
We approve the Austin Road and Bridge repairs for number 204, in the amount of $57,000.
Okay, so we have a motion from Mike, second by JR, all in favor say aye. Aye, it's unanimous.
Thank you.
So we'll move to L, Lander County to hire con crew in the amount of $40,000.
Are they gonna stay open? I had, heard that that camp is closing. There was in the paper.
They have not told us that they wouldn't be able to come, and they went from originally it was $400 a day for us to have them, and now it's $1,000 a day to have them, and so that's why that budget went from 25 to 40 in the past 3 years. 'Cause it just costs so much more to get them here.
Yeah, and I guess it was in the Bugle that that camp was closing, so I don't know if anybody else saw that or.
And that's not the only one we use. We actually use the one out of Tonopah as well
Oh, okay.
for Austin, so we use them on both ends.
Okay.
And we really do use them.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
On the roads and cemetery and such, so I'll make a motion that we allow the $40,000 amount for Lander County to hire the con crew.
We have a motion and Kathy, did you second? And a second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. Okay, we'll move into 7, discussion and possible action regarding buildings and equipment fixed assets fund 029. A, safety equipment in the amount of $255,000.
This is just an annual amount that we ask for, and it covers like all of our first aid kits in all the buildings. They get replenished, and that comes out of this one, and then any other safety Things that, again, we don't usually spend anywhere near that, but that's what we've always just budgeted at.
Can we reduce it any amount, do you think?
Let me see
Yeah.
how much they've spent so far. They've
You can
spent-
reduce it however.
How much do we have in it now? Were we taking the electrical sign out of this one?
No.
Okay.
Do you have what we've spent out of so far?
Yes, I'm looking at it. We've spent just about $10,000 so far. There is some radios for Austin EMS that we might be purchasing out of there, but I don't know how much that's going to be. But I don't think it's very much.
I think it could have gotten raised to that 255 back when we were looking at having an actual safety director. You know, so we had like probably vehicle cost, other things, trainings, that kind of stuff. So, I think unless somebody can give me a good reason why we need to keep it that amount, we can definitely look at lowering it.
This is one of the amounts we want to secure away for, we can leave it in there, roll it over, and if we use it, we use it, if we don't, we don't, to protect it.
One thing that does, and Ron may be able to speak to this more so than I, but if they ever need new turnouts or packs, things like that for CBAs for the fire departments, them get expensive fast. And I know that things like that, when Keith was in here, there was a lot of them expenses that came out. That currently the county's in pretty good standing, but they come in waves. So Unger may be able to speak to that.
He's correct in what he's saying.
Okay. All right, is there a motion?
Safety equipment, $5,000.
Okay, so we have a motion from Mike, second from Kathy. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. B, industrial park rollover in the amount of $7,500,000. So it's just a rollover.
Are we doing anything with this? I mean, this has been for as long as I remember, it's just been sitting there. Are we ever going to be doing anything with this? I mean, I'm not asking like,
Right.
you know what I mean, but we really
Well,
haven't.
we've done a few things. I know the strategic rail did the study and it came out of here, and so I think it's just a work in progress. This is one that we are looking at grant funding for, but we don't know yet if we're gonna get grant funding for the industrial park.
And since it's a rollover too, it's designated.
Yeah.
We can always go back and
Yeah.
use it if we need to use it somewhere, but at least it's designated as far as the state's concerned, so.
Yeah, we have it budgeted at the high amount
Yeah.
of the total, but
Okay.
that's just what we've kept it at.
I'll make a motion, we keep the rollover for the industrial park for $7,500,000.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Mike seconds, all in favor say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. C, fire/EMS radio upgrades, partial rollover, decreased $338,000 in the amount of $250,000.
I brought my glasses so I can read. Robert Quick for the Sheriff's Office. So this, I asked Lincoln to put this in just as in case. We have issued purchase orders for the fire EMS radio system upgrades that we have now. Unfortunately, based on the weather, I don't know if we can get to the mountaintops before July. So if not, then this is what would cover the labor costs and so forth to get to the mountain after July.
The $250,000.
Correct. If we are up there and finish the project, then this won't be used at all.
Oh, I see, okay.
Motion to approve fire EMS radio upgrades, partial rollover, decrease $338,000 in the amount of $250,000. Second.
So Mike made the motion, Jared seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. D, Austin Community Center, rollover in the amount of $500,000.
We left this one in the budget because we are still waiting on our insurance to be able to go and do the inspection on the building that fell. With all the snow, they have not scheduled that inspection. The last I knew, they hadn't scheduled it with the building department, but.
Okay.
But we did get approved the grant funding for this as well, but we just left the amount in there, but we do have the $638,000 that has been approved for the grant funding for this building.
I'll make a motion, we approve the rollover on the Austin Community Center for $500,000.
Patsy made a motion, second. JR seconds, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. E, Lander County Sheriff's Department's building roof replacement and HVAC rollover in the amount of $600,000.
Robert Quick for the Sheriff's Office. This is a budget amount we've had in here for several years. Several years back, probably 3 or so, the roof started leaking on the Sheriff's Office building, and we intended to replace the roof because that was the recommendation of the contractor. As an interim, we had it patched and it hasn't leaked since. So we rebudget this every year for that roof replacement in case we need it, but I'm hesitant to do it if we don't have to.
Right.
As well as the one HVAC unit that hasn't been replaced yet, we're still patching on it, and it's still working at the moment. But if we need to, we'd like to have the money, maintained so we could replace those if necessary.
Okay. Motion.
I'll make a motion for the Lander County Sheriff's Department roof replacement and HVAC in the amount of $600,000.
Okay, Kathy made the motion, is there a second? JR seconds, all in favor say aye. Aye, it's unanimous. F, Lander County Sheriff's Department simulator upgrade in the amount of $73,000.
Robert Quick for the Sheriff's Office. So this actually is part of this year's budget in the training building that we had budgeted $300-some thousand out at the airport to redo, that we've ended up not redoing because it wasn't feasible to renovate that building. So with the potential for the training facility that the county may build, this is that portion of money out of the current budget that would upgrade our firearms simulator to go into that building.
And what does that upgrade consist of?
Currently, it's a 3-screen system, and it's quite a few years old, but this takes it to a full, almost surround 5-screen system, and it upgrades servers, the cameras, and the shot placement equipment and software.
Okay.
And I'll make the motion for the Lander County Sheriff's Department simulator upgrade in the amount of $73,000.
Second.
Okay, so Kathy made the motion, Patsy seconded it, all in favor say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. G, Lander County Sheriff's Department 7x10 cargo trailer in the amount of $7,000.
Robert Quick for the Sheriff's Office. So this is a small enclosed trailer that we would use for our emergency vehicle operations equipment. Currently, our emergency vehicle operations is planned to occur out at the airport, so we have to transport the cones and other equipment to and from the airport to set that up. We also set up that same type of course in various locations, but it's 2 pallets of cones because you set up an entire course.
So what are we currently doing?
Nothing.
So we're not setting the course up at all?
No. We just recently got 2 instructors certified. The course is very difficult to get, so we finally just got 2 instructors certified. So we've purchased the cones. We just don't have any place to transport them with.
And we don't have any trailers in the county, Donnie, anybody that we're not using that the Sheriff's Department could use?
Not enclosed.
Not even close?
It's cones, but they really have to be enclosed.
Well, it's not only the plastic cones, it's other equipment to conduct the course there at the class that can't be out in the weather. We had cones before that were out in the weather, and they just get destroyed from the constant weather.
No, I think it's a good idea. I didn't realize we didn't have protection already. So does this include, like, you're gonna be putting shelves and things like that and compartments and things to?
It will build some contained storage inside of it, so things don't rattle around.
And then you just bring the trailer back here and keep it?
Correct.
And we are looking at grant funding for this item and the next 3 items for the Sheriff's Office. There is a COPS technology grant available right now, so our grant writer is in the process of trying to put a grant together to apply for a grant for some of these things for the Sheriff's Department.
Now, what about, isn't geothermal money, can it be used for first responders?
Yes.
It can, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how much money do we have in that?
I can look. We are in the budget. We have a new ambulance that we put in for this budget out of that.
Out of that?
Yeah.
That's fine, you don't have to look it up. So it's, so we are working on a budget for basically, G, H, I, and J.
Yes. I don't know what we'll receive, but those are the ones we requested.
I'll make a motion, we approve the request for the Lander County Sheriff's Department for a 7x10 cargo trailer in the amount of $7,000.
Patsy made the motion, is there a
I'll
second?
second it.
JR seconds, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
I'm nay.
You're nay?
Yep.
Mike, okay, let the record reflect Mike Chopper's nay.
On the record.
So we'll move to H, Lander County Sheriff's Department Snowcat in the amount of $295,000.
Ron Unger for the Sheriff's Department, and I put this in, or had them look. We have a Snowcat, but it's a 1960 model something. It's getting to where it's kind of unsafe to operate. We've had some issues with it this year. It does not have a blade on the front, so I called out to see what the cost of another Snowcat was. It's not a great big one, it's a medium-sized Snowcat, it'll haul 5 people. Instead of just 2 tracks, it's got 4. It's got the blade on it, enclosed cab, and this is the price we got for that.
It's a
So
used
this would
one?
be used, not only for.
It's a used one?
Pardon me?
It's a used one,
No, this is a new one.
brand new one?
It's a new one, and this price also includes the trailer, I believe, that comes with it. But it's not only used for us, search and rescue, maybe even now if we need to get into some of these ranches in the mud, this one will run more in the mud than the one we got.
I noticed in your paperwork, it said that they would actually take the other one in and trade.
I didn't ask that question.
No, that was included in your paperwork, that you would be trading it in. I'm sure.
I don't recall that, Patsy.
Let me ask you this, Ron.
Okay.
Does it necessarily have to be new? Could it be used? Could we, I just spent some time with the search and rescue out of Carson Sunday, and they had a double cabbed Polaris, 4 tracks on, and that's what we used to go in.
Well, if you look at the next item, that's what we're looking at down here, where you see the tracks and the glasses on.
Yeah, so my question is, do we necessarily need to spend $300,000 on a Snowcat if we could achieve what we?
On the Polarises, you're limited. You know, when Bert and I, we went down for the training in California, they had Polarises, they had the little 4-wheelers with them on it, and you're limited on where you can go with those. And down there it was fine. I mean, we were in California, but up here where we gotta get up into these mountains and stuff, and they work to a point, but then they don't work. And I'll give you an example, going up Water Pipe Canyon, the television people, they use the side-by-sides and the little 4-wheelers. I've had to go up with our Snowcat and pull them out of the ditch. So, and our Snowcat's runnable, I'll tell you that straight up, but the maintenance on it, it's difficult to operate, to steer, because you're working off of frictions. And that's what got us into trouble down in Austin this year. We almost put it off the mountain. Bert sent his boys up, took them 4 days to dig it out. We never did get to the hilltop. Or if we had one similar to the ones with the 4 tracks on it and the blade, we could have got to where we needed to go. Now, we wouldn't have been able to get to Lewis, but we could have got to Austin.
I mean, no more than what I would think we would use it. I mean, couldn't we look at buying a used unit?
You could.
Save
I'm
a
not
lot of
opposed
money.
to that, but finding them now is ridiculous because of everybody's buying them. People are buying them personally for their driveways.
In our reserve fund for the first responders, we have about $2 million in that fund. If that's something that we are looking at a new ambulance for $351,000, which is later on in the agenda. But if the Snowcat is something you wanted to move to the reserve fund, we do have enough in there.
And one thing I will say is, when these guys are going out there, they're in the worst condition. It's almost a death trap. You get far enough off where you can't get back out. And in the training that me and Ron were in down there, there's no comparison to the good Snowcats to the not so good ones. It's night and day. And the one that we have, I think it would be intelligent for us to keep it in case we did have to go on a rescue mission, but right now, if they get stuck in there, they almost have to call somebody to come get them.
With a helicopter.
Yeah.
You know, we got lucky in Austin, I'll tell you that, because we wasn't, what, a half mile off the highway. But nevertheless, it took 4 days to get it out. If we had been in the backcountry with that, our people would have been in
You know,
trouble.
I know it's a heck of a lot of money, and I know we're,
Yeah,
we're
but it's
going,
first
geez, do we
responder.
need it? But I really think we need to think about the safety of our people.
Yeah.
And what they do and the situations they get into. And so, I'm in favor of something like this.
Okay. Any
Do you
other
wanna
questions?
move it to the reserve fund and take it out?
I think so, yeah, if we have
Okay.
$2 million in there, let's
Yeah.
Okay.
use that money up. That's, cause that money has to be spent on things like that, correct?
Mhm.
Alright, is there a motion on that?
I'll make a motion that we, get the snowcat for Lander County Sheriff's Department at $295,000.
Okay, so Kathy made the motion, PR seconded the motion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, is that unanimous? Everybody voted aye? Okay, it's unanimous. Aye, Lander County Sheriff's Department, 2 ATV tracks in the amount of $16,000. So this is basically just the tracks to put on ATVs, or they?
We have 2 Polaris's now,
Okay.
2 900s, and once we had this issue with our snowcat, we scrambled to figure out what we're gonna do in an emergency situation, so I started calling. It's roughly $2,000 per track for these machines. I've talked to 2 different outfits on it.
Who'd you talk to on them?
I
'Cause
talked to,
I priced them, and you can do a full setup for under $6,000.
Okay, I talked to the outfit in Winnemucca,
So
and then I talked to the Fifth Gear in Elko.
Yeah, no, there's some other places we can
Okay.
check. We can actually go to the track people that sell these things, and we bypass the middleman, and we'll save ourselves some money, and I can
Robert-
give you those contacts.
Robert looked some of that up on the internet.
Yeah.
But, or I say the internet on his computer. But where we were scrambling to get this together, we used the high bid, I'll tell you that straight up, to get this in here. And the reason we're going with both of them is because if we did take one out and got it stuck, we need the other one to go out and help get it out. You know, and you're in a search and rescue situation, so you're gonna take both machines, not one.
Any questions? Now, because right now we don't currently have any of those, right?
We have, all I got is machines, I do not have anything with tracks on it.
But if we buy a $300,000 snowcat, which is
could.
better than those,
You could, but what
And
if
then
you're
we'll
out
have
with a
a backup,
snowcat,
and then we'll have
you
a
get it
backup
stuck and
snowcat.
you're trying to get, somebody to go get you. This is cheap.
and this is another one that we're trying to get grant funding on?
Yes.
All right, I'll make a motion that we, get the 2 ATV tracks in the amount of $16,000.
Kathy made the motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Jared seconds, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So it's unanimous, so we'll move to J. Lander County Sheriff's Department, 2 fully equipped vehicles in the amount of $135,000. So this is replacing some old stuff. Which ones are you replacing now? Is it, the Tahoes, the Durangos?
It's in your book,
Robert Coof, the Sheriff's Office. This is in line with our vehicle replacement plan that's in our budget, and Lincoln's pulling it up.
It's
But
in Department 12.
Yes. It would be a spreadsheet. There you go. So this replaces a 2014 Ford 250, which is the current one the sheriff's using, that
Oh,
was
yes.
obtained through a drug seizure.
Right, exactly.
And then a 2000 Ford Expedition.
Okay. Any questions, discussion?
What was the expedition?
That's mine.
I know that's Kranovich's, wasn't that
Yes.
Kranovich's?
That's an old vehicle. That's been around a long time.
All right, I'll make the motion that we do the 135 for the Lander County Sheriff's Office for the fully equipped 2 vehicles.
So we have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Jared seconds. Now, we're applying for grant, but we can move that out of the same fund that we pulled the snowcat from?
If you want to, yeah.
Is that what you guys wanna do?
Yeah, I would.
I mean, if that money has to be spent on things like that. we might as
That,
well
that fund balance is for first responder, and road equipment, so just keep that in mind,
And
it's
road
also
equipment.
for road equipment too.
Okay. So maybe, so maybe we'll just leave that one alone. We'll
Okay.
just worry about the 295,000.
Okay.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. We'll move to K, Battle Mountain Ambulance, new vehicle, thanks guys, in the amount of $50,000. So you can buy a new ambulance for $50,000?
No, no, this is just for a new vehicle.
Oh, new vehicle, okay, yes.
Michael Harris for the record, Director of EMS here in Lander County.
Hi, Mike. So what vehicle are we replacing?
So we actually have three quick response units, but two of them we have recently retired. This one, what we really want to do with it is put a barrier cage like the sheriff's office has for our mental health transfers, just to add that layer of protection to our clinicians that are taking these guys down to Reno, and then double it as a quick response unit, basically, that we are using every day. This is this is just the vehicle to cut some of the costs out. We're actually going to take like the lights and siren package out of the old Jeep that we used to have, and things like that. So this is just the vehicle.
The two that you're retiring, where are we retiring? How many miles are on them?
The Jeep has, I think, pretty close to 200,000 and has just had a slew of mechanical issues. And then the old Explorer, the sheriff's office gave us probably before I was born. And I mean, we really appreciate the Explorer, but you go 40 and it shakes. Nobody likes it like that. So.
Okay.
I'll make the motion for the Battle Mountain ambulance vehicle for $50,000.
Okay, we have a motion from Kathy. Is there a second? JR seconds. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? So it's passed unanimously. 11, Austin Road and Bridge, new pickup in the amount of $60,000. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I believe this is just to replace an old vehicle that's getting really tired on them down there.
How many miles are on it?
I couldn't tell you, Brian, to be honest. I do remember him. You got that?
I don't know if we put it in there. I'll look. I don't think he put anything
I
on.
don't think so either.
What kind of vehicles are gonna
He
get
put
for
his priority
60,000?
was low, so it's not a
Yeah,
high
yeah,
priority.
it was a low priority. Just the most basic you can get is what we usually get, so.
So that was listed as low priority?
Yes, low priority, yes. Where are we at? That one?
Mhm.
Any questions or motion? It was listed as low priority. Is there something we want to just kick down the road?
If it's low priority, I think we should take it up.
Okay, so we'll move into item M, Austin Road and Bridge, new tractor truck in the amount of $210,000.
Okay, this is for an old Peterbilt truck that actually started its life used up here. And I know we've sent even another one down several years ago because the parts are obsolete on these trucks. We sent one down, he's robbed all the parts he could off this to keep this truck running. And so we're basically running out of parts. So he has to get a new truck, semi-truck, so.
And what do they use that truck for? Is it-
Hauling gravel, pulling water tankers, whatever.
So it's used a lot?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, I'll make a motion for the Austin Road and Bridge new tractor trailer in the amount of $210,000.
Okay, so Kathy made the motion. Do you have a second?
I'll second it.
JR seconds. All in favor, say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. So we'll move to N, Austin Road and Bridge, two 20-foot containers in the amount of $15,000. Where in the world are we getting container price of $15,000?
If that's for two of them.
That's for two of them.
That's two total? Okay,
Yeah.
Yes.
that's better.
I believe this is just a want, it's not a,
Okay, so we'll just kick it down the road. You guys good with that? Oh,
we got
BM, Road and
containers, so.
Bridge, new bucket truck in the amount of $220,000.
Okay, we've started doing a lot of our own maintenance here. And we've been using a contractor for a bucket truck to do a lot of our stuff, and the billing's extremely high, extremely high. So I went and priced these out, and I've even priced out used ones, and a used truck is like $180,000.
A used truck is?
A used truck. And a new one, a nice size used one, and I believe I can't remember if it was 40 or 80 foot reach, for 220. And that, he said he can get us, that price would be good through July this year, so.
So $40,000, I mean, a used one, what are we talking? How many miles on them? I would
50,
imagine.
50 to
Yeah.
90,000 miles, they said, so.
for
That's
any-
if they can find them, Brian, that's if
Right.
they can find them. At the time when I looked at this, we could not find one. But he said the going price was around 180.
Are we using this both in Austin and?
Yes, yes, there was actually paperwork for Austin too, and we said, no, we're getting one for here and we can
Okay.
use it both places, so. I've looked it up and, you'll find them online, but you call them up, say, no, sorry, it ain't on.
And, okay, and then we have a person to be able to do a lot of
Yes.
these repairs and
Yes.
whatnot.
Yes, we're starting to do a lot of our stuff in-house, so.
Okay.
I motion to approve the Belmont Road Bridge for new bucket truck in the amount of $220,000.
Mike made the motion, do we have a second? JR seconded, all in favor say aye. Aye. It's unanimous. P, BM Road and Bridge, new heavy-duty pickup in the amount of $80,000. Low priority, high priority?
It's, as of Monday, probably a high priority.
Is the insurance gonna cover any of that?
We just barely started the process on the claim, but yeah,
Yeah.
they will cover I don't know that they'll cover to buy a new one, but if it's fixable, they'll fix it.
Yeah.
Definitely the best argument of the day.
We have an old vehicle, it's, old Chevy pickup. Eventually I was gonna hand him down my pickup and then just, as we do, we just keep pickups rolling like that, so that was the plan for this one.
Okay. Have a motion?
Motion to approve the Belmont Road Bridge, a new heavy-duty pickup in the amount of $80,000.
So Mike made the motion, second. JR seconded, all in favor say aye. Aye. Q, BM Road and Bridge, new Genie telehandler forklift rollover in the amount of $179,000.
This has been ordered and they just can't guarantee it's gonna be here by July. They're really hoping it is, but he says it's very doubtful, but it is ordered.
Okay.
Has the price gone up?
They're holding to that price,
Okay.
so,
I feel your pain, we're looking for one too, so.
yeah.
I motion to approve the Belmont Road Bridge for the rollover for the telehandler in the amount of $179,000.
Mike made the motion, JR seconded, all in favor say aye. Aye. We'll move to R, golf courses, new Deere 909A terrain cut mower rollover in the amount of $110,000.
Again, this has already been ordered and they can't guarantee it being here, but it is ordered and they are building as they get parts and so.
Okay. Are we taking one out of commission? Is it replacing one?
It's, if it'll make it that long.
If we'll make it that long?
Yeah, it's, they're starting to rust up pretty bad and
Now, these ones that we do decommission, do we have a thing where you have in place where we put it right onto the auction site? And try to- oh,
Yep,
awesome.
yep, yeah, we're starting to do that, so,
I like that.
yeah.
Efficient. Nice. Alright, so, we have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the road and bridge, golf course for the new Deere 9009A terrain cut mower rollover in the amount of $110,000.
Second it.
So JR made the motion, Mike seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. S, Civic Center, kitchen remodel, rollover reduced in the amount of 200,000. So is this what we have Braemar in there doing currently?
Yes, yes, sir.
And how is he coming along? Cause I knew there was
It's-
some time crunches based on the quinceanera and
Right,
are we
right.
on schedule?
It's, yeah, they're actually,
Yeah, we just put this in there, just in case there's any like extra invoices that maybe come in after, but it's supposed to be done by this fiscal year.
They are really coming along in there.
Yeah.
So I can't believe how
I was
fast.
in there this morning and they're
Yeah.
putting stuff, it's going back together now. They've
yeah,
done the
they
deep-
jackhammered the floor out, put new plumbing in the floor and stuff.
Oh,
It's,
yeah.
I'm really surprised at what they've got done,
Nice.
so.
Alright, good. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the rollover for the Civic Center for the kitchen remodel in the amount of $200,000.
So Mike made the motion, Kathy seconded, all in favor say aye. Aye? Everybody vote aye? Did Kathy vote aye? Did you vote? Are you in favor? Did you vote? Okay. I didn't hear you, sorry. Okay, so it's unanimous. T, Town of Austin boundary line rollover in the amount of $3 million.
Where are we at with that?
That's a good question. I know he's been working on it and, he's been talking to lawyers. I wish he was here to speak for that.
We are on schedule.
Yes.
He's held up to his promises of
Yes.
having maps out in the time that he was supposed to have them out, and it's moving right along. I don't know how much of that has been built to this point, out of that 3 million. But we were just rolling over the full amount.
Yeah.
Make a motion for the town of Ogden boundary line rollover in the amount of $3 million.
I'll second it.
Kathy made the motion, JR seconded, all in favor say aye. Aye?
Brian, can we take a 10-minute break?
Yeah, and then that's unanimous, and we'll take a 10-minute break.
Recorded.
Okay, guys, so we're back off break here, we'll continue. I think instead of going on to 8, we're gonna hear Judge Gandolfo's, so he doesn't have to come back tomorrow, and I think we'll hear Kim's, so she doesn't have to come back tomorrow, sit through.
I was waiting with Denise, and I like hearing Austin stuff anyways.
So you're good?
I'm good for a while, unless you want to move Denise up with us too.
Okay. Well, we'll just continue, if you're good, we'll just continue.
So yeah,
Okay.
we should, you guys are almost to the, departments, right? We should be quick when we get there.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Most of them look fairly easy.
So we'll continue with item 8, discussion of possible action regarding Fund 226 water capital requests. A, well 6 booster pump piping and valving rollover in the amount of $231,250.
This project started, as you can, I don't know if you drove by and see, they're over there working as we talk, so.
Okay.
So it's just a rollover.
A motion?
Motion to approve well 6 booster pump, the rollover in the amount of $231,250.
Okay, Mike made the motion, second.
I'll second.
JR second, all in favor say aye. Aye. B, water treatment plant, well 6, rollover and reduced by $1,325,040 in the amount of $1,195,000, $195,560. That's a rollover.
Yep, that's
I'll
basically.
make a motion that we roll over the well 6, reduced by $1,325,040 in the amount of $1,195,560.
I'll second it.
Okay, so Jared made the motion, Mike seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And then C, new truck in the amount of $60,000. So is the truck high priority, low priority?
It's on Sass Lake. We might be able to stretch it out. I got other ones that we can probably cover with if need be, so.
Okay, we'll take it down the road. You guys good with that?
Yep.
Okay. We'll move to 9, discussion of possible action regarding Fund 236 sewer capital request. A, a new sewer lift station and 8-inch force main rollover and reduced $1,945,243 in the amount of $350,000.
This is that new lift station out there by the 229 overpass. You see they're working on it. They're finally getting bored underneath the railroad. But we still haven't got electricity to it, so that's gonna be our holdup, so we're waiting on power.
Okay. Motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the Fund for 236 sewer capital requests, a new sewer lift station, and 8-inch force main rollover and reduced $1,945,243 in the amount of $350,000.
Okay, Jared made the motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Mike seconds, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, unanimous. 10, discussion of possible action regarding Fund 210 water capital requests. A, booster station upgrade and chlorination tank rollover in the amount of $675,000.
Okay, this is down in Austin for the upper boosters, and to add a chlorination system to the water tank down by the gun range down there. We was gonna start it this year, but we was kind of holding off to make sure all the boundary lines and stuff, so we didn't get on somebody else's property.
Okay,
Motion to approve the booster station upgrade chlorination tank in the amount of $675,000.
Mike made the motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Jared second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
B, aerators for water tanks in the amount of $25,000.
Okay, our water tanks in Austin, we got a problem with one of them freezing up, and they've used these aerators down in Kingston before, and so they was wanting to try them out, and they had them listed for 4 tanks, but I put it in for 1 tank to just try it out. So, but if you want to wait a couple of years,
It's water, we don't want to mess around with
Yeah.
water, right?
that's true.
You guys think?
I say
I
go
think we
for
ought
it.
to go ahead and do it.
Okay,
I motion to approve the aerators for the water tank in the amount of $25,000.
Mike made the motion,
I'll
second.
second it.
Jared seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. C, ground penetrating radar in the amount of $17,000.
This is basically an X-ray for the ground, so you can see what you have in the ground. When we took over Austin, we don't have hardly any maps or anything, so finding water lines there is pretty tough. We do a lot of digging and stuff, and this might help them out. So be able to take X-rays, and they plan on using it up here too in Battle Mountain if possible, so.
Do we have anything like this at all
No.
to look for underground leaks or anything like that?
A backhoe.
We check with,
Yeah,
we check with the supplier, and this is the unit that they recommend us have that covers everything, so we're not adding to it, or?
The workers down there in Austin did their research on this, and this is what they come up with, so.
Okay.
And I believe they had recommendations through, some of their part suppliers and stuff.
because I know
That don't seem
Kingston
like
had
enough.
some leaks and.
That's what I thought too.
I don't think it's enough to get the proper equipment, especially if we're gonna use them on both. We might have to come back on that one, but let's
Yeah.
make sure we get the right one.
Yeah,
Yeah, they were unable to find them and they had to actually rent them, and one of the state water departments comes in and lets you rent them, and they come in and do it for you, so.
really.
I'm surprised we don't have something like this already, I guess.
Yep, that's it. That's the one I was looking at.
So what we have, Patsy, is we have the tracer wire. We can connect to tracer wire that's hooked around like our fire hydrant stuff, but we don't have any, and trace and follow that and trace our water lines currently, but we don't have anything to find anything that doesn't have the tracer wire attached.
That's
Does
not
that
a real
make-
bad price, 17,000.
No, that's,
We'll house it where? In Austin and bounce it back and forth?
yeah, that's needed, so.
Okay, it's a motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve the ground penetrating radar in the amount of 17,000.
Okay, Kathy made the motion, Kathy seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We'll move to 11, discussion of possible action regarding Fund 380, Airport Capital Improvement. A, Austin General Engineering Services in the amount of $15,000.
This is just engineering services, for the airport that we budget for every year.
Motion to approve the Austin General Engineering Service in the amount of $15,000.
So Mike made the motion, Jared seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
B, Austin Airport Runway 19 Special Approach Rollover in the amount of $64,740.
I'll make a motion that we approve the runway 19 special approach rollover in the amount of $64,740.
I'll
Jared made the motion, Mike seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
C, Austin Airport Rehab, apron and taxiway B, bidding and construction rollover in the amount of $1,980,000.
I make a motion, we approve the Austin Airport Rehab Apron and Taxiway B, the rollover in the amount of $1,980,000.
Second.
Patsy made the motion, Kathy second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. D, Austin Airport Water System Improvements in the amount of $421,200.
Okay, this is, we removed the old,
Water line.
the water line project, that was 1.9 or something million. And this is to do improvements on the well out there in the airport and put in a few tanks for fire suppression for, to help them out there, and then, put under the counter, oh shucks, what's the name? It's an osmosis, filtration system.
You know what? I don't think we need that. That's potable water for the airport.
It would just go on the drinking fountain that's out there. So,
So reverse osmosis?
Even
No,
so,
it's
it
a
was what,
arsenic
like 20
treatment
yeah, but
station.
it's an
to-
osmosis system.
an extra 20,000 or something?
Yeah.
Yes, so
But those are not, I mean, those are very basic. I mean,
Yeah, it's very basic, so.
yeah.
But I'm saying the osmosis was like 20,000 extra to put in or something, and I'm going, it's a pilot lounge, and we keep
No way.
You keep
not
bottled
for
water?
just a
we
drinking
keep bottled
station.
water.
That's a whole house system for 20 grand. You
Yeah.
just a drinking station, it's 600 to 1,000 bucks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's my understanding is what it was too, so.
So it can be lower.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Did you say this is for fire system tanks though?
The tanks that we plan on putting in, yes, to fill airplanes if they need to be down there.
That makes a big
And
difference.
this one's being budgeted out of the airport capital fund, but it won't be FAA funded, just so you guys are aware of that. Because most of these projects in budgeted in this fund are FAA funded, but this one will not be.
And where's it coming out of?
The airport capital,
So it's not, so it is coming, it is out of Fund 38, 380?
380, yes, but it won't be, we won't be reimbursed by the FAA
Oh,
grants
gotcha.
on this one.
Right.
I'll make a motion, we approve the Austin Airport Water System Improvement in the amount of $221,200.
How much?
421,000?
$421,200.
Oh, I thought you said 221, sorry.
That's what I
I'll
thought.
second.
So Patsy made the motion, Kathy seconded, all in favor say aye.
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 Okay, we'll move to, it's unanimous, we'll move to E, Battle Mountain General Engineering Services in the amount of 15,000.
For you, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This is, again, just engineering services for Battle Mountain Airport.
Okay. Motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the Battle Mountain General Engineering Service in the amount of $15,000.
Okay, Jerry made the motion, second.
Second.
Kathy seconds, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. F, Battle Mountain Construct County Hangars, design only in the amount of $117,334. So basically, this is just design only that we're paying $117,000 for, huh?
Yes, and these.
How many hangars do we have now out there that we own?
That would be a Bert question, I don't know. 4?
yeah, there's 4 out there currently that we're renting out, and all of them are rented out.
All of them are rented?
Yep, currently.
These 2 new Battle Mountain Airport projects, David, our engineer, had me put these in, and they will be funded by the FAA funding.
They will be.
Yes.
So help me understand, maybe Cole, you can help me, how is it that we can pay $117,000 just to design an airport hangar? Seems excessive. I mean, maybe, again, it might be my ignorance.
It does seem
but please
excessive.
help me understand. It just seems so, like, so much money to say, yeah, okay, we got this metal building, we're gonna put it here, and it's gonna cost.
And I hate to say this, but anytime you've got a government entity that is requesting bids, it goes higher. I mean, if it was a private airport and we got an architect and an engineer to come over and do it, it wouldn't be near that price. It's just kind of the way it is. So if that's what they gave us, I can't believe it.
Is it because it's through our consultant and his FAA? Is that why? Is she correct? Is that why it's so much?
Well, these numbers did come from our consultant, and they're always budget numbers, so no engineer likes to come in low on their numbers and come back to you and ask for additional funds, so they do tend to rise a little bit from that, but I don't disagree, that's why.
I don't know if David's on the phone or not. Is he on the line?
No. Well, it's just not that, I mean, you see these, it's like, what was it, we talked earlier in the budget, it was just, just.
Okay, are we ready to go for the hangars?
Yeah, if there's a motion, that's.
I mean, no, I'm saying if you're ready to build the hangars, then we need to do this. If we're not ready to build more
Right.
hangars, then we don't do this.
Well, everything we have is occupied and we could fill more if we wanted to rent more out, no doubt.
And it's a 95.5 match, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
okay, so is there a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the Battle Mountain construct hangars, county hangars, design only in the amount of $117,334.
Jar made the motion, second? No second? Okay, motion dies. So we'll move to G. Is there no second on it? No second. So we'll go to G. Battle Mountain Airport, install new runway 422 P8 Pappas and reels, replace beacon and tower, bidding and construction in the amount of $425,000.
Is this,
So these are the lighting on the runways, the pappies where, the pilots see them as they're coming in. So I think it's important that
oh
we.
yeah, is any of this
No.
Yes, 95.
Okay, then
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we, do the Battle Mountain to install the new runway 4-22 Pappas, replace beacon and tower, bidding and construction in the amount of $425,000.
So Kathy made the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Was that Mike?
Yep.
Mike seconds. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. H, Battle Mountain Airport, install new runway, 422 Pappas and rails, replace beacon and tower, design only, roll over in the amount of $240,000.
This is just the design for the one that for the bidding and construction that you just approved. This
The
is
one we
the
just
design
approved?
only. Yeah.
So we probably should have approved that one first before we did it.
Well, it's a rollover because,
gotcha.
yeah, we had it in the budget for this year.
Right. The motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the airport install and new runway 422 Pappas and reels, replace beacon and tower, design only, rollover in the amount of $240,000.
JR made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Mike seconds. All in favor say aye.
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 Unanimous. Move to 12, discussion for possible action regarding capital funds 17, 31, 56, 57, requests. A, Fund 31, Wildlife Enhancement rollover in the amount of $250,000.
I'll make the motion that we fund 031 Wildlife Enhancement rollover in the amount of $250,000.
Okay, Kathy made the motion, second? I'll second.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Bert, is this the one we moved earlier? Is this the same group or no?
No, this is the funding that we purchased Gilbert Creek with. And it's for wildlife habitat enhancement within Lander County. So I think the majority of these funds this coming year would be used to improve that purchase.
Okay. I'll second it.
Okay, so Kathy made the motion, Mike seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. V, Fund 56, for fixed assets in the amount of $100,000.
This is just a amount that we put in there for emergency fixed assets that we have to purchase out of our emergency maintenance fund.
Okay.
We usually don't spend it, but it's just there just in case we need it.
I motion to fund 056 for fixed assets in the amount of $100,000.
Mike made the motion, second.
I'll second it.
JR seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
C, Fund 56 for emergency maintenance of $250,000.
Same thing as the previous one. The previous one's for fixed assets, so any big purchases that are going to be a fixed asset. This is just for emergency maintenance purchases. Could be small, it could be large.
Okay. Motion?
Motion to approve Fund 056 for emergency maintenance of $250,000.
Mike made the motion,
I'll second it.
JR seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. D, Fund 057 for a new ambulance for Battle Mountain in the amount of $351,500.
Mike Harris for the record. So this is going to be replacing our 2015 Ford. It has 130,000 miles on it right now. We've moved it to the backup unit so that we don't put as many miles on it. The big reason why I wanted to budget for it this year is because they are projecting 2 to 3 years out to getting a new ambulance in. So.
Wow. And how many miles are on it?
127.
And it's a diesel?
Yeah.
Isn't that pretty low miles for diesel? Or is it other stuff that you're concerned about? The wear and tear of the ambulance?
Just the increased cost of maintenance on it. We've had continuous issues with the airbags, the transmission. It has a perpetual leak. Luckily, Point S keeps it running pretty well, but these things are starting to accumulate more and more.
Don't they recommend though a change much quicker on ambulances, like 125,000 or something?
It's kind of different, right? Because a lot of diesels are like, so this one it's start, stop. It's hard, right? We're going hard and then you're stopping, so.
Yeah, a lot of idle time probably.
Yeah, so do we need it right now? No, we could probably push it out if we need to, but just be aware that we're 2 years, maybe plus some.
To get one?
To get one,
Wow.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, we better have it funded if we're gonna order it.
For sure.
A motion to fund 057 for the new ambulance for Battle Mountain in the amount of $351,500. Is that a quote?
That is a quote, yeah.
So Mike made the motion, second?
Second.
Kathy seconded it. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. E, Fund 57 for fixed assets in the amount of $100,000.
Since we're moving a couple other first responder things to come out of here, we can take this one out because we're gonna be probably on the max end for our first responder stuff.
So we can take it out?
Yeah, it's just for emergency stuff that may come up that they need, but since we got some other projects that are coming out, we can take this one out.
Is it like emergency road equipment? Is that what
It can be either one, because that fund is for first responder and road equipment.
Oh, we don't need it?
No, not if you guys can keep it in there if you want to have that, but it's just for if they say they needed a new first responder vehicle or equipment or road equipment, but since we have those other ones that we're moving over here, then we can take this out.
Okay, so we'll just leave that alone. Okay, so we're gonna, I wanted to open back up. I'll find it here, sorry guys. So under general fund grant request, Town of Kingston Water Utility for $1,650,000. I wanted to request maybe we put a future agenda item on to discuss what it would look like if Lander County stepped in and took that over, the whole responsibility of Kingston. I'd just like some discussion on it, because the thing is, if we're paying this money and we don't have any oversight, they're their own board, I would just like to discuss it and look at it, all the.
And so I don't know, legally, I think that was what we'd probably need some guidance here. We can't just step in and take anything over.
No,
They
I
would
know
have to
that,
forfeit.
yeah.
Okay.
That's why I'm saying, it's just discussion. It's gonna be similar to like water and sewer district, right? Like
Yep.
the formalities that we followed there. So this is just for discussion, because I wanna look at it.
Gotcha. And I think Shannon is on the line. I had texted her because knowing that you would want to get back in here
Yeah.
and open this back up. And, I want to make sure that everybody knows that Shannon does a great
Oh, no,
job.
She does an awesome
Yeah,
job.
this is, I think that Brian's concern that everybody else in the county, I think, has down here when we look at the budget every year is self-sustainability and what we're really doing. So maybe Shannon could speak a little bit to what they have going on. That might make it a little easier for the sake of the budgeting purpose.
Hi, Shannon.
Hi. I guess I'm at a loss here. What questions did you want answered? The one thing about Kingston that's different about Austin and Sewers, we are not a GID. We fall under the Kingston Town 269. We've never become a GID. There was a GID created, but it was never handed over by the Kingston Town Board. That was a few years back. Your district attorney there knows a little bit about that. The reason why we have a hard time funding these big projects is because, of course, we don't make that kind of money. So we've funded big projects through the drinking water fund and through you guys. That's usually how we do it, because we just don't have any in savings.
Shannon, how many people do you have down there that work on that system for the water utility system?
There's me, and I have a part-time guy, Chip Colpitts, who's also I'm a D2, he's a D1.
Gotcha. So, I mean, if it were something we were looking at and we were to take it over, we'd have to put our own employees there, and we'd have that cost, correct? And all the cost of everything that they're already asking to be done. Right? It's not like it's not needed. Okay. I see.
Just so you know, you can't take it over without them relinquishing it.
No, I know that, yeah.
The only thing you can do is not fund them and
Yeah, exactly.
add the pressure that way, but you
No,
can't do
it's
anything about it.
it's a large amount that we paid last year, this year, and I'm just looking at it, and it's not, I'm not saying that we're taking anybody over, it's just, I'm being transparent, I wanted to discuss it, and I think that's our job here, to make sure that we're doing the right thing the best way that we can, so that's all it is.
Yes, and to your point, maybe there's something we can do here with our grant writer getting with Shannon, and maybe they could hire the grant writer independently of us to go seek some of this funding for, we're fortunate to have money. A lot of communities don't have money, and they have to seek out these grants to fund these projects. Now, I know when we start talking about that, there's all these hooks that come with grants. But there's a lot of money coming down the pike, and it may be a responsible thing to do is work with Shannon and the town board of Kingston to see if we can't find some other avenues of funding them where we aren't back here every year, and maybe they're finding some of their own funding.
Yeah.
Just
I mean, I would be for that, so.
I would support it.
Okay, so.
We found funding. We have found funding before. We did a $4 million project, and we actually took on a $600,000 loan from, I think it was Economic Development, and Lander County was nice enough to step in and pay off that loan for us, because you guys wanted to be debt-free throughout the whole county. So I am on the priority list for this project, but I'm low on the priority list, unfortunately. So part of that is because when you do these projects with, safe drinking water and things like that, sometimes the requirements are more than you can handle. For instance, there's a possibility that I would have to redo my community hall to get a grant from them, because I don't exactly have 2 restrooms that are ADA compliant at this time. So that's just an example of the things sometimes the hoops you have to jump through for those funds. That's why we've always gone to Lander County first, because you guys are a little bit easier on us. I'll be honest with you there. And your grants are easy to administer. I don't mind working with Lakin on doing all the things that she requires. When you do that kind of stuff through the DWF or SRF, sorry, sometimes the requirements are more than you can handle at the time. I'll be honest with you on that.
Okay, thank you, Shannon. Okay, so you guys, hearing that, is there any appetite to put it on a future agenda for discussion, or are you good?
No.
Okay, so we'll leave it alone. Thank you, Shannon, and we'll move on.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move to 13, fiscal officer discussion and possible action to approve, disapprove up to a 12% increase on all health benefits.
So this is the top end that we are possibly looking at for an increase in our health insurance with Anthem. Tim's fighting to keep it lower than that, but it looks like we will have at least an 8 to 12.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, he's done an outstanding job in the years past of I think, was it last year we didn't have an increase?
We didn't have an
Yeah,
increase. We had a small increase on the dental, but not the.
And we will know for sure. I do believe the renewal is on the agenda for the next meeting.
Okay.
2 consecutive years, I believe, with no increases.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But we did budget for the 12% in the personnel budgets, just to be on the side of caution in case we do have that.
Oh, I can imagine just the
cost
insurance
of the
and.
medication is the biggest issue, because the cost of medications are going up so hugely that it's really been pretty impactful.
Yeah. All right, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion that, we approve, up to a 12% increase for the health benefits.
So Kathy made the motion, is there a second?
I'll second it.
And JR seconded, so, and that, it could come back lower, I mean, he's still fighting for
Yes.
us before.
Yeah, it doesn't mean we'll spend that, but we just budgeted for that, just in case. And then, just kind of informational, we are going to see another increase on our PERS, come July. That has increased quite a bit the last couple years, and it's going up again. But that, I didn't put that on here for approval because that's not really something we can control, but it is going to increase.
Okay.
Will we know that when we do our final budget though?
I know what the increase is already. It's already budgeted for.
So what is it then?
So our regular employees, we're at about 29.75% right now, and it's going up to 33.5% of wages into PERS. And then our sheriff's department is at 44%, and that is increasing to 50% in July.
Okay, so, thank you. So did we get a motion on 13?
Yeah,
I did.
You made the motion and JR seconded, did we call for a vote yet? Okay, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, unanimous. Okay, departmental information and requests, 14. Discussion and possible action. A, there is a decrease to operations by $4,800.
So this one, I decreased the repair and maintenance line and the travel and training a little bit. There hasn't been a ton of usage in those lines, so I brought them down a little bit.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we, accept the possible action. There is a decrease in operations by $4,800.
Okay, so JR made the motion, is there a second?
Second it.
Mike seconds.
And I think, Bill can correct me if I'm wrong, but last year you had to approve the commissioner's budget as a whole. Is that something they still need to do? They're not just approving the operational decrease, right? They're approving.
Yeah, we need to approve the.
As presented is what.
I think it, yeah.
Yeah, so let's make a motion again on that, Jared, and just, what we're doing is approving the commissioner's budget as presented.
Okay. I'll amend my motion to state that there will approve the decrease of operations by $4,800.
What we're doing is we're approving the commission's entire budget.
Right.
So how it's being presented in our pack, so that's what your motion would need to reflect.
Okay.
And that, as it's presented, would reflect the $4,800 decrease.
Okay.
So just say, we're approving the commission budget as presented.
Okay, we'll approve the commission's budget as presented.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We'll move to 15. Clerk, discussion and possible action. There's an increase in operations by $40,000. Why do we have an increase of $40,000?
Hello, Commissioners. Molly Gonzalez for the record. I have an increase in my operational due to AB 126. They passed that we have a presidential preference primary now, so now I have 3 elections that I'll be doing, so that increases to cover the elections.
A motion to approve the clerk's budget as presented.
Okay, Mike made the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
JR seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we'll move to 16. Treasurer. Discussion and possible action. There are no changes to operation. We're gonna make you come up here anyway.
I don't have any changes unless you make me.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Juicy Johnson for the record.
All right. So, we have a motion?
Motion to approve the treasurer's budget as presented.
Okay, we have a motion.
Second it.
JR seconds. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks, Justy.
Boy, that was painless.
17, county manager, discussion of possible action. A, there's a decrease to operations by $500.
And again, on this one, I just decreased the repair maintenance, a little bit, because it doesn't get used a whole lot.
What'd you say, Lincoln?
I decreased the repair maintenance,
By 500?
yeah, it doesn't.
Alrighty.
So I have a question on the professional services and where we are this year on the amount that we have for your budget.
I don't know where we stand on it right now, let's pull up the packet.
Professional services are at 500,000. But that didn't change, that's what it was last year as well,
Yeah.
correct?
You wanna know what we've spent so far this year?
Oh,
Yes.
gotcha. It is,
So we've spent
$227,000.
$227,209.
What's that cover? Well, I mean, what is that?
So I think currently in there, Lakin can kind of guide me on everything but I think that we have any attorney fees that come out of there for litigation, I believe on the levy and on the courthouse, both of them lawsuits. I believe that we paid our, what's that?
Realignment, attorney fees in there as well?
No, that comes out of its own, that has Austin, the town boundary, fund. We did have the,
Does McShane come out of that?
McShane came out of that. I was trying to think of what the name of that. That's the lobbying firm. And then Porter Group also comes out of that. They're $10,000 a month.
They're separate from that lobbyist one?
Correct.
Okay.
How about the appraisals that we did like on Chesapeake and like that?
Yes, them kind of things came out of this line item.
All professional services.
All professional services, correct.
It just seems like an awful lot, like maybe if we drop some of that and you need something, it will come before us.
Oh yeah, I'm fine with it. You guys set that budget wherever you want and I'll work within it. It doesn't make any difference to me.
We got, the county managers are our right hand, and that's so we're not involved in, dragged into a lot of daily operation type stuff. That's all I'm saying.
I'm okay for the day-to-day, but we've got some big stuff that came out of there and it was kind of a surprise.
So
And I'm just saying,
Well, I don't know of anything there that's a surprise. You guys, every 2 weeks, you guys approve the payment of bills and everything that comes out of there comes before you every 2 weeks. So there is no real surprise.
I was really surprised when I saw the appraisal.
Oh, yes, no, and that was before you guys had approved as well. So
Well,
we can
that's
take.
what I'm saying.
Yes, we can, it doesn't, is all I'm saying is that, and I mean it with as respectful as I can say it, is it doesn't matter to me if you take it out of this budget or not, because I'm just gonna have to take it out of another one. That appraisal would have just come out of special projects, as opposed to coming out of this professional services. So the money's gonna go one way or the other. Anything that I do within there comes before you guys either way. So it does not change my operation one way or the other. It just where I remove it, what line item it comes from within the county.
Okay, so we have a motion.
I'll make a motion that, we accept the, county manager, budget as presented.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Was that aye, Patsy?
Yes.
Okay, so that is unanimous. 18, accessor, discussion and possible action. There's a decrease to operations by $1,500. Hello, Laura.
Good afternoon. Laura Duval, assessor for the record.
Any questions, discussion? We have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we accept the assessor's budget as presented.
Okay, so Kathy made a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Mike seconded it. All in favor, say aye. Aye, it's unanimous. Thanks, Laura.
Thank you.
That was hard.
19, finance, discussion and possible action. A, there's a decrease to operations by $3,500.
So in the finance budget, I decreased, advertising and maintenance and contract agreements. We don't spend a lot, so I was able to decrease those two lines.
A motion to approve the finance budget as presented.
Okay, so Mike made a motion, we have a second?
I'll second it.
JR, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. We'll move to 20. Building and planning, discussion and possible action. There are no changes to operation.
So I have a question, as far as like the COLA, I guess, the COLA for this year, is that stuff that's already built into all of these? So then what is the, because I had saw on the news that the COLA was over 2 years gonna be 12%. What is it gonna be 6% a year? That's what his budget when he said it was coming
Governor
out.
sits,
So
our
what,
governor's Lombardo.
yeah, so I was wondering, what has it been set up this year?
So we didn't put that as an approval item because that's set in our union contracts when you guys approve those.
And
Oh,
it's
okay.
3%.
Yeah.
It's 3%, okay.
On this, okay.
And the reason we didn't put it in your budget, we didn't want you guys to come in and try to cut what we've already agreed on through negotiations with the union.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So, since it's already been agreed on with the union, you guys approved the union contract, we just made that match in the budget.
Okay, so then, basically over here that it's 3% flat for everyone. Is that how that works?
It's 3% for the union and hourly employees, and then the salary employees are the 5%.
Okay.
They don't get the COLA.
Okay. All right, sorry, I just,
No, but that is a good question, because me and Lakin did discuss that prior to it, and Liz as well, and we wanted to make sure that this commission couldn't do something that would get us in trouble with the union, so we just incorporated that into the budget
okay,
for one approval.
okay.
Okay, so I'll read that in again. 21, building and maintenance, discussion and possible action. A, there's a decrease.
No,
to-
are
Oh,
we
sorry.
still on 20?
20,
Yeah.
building and planning. Discussion and possible action. A, there are no changes to operation.
I have a question on that. If for some reason my thing doesn't work, Kathy, Peggy?
Hers is, yeah, stuck on red.
Maybe it's unplugged. Anyhow, nope, just came on. I guess I kicked it. Thank you. Okay, I have a question, under the code enforcement, $6,000 for code enforcement, what is that? Do we use it? How do we use it?
I haven't used the line at all, so I couldn't speak to that passage.
So code enforcement, it looks like the only activity was $86 off that line item.
The only thing that I can imagine is if we have a complaint or something and we mail out letters to enforce some of our codes, that we have something to bill to.
I don't know, I guess I just put that under postage.
You have a motion, Patsy?
No, not really, I wanted an answer.
Cole just left the budget as it was, so it's been in there for years, that line. If you guys want to take it out,
If
we
it's-
can.
If it's there to be used, but it hasn't been used, it should.
Maybe we just need to take it out.
And I can't speak to prior years, I'd have to look what it's been used on.
Well, if we really had to do an enforcement, it would go through the DA, right? I mean, you do a letter and then it would go through the,
Yeah, Colt Nelson for the
what
record.
is your future for code enforcement?
There is a future, Patsy, and I think right now timing is, it's of the essence of what are we doing with code enforcement. We have 135 pages of code, municipal codes being reviewed at this time, and it is gonna change a few different things. Authority and how we go about doing it has still gotta be discussed, but code enforcement will be something that we will be doing. How that looks, how much money we spend on it, we haven't spent a lot on it, other than a couple letters, and I think that is the $86, Bert. So, there is a future for that, but at the same time, we're not using it as of right now, but I think we will be.
I'll make a motion that we, accept,
I just went blank.
Building and planning.
The building and planning as presented.
Okay, Kathy made the motion, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
JR second, all in favor say aye.
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 Unanimous, we'll move to 21, building maintenance, discussion and possible action. A, there's a decrease to operations by $21,000.
So the maintenance and contract agreement was decreased by 50,000. Sorry, I didn't know if you were coming up here.
Sorry, I should have stayed up here. Colt Nelson for the record. We cut 50,000 out of the maintenance contract agreements from 300,000 to, dropped it to 250,000. We moved 17,000 into repair and maintenance and 12,000 into service and supplies. And this is all about the preventative maintenance program that we put in place. We think our in-house maintenance will more than make up for that 50,000. In fact, I wanted to get a little more aggressive. We probably could have saved 100,000. I'm just being honest. I think we're going to save a lot between what Donnie and I are doing with our departments. So basically, that's how we move things around.
Okay. Have a motion?
Motion to approve the building maintenance budget as presented.
Okay, Mike made the motion, do we have a second?
I'll second it.
JR second, all in favor say aye. Aye. 22, reporter, discussion and possible action, there are no changes. Hi, Lexi.
Hello.
Any questions for Lexi?
No.
Motion?
Motion to approve the recorder's budget as presented.
Okay, Mike made the motion, we have a second.
I'll second it.
JR second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 23, the sheriff's department. The book. Discussion and possible action. A, there is an increase to operations by $120,614. Capital outlay requests. I'm just gonna read the whole thing into the record.
Okay.
Capital outlay request, A, 4 drones in the amount of $36,500. B, 2 true handheld narcotic analyzers in the amount of $64,000. C, remote access appliance replacement in the amount of $7,500. D, CVSA replacement in the amount of $7,000. E, server replacement in the amount of $15,000. So why do we have those here in the budget and we didn't address them earlier in the others?
Because these are capital outlay that's going to come out of the Fund 001,
Oh,
out
it
of
is?
their
Okay.
department.
Wow, everybody stayed the same and your guys went way up. You
never
got
has
lots of, you
before.
got lots of wants.
You can thank your legislature for that.
All right, what do you guys got? Floor's yours.
Ask the question.
What's the purpose of 4 drones?
What's,
The drones. We've got our drones, we're using them now more than we ever have, not only for us, but for search and rescue and for people. When we do search warrants, we'll put the drone up in the air to circle a house, so if they take off, we know where they're at. We're using them for looking for people that in our outlining areas that have burglarized something and run off, and we're trying to find them. We put the drones in the air.
And Robert Quick for the Sheriff's Office, just to add on to that, we actually don't own any drones. The drones that we have used and have been using belong to search and rescue. The one drone that, the main drone they have is a 2-member or 2-pilot drone, requires 2 people to manage that. These 4 drones will actually be issued to the 4 certified pilots that we have, that would allow them to carry them in the cars. So that when we do have somebody that runs out in the desert and at night and so forth, they can actually deploy these drones right away, as opposed to that other drone. That other drone sits in a case probably half the size of this table. It's a large drone for the search and rescue that they have. So these drones actually have both a zoom and an infrared built-in camera to them. It only requires 1 pilot.
So with that, so we'll have drone cover, if we go with 4, do we have 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week coverage due to our amount of pilots with
We
their
would not.
coverage?
Because of the rotating shifts that we have, we only have 4 pilots. So we would have coverage for the shifts and the pilots that we actually have. We have certified FAA pilots, and that's the only ones that are allowed to fly based on our policies.
So is there a need for 4 then?
We have 4 pilots, so that's the best coverage we can provide.
And on their capital requests, A, B, and E are also in, with the grant writer to get grant funding for, through that COP technology grant.
Okay.
So let me ask you this. You had we bought a lot of stuff for the sheriff's department this budget cycle. So can we do without this stuff that we have here? This budget cycle?
How well do you want to be protected? We can do without,
Okay.
but you're gonna have the same protection you got now.
Okay, well, it doesn't seem that we're an unlawful town. You don't read a lot of stuff in the paper, so it sounds to me like.
Well, you know, I'll give you an example, Brian. In Eureka County alone, they had some nutcase come down the highway and start shooting highway people. Got out in the brush, started shooting at the cops, and they had to bring in a helicopter all the way from Reno to find that guy, and he was shooting at the cops. If they had had their drones, after that, Eureka County bought drones for every patrol car. They had drones, they could have eliminated a lot of stuff. They had people coming from all over northern Nevada to help on this.
So what about 2 and continue the grants for the other 2?
That would be fine. We're not opposed to any of it, gentlemen, don't get me wrong. We're just trying to stay ahead of the 8 ball is what we're trying to do here.
And possibility of certifying more pilots. I see the need for it. If we got 4 drones, I see the need also, especially with night vision, that we have round the clock coverage, at least on 1 drone, is gonna make us definitely more protected than what we are.
These drones have both, don't they? Go ahead.
Yeah, he said they both
They
have
do.
both.
And to speak to your question regarding training, Commissioner, there's actually another grant through the LEPC that we're gonna be seeking another drone pilot certification course as well.
Okay.
So how long do those drones, can they stay in the air
It
before you
depends
have to
on,
land them and charge them again?
depends on the drones. We typically purchase with multiple batteries, but these drones are on average 30 minutes.
Damn.
And they're covered under our liability insurance too.
They are.
Our drones are.
They're what?
They're covered under our liability insurance. We have to fill out a drone paperwork just for drones.
Kim Schott for the record, where I would just like to make a comment, where in Southern Lander County, we are significantly limited on our law enforcement, and I believe this would be a great asset as they can get it up in the air, they can figure out a plan as we've got resources coming, because we don't have backup right away. We don't have protection, we've got 1 law enforcement officer on at a time, and they've gotta make a plan. They've gotta be able to make a plan so they know what resources to send our way.
So what would you do, send like 1 drone down to Austin and leave it there?
Our,
Only if there's a pilot.
our full-time employee that's currently stationed in Austin is a pilot, so he would have one of these.
Oh, you wouldn't.
Is there drones or batteries that can give us more time? 30 minutes man, that's a small window by the time he gets up, gets set up and goes out, and then we have to bring it back within 30 minutes.
It is.
Is this the right piece of equipment for what we're looking for?
The longer fly time is the larger drones, which you end up with like a 5-prop drone with 2 pilots, because one does the piloting and one does the camera video looking. These are not designed for search and rescue. These are designed, you have, say, an individual that you know is in this field, and without sending law enforcement or others in to search under every bush, you send this drone out at a higher level to look for infrared signatures, so it gives you an idea of where they're at to move in.
And a perfect example of this is a handful of years ago, not even that long ago, when that gentleman stole that brand new truck, took it up there in the mountains, and was reported to have a hostage. I don't even know how long it took hostage negotiators, because he was buried up in a canyon where nobody could get up to him, where if they would have had a drone, they could have gone up and been able to see right over and know that he did not have hostages. But we had law enforcement from half the state up there looking because it was reported that he had hostages. So it only takes that one time of an event to make these worth more than,
That was a 13-hour event.
Yeah, that was.
4th of July.
And then what are the true handheld what are those?
So currently, we use narcotics presumptive test kits, which involve you having to take part of a substance, put it in a packet, break glass ampules, shake it up, get a color. It's presumptively positive for a particular narcotic. You have to have an idea of what that narcotic is, using what you think it might be, and then if it's not, you use another kit, and then another kit, and then you start eliminating what it could be. You end up using much of the whatever substance it is, as well as exposing the law enforcement officer to the hazards of that substance. The true narcs are now the standard, so to speak. They use light and laser to detect what the substance is. So essentially you have a baggie of some unknown drug. You hold it up to that bag, it will tell you what it is.
So a small little handheld unit is $32,000?
It is. They're super expensive. Now, this is a request for 2 of them, so we can put one in Battle Mountain and one in Austin for the southern end of the county. We're currently exploring the possibility of 2 separate grants to get 2 more units, as well as through the COPS technology grant. The idea behind it is eventually to have one with the officers on the street, so that they can do this, because the presumptive positive is what allows them to build the probable cause for an arrest. Regardless, we still have to send the substance to the lab for prosecution. But this gives a huge layer of safety for the officer. And like I said, eventually we want to have enough in the units on the street so that they can use them out in the field, and we won't be touching the substances, or at least less than we have to.
So this is the device, you're seeing on the news, that basically somewhat prevents our officers or whoever to handle this stuff that, I mean, there have been documented cases of EMTs going down from just touching it, even with the latex gloves on. So this is the unit that helps, that's the start of preventing us from have to touching that,
Yes.
anything, okay?
Yes, and the extra cost, and this is on a state contract or an ASPO contract, but it also incorporates maintenance and updates to them for the increased cost for, I think, up to 5 years. But these are very expensive units.
Okay.
And not just this brand, True Narc is a brand made by a company. They're all about the same price.
Okay, so what's remote access appliance replacement?
Currently, I use a remote access appliance in the office to access all of our network and our devices in the office when I'm here or anywhere else, my house. If I have to access our systems, it's required to be FBI compliant, and so it's a direct link into our network. And the current unit we have, that we've had for many years, is end of life, so this replaces that unit.
Okay, and then CVSA replacement?
CVSA is a voice stress analyzer. We utilize that in criminal cases and all of our applicants. It's essentially the version of a lie detector. And the one we've had probably 10 years, and this would replace that unit.
So does that test stand up in a court of law?
It can be presented at a court of law, just like a polygraph.
But does it stand up? Because I know lie detector tests don't. So does this, so if we're using it and it's saying that it shows if it goes to court, does it actually stand up? Or do they say?
That's a question for the district attorney.
Bill? Did you hear all that?
Didn't hear it.
The CVSA replacement, that's like a voice analyzer machine. My question to the sheriff and the undersheriff was, does that actually hold up in a court of law?
Don't know yet. It would depend on the, scientific basis. You'd have to get, on any scientific thing, you gotta get an expert to testify about it, and then, if it's accepted generally, that usually comes in. I would assume that they can get it in at some point. on these voice things.
They've been around
But
for quite a while.
without having, you know, a bunch of information in front of me on the particular one, I couldn't tell you, you know, off the top of my head. I mean, let's be
Well, I'm just
honest,
curious,
we're
I
not,
mean, I wouldn't see the need for one if it doesn't help you in court, but, cause I know lie detector tests, they don't hold up.
no, they don't, but they're actually very beneficial.
It's a
I've
tool,
used them.
Brian. It shows deception. So
Yeah.
you can sit there and look me straight in the eye and lie to me, this thing's gonna tell me you're lying, so I know I gotta use a different avenue.
Lie detectors are especially good for deciding not to prosecute somebody because you decide finally they're innocent. They're also really good in getting, I used it mainly as a defense attorney, get your client to get real about the plea bargaining process, number one, if they're claiming to be innocent and they're not. Number two, it helps you get the innocent ones approved because law enforcement does generally trust them, at least I have. And the people I've known, you know, if you can show them that somebody passed a lie detector, that usually changes their tune. They start looking at it differently.
We've been utilizing them for how long?
We've had ours for 10 years.
10 to 15 years
10 to
we've been
15.
utilizing this, and we use it on every applicant. We are required to do them for law enforcement, so if we don't replace it and this does go down, we will have to start outsourcing.
So basically, this is primarily used when you're hiring people?
Oh, absolutely, on every
Everyone.
potential employee.
Gotcha.
And this
I thought
realistically.
you were using it like on the criminal side of things.
We do as
Oh,
well.
you are, that as well.
Both sides. Realistically, this is a laptop, and it's the software for the laptop that's built in, so that's really what this
Okay,
is.
and then server replacement?
That, I don't know if we'll need. I've got a server that's near end of life, and I'm having some issues with it. So I'm budgeting in the event I need it. If I don't, I won't use it
Okay.
to replace that server.
All right, and then Lakin, you said which ones we're trying to handle with the grant?
The drones, the True Narc, and the server replacement. A, B, and E.
And the server replacement, that's E, okay, so A, B, and E?
I got one more question. Ron, on the 4 drones, do you think it's the right move to get 4 now or go for 2? See if technology changes a little bit, and what if we have to add another dual operator one to get up there more? It's just,
I'll tell you what.
are you thinking backups? I mean, what's your thought process to how we're using these? If we have 4 pilots and they're all on day shift, do you think like you'd send one up for a half hour, start bringing it back, get the other one going? I mean, is that kind of why our thought was 4?
That would depend on the situation,
Okay.
number one. To get back to the straight, 2 would work. I'm not techie, he's techie, okay? So he's the one that can actually say, or how much technology is gonna change. If it was me, I'd go 2, and then see how it worked, and then maybe get a bigger one and a couple more. But I'm not technical, he is, so
What's your thought?
he's got the thoughts on that.
Commissioner, the scenario that you presented is absolutely doable. It's going to depend, because of the pilots we have, it's gonna depend on what shift they're working and where. We definitely, with 2, we'd still send 1 to Austin, so we always have 1 in Austin, so that would leave 1 in the Battle Mountain area. With that scenario.
So really to do a backup scenario, then you want the 4.
We could use 3. In the scenario you give, I'd send 1 to Austin and leave 2 here. And then we could utilize the scenario you're giving. And it's very possible, the technology changes every single year
Yeah,
with these.
that's what I like,
More than
because
you
batteries-
know.
And if we go with the 3, Lakin, we would be able to come back at another, they could come back and
Right.
use an emergency fund and say, hey, these worked really well, we want 3 more.
Yeah, or, I mean, you guys can
And we'll
approve the
get a
2,
grant.
and if we get grant funding for 4, then they could buy 4, because we'd have the grant funding for 4.
Okay.
And the 2 that we currently have on the insurance, them are Lita's?
No, those belong to
Or
Search
Search and rescue,
Oh, search and rescue.
SAR.
Oh.
They purchase those with their own funds.
Okay, no more questions, or a motion?
A motion to approve the sheriff's budget, with the exception of as presented, to 3 drones versus 4 drones. With I guess the money would have to be adjusted there. B, C, D, and E would be as presented.
Okay. Okay, good. Is
I'm
there-
saying 3 drones
Yeah.
instead of 4.
I got it.
And 3 drones instead of 4.
Yep.
And what else?
And everything else is as
Everything else
presented.
is the same? Okay.
So we have a second?
I'll second.
So Mike made the motion, Jared seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. 24, jail, discussion of possible action. A, there's an increase to operations by 7,400. Capital outlay request, A, inmate phone system contingency rollover in the amount of 15,000. B, kitchen equipment replacement rollover in the amount of 15,000.
Robert Quick for the Sheriff's Office. So, to be transparent, the $7,400 increase in operations is actually moved from 012, and it involves 2 contracts that we moved because they actually belong in this department. And that's the victim notification contract for 4,000 and the inmate classification software maintenance. And that's on page 44 of our budget, if you'd like to look at that. We already had the kitchen dietitian services for 1,200 there, so that 7,400 is actually to move from Department 12 to 13 to cover those because they're specifically for the jail. And then if anyone has a question. Okay. And then the inmate phone system rollover, that is for our inmates to make phone calls and video visitation. We budget this every year in the event we have equipment failure that we have to replace, and so far we haven't. But we budget that just in case, so we have the funds if we need them. And then the equipment replacement for the kitchen, we also budget that in the event. Several years ago, we had to utilize it to get replacement refrigerators and freezers, but other than that, we haven't used that. Typically, if we have a smaller piece of equipment, we'll utilize the food services funds in our budget already. But if we end up with something larger, you know, a stove or something like that, we'd have to use this fund.
Okay. Do you have a motion? Any questions first? Discussion? Motion?
Motion to approve the jail budget as presented with the capital outlay requests of A and B in the amount presented as well.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
So Mike made the motion, Jared seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Move to 25, animal control, discussion and possible action. There are no changes to the operation.
Move to approve the animal control budget.
Okay, we have a second.
I'll second it.
Matt Patsy made the motion, Jared seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes. Thanks, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
26, Austin Volunteer Fire Department, discussion and possible action. There are no changes to operations.
Kim Stratt, Captain, Austin Volunteer Fire Department.
Hi, Kim.
How are ya?
We have a motion.
Move to approve the Austin ambulance, budget.
This is Fire Department.
Austin Volunteer Fire
Oh, I'm
Department.
sorry. Austin Volunteer Fire Department.
Is it, real quick, is the minor equipment and furniture, is that replacement of current, or is that just what we plan on? It's written in instead of typed.
Oh, that
The
did
20,000.
not get taken out.
No, I did.
Oh, you did?
I
Oh, no,
just
so
had to
we had
line it up.
asked for something that was totally, probably not gonna go through. So, it was originally, what is our, I got the wrong one. Minor equipment,
I just put it back to
yeah,
it.
back to what it was.
So this
Without-
is just what we always have budgeted,
Mhm,
the
yeah.
20,000. So what would we use it for? Like just replacement and stuff?
Replacement stuff, yeah, SCBA mask, anything we need, you know, new tanks, whatever we need.
Motion to approve the Austin Volunteer Fire Department budget as presented.
I'll second it.
So Mike made the motion, Jared seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
27, Austin ambulance, discussion and possible action. There are no changes to operation.
The maintenance contract, that was the only thing I looked at. Is that like, do we have a contract with a company, Bert,
That's
or?
for the hospital.
Do we bring somebody in to do like all their maintenance, or is this under
No,
our?
this is what's the maintenance contract agreement, Bert?
Oh, that was for the gurneys, so they have the,
No,
is that what?
maintenance contract agreement.
This is
I don't touch that.
$64,000.
I don't
this-
spend that.
this-
The county
that's
does
the-
that for me.
That's the amount that I was telling you about how when we pay at the hospital for our EMS contract, we pay 6,000 out of Battle Mountain and 4,000 out of Austin. That's what part of
Okay.
that's for.
Yeah, Lakin will have to explain that because I'm not.
That's the $10,000 that we paid monthly,
Yeah,
correct?
so in the contract, it does not specify that it's supposed to be paid Battle Mountain and Austin.
Okay.
But that is how the previous county manager had us pay it. So if it's all supposed to come out of Battle Mountain, then we need to make that change. But right now, we pay 6,000 out of Battle Mountain and 4,000 out of Austin for a total of 10,000 a month to the hospital.
Well, 4,000 would be $48,000 in 12 months. This
Was
is
that for
60.
like insurance and stuff too? Then or no?
No,
it's
that's
just
part
our
of the EMS
EMS
contract that they're in negotiations on. That's just what we, as of
Oh,
right
okay.
now, we pay
Okay.
And
month to
the-
month.
the
So this is what
additional-
Bert's working on then?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the additional above that would be any kind of contracts or maintenance they have for their
But it's
stuff.
what I don't, and this is why I don't understand is because I don't know why it came out of Austin to begin with. Once we took Austin over and moved down here, I don't know why they kept that money coming out of the Austin side, but that's.
Okay.
I don't know. I tried to spend that money and I was not allowed, so that's all I know.
You can spend some.
So it's up to you guys if you wanna put it all into Battle Mountain
Yeah, I
or
mean, if that would make it
separate
clean,
it out.
put it all out in Battle Mountain, we can definitely do that.
But I would like to make it clear that the hospital understands that we have a contract with them for Austin, correct? I mean, it would still be, no?
No, that was moved when you were hired down there in Austin. That's why I don't understand why it left the 4,000 in there.
Even
When we
when
took
we-
over Austin's EMS, we
Can we
separated out,
table
even though we
this
worked
one?
together.
Can we
So I
table
don't know
this
why
till we
it
get
comes
it
after.
straight
That's just
down?
how
Well,
it's always
because
been done.
I mean, does that cover medical control and things like that? I mean, because we run under their medical control.
And I
And their
do think
protocols.
so. I think it pays for part of
That's what I
the-
understood
yes.
before, was that covers all of our medical control, our meds.
Yes.
You know, the hospital covers our meds because we're not allowed to get meds from, we're not set up through a pharmacy, so they supply our meds and whatnot.
Yeah,
So,
I couldn't speak to it. If I did, it wouldn't,
I
But
think
that's-
I agree with you. I think if I remember correctly in the meetings with Keith, that's how it was set up.
Yes,
and
it's
there are
not
some
clear
of
in
it.
the contract
Correct.
that way, but
The
that's how.
contract's not the same as it was at the time that I had read it when Keith had it. I know it's changed and I have not been privy to that.
Well, we don't have
yeah.
one yet.
But
Okay.
that's part of, I think, what Bert's working on is to clear all that stuff up and
We'll
make it
we'll
more,
let it be until,
yeah.
okay. Mike, did you have a question?
I just wondered, is this something we table and until Bert does this, or do we go
Yeah, we'll
with it
just,
as is?
I think we'll just leave
Okay.
it, yeah, as is, yeah, exactly, so. Do you have a motion?
A motion to approve the Austin ambulance budget as presented.
Mike made the motion. Second?
Sorry.
Pierre, second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Thank you,
28, Battle
Commissioners.
Mountain Volunteer Fire Department, discussion possible action, there's a decrease to operations by $4,000. Do you have anybody here from the fire department?
Ron.
Decrease, just sign off, baby.
Quick change that.
I decreased, the travel and training, and then I increased the gas and oil, because they are pretty close to being over on the gas and oil because of gas prices and stuff.
Okay. You good with that, Ron?
Yes, sir.
Any
Good job.
discussion, questions? Motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve the fire department, as presented.
Okay, second.
I'll second it.
Okay, Jared made the motion, Mike second, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. Okay, we're gonna get back to it here. We're gonna open up 33 so we can get Billy back to Austin. And then after this item, we're gonna call it a day since Mrs. Waits needs to travel all the way she's got a 2-hour drive home, and then we'll conclude our meeting tomorrow.
So you wanna open 33 or 34?
Do both,
30.
30 and then 34, because Billy wanted to, yes.
So it's both of them, 33 and 34, so we'll start with 33. So.
Where is it? 7:52? Next page over.
Can we get another chair? There you go. Okay.
Okay, 33, Argenta Justice Court, discussion and possible action. A, there is a decrease to operations by 3,100, or actually, sorry, 34. We're gonna do 34. Denise?
You want, hi.
Yeah, I wanna do 34.
I'm 34.
Yeah. I wanna get Billy done and get him back to Austin. I miscalled it.
Well, we're both doing it kind of, we're staying for each other, Brian,
Okay,
because
that's
our
fine.
budgets are the same
That's fine.
for the same
I'll open up
arguments.
33.
Okay.
33, Argenta Justice Court, discussion and possible action. A, there's a decrease to operations by 3,100. B, adopt Argenta Justice Court pay scale. And C, Justice of the Peace, 20,000 salary increase per new mandates. The floor is yours.
Ask me some questions.
What is the adoption of the justice, the pay scale?
The pay scale, and that I'm gonna turn over to my court admin because I don't know all the answers. Argenta Justice Court did not have a pay scale for Argenta Justice Court since the beginning of time. It was still at the $8.50 an hour that I started out at 27 years ago. For the last few years since Liz went into HR, she's been helping me get, not that they haven't gotten raises and they haven't been that low, we just didn't have anything to compare it to. So Liz has been helping me for the last few years since she became HR, and we've been following as close as we can the legal secretary's pay scale for the DA because the Justice Court did not have one. So back in September, I turned it over to my court admin who spent 3 months contacting courts. Not the big courts, not Reno, not Vegas, but all the other courts, the smaller, the bigger, the middle, rural courts, to see where everybody was at so that we could create a pay scale for the Argenta Justice Court and for the bailiff, because it's something that we hadn't had in close to 30 years. So that's what the pay scale is. Any questions about that, Jenny can answer you.
Liz, you've looked over the pay scale?
I have.
And it's correct?
Yes,
as far
it's similar to the other rural counties around us.
Okay, perfect.
So the question then is, I see your 5 levels, but how many do you have at every level? Where are you?
So
Go
we
ahead.
have one new employee. At the time that I did, I have the salary study is what I called it, if you guys want copies of it. But other people in similar positions are making in the other counties, and the changes that we've gone through with legislation, that required more work and more duties on each clerk. But currently, right now, we have a new employee that is at a court clerk 1, level 1. We have an employee who's at a court clerk 2, level 1. She probably should move up. And then we have one court administrator who also is in conjunction with a court clerk 3.
Okay, so if we adopt this scale, how does it change those positions you just stated? What is the increase to them?
So it does not increase the court clerk 1 or court clerk 2 position. The court clerk 3 position, I mean, from the current employees now, is that what you're saying?
So I'm gonna stop for a second because this is actually gonna fall in line with Austin. This
Yes.
scale is basically for kind of like our scale that we have. It is for any new hires that come on as well and for them as they move up. So it's not just for the employees that are in there right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Judge Gandolfo also,
Is on the
once
same
this is
scale?
approved, we're all, because we're both Lander County, we're
It's
gonna.
on my agenda for the same.
Yeah,
for the same pay scale.
For the
exact
same pay scale, we did it the same,
But we did budget.
You guys are full-time and have benefits,
yes.
and Austin is not.
But years ago, this board approved that
Mhm.
part-time employees are paid the same as full-time employees.
Because
They
they're
are
doing
doing
the
the
same
same
job.
exact job, the
Right.
only thing that they're not
They just
doing
don't
is
get
they have less
benefits.
hours.
Right.
So that scale will apply to Austin.
Uh-huh.
So just less hours.
Yes, with less
We
hours.
did budget for those to move to the new rates.
Would you guys like a copy of this?
Sure.
And in your backup on the personnel sheets, it does show what we're budgeting for each position, so.
So what was the increased amount? What was the percentage increase?
Oh, I think it's 2 or 3. Jenny, what's the percentage per level increase, steps? Is that what, I don't know what you guys, steps, level?
I believe it's 3% each.
3%. When you do a level is that right, level? Step?
Yes, level.
When you do a level increase, it's 3%.
But I do believe that their levels are just like ours. They're not guaranteed every anniversary.
Yes, it's not every year.
They have to
It's
do
as
so many
they-
years and so
Yes.
much education
Yep.
and training before they can get.
Yeah, and no more stuff in the office before you can go up a level.
So prior to doing this study and looking at what other court clerks and court admins made in similar counties, Denise was running the office as the judge on her own. We came before the commissioners for that. And we didn't really have a guideline on when to bump people and what they should be paid and what would be fair for the work that they're doing. Our work has increased significantly since July 1st.
But that would be common, I mean, every court's increasing, right?
Yes.
Yes, throughout the whole state, yes.
I didn't include the bigger courts in there, but I do know, for instance, Reno Justice Court upped their pay by pretty significantly for their clerks, based on the new legislation.
And the increase in workload is what?
That comes from legislation that was passed last year that requires 48-hour bail hearings, so we are required to come in on weekends and holidays. It also includes the legislation that makes the traffic into civil infractions and splits it. So there's a whole new case type now, which also rolled out a new program, a case management system, that the Supreme Court is requiring most courts to use, and it's just taking an enormous amount of time. Locally, we also have new highway patrol officers, so our traffic tickets have gone up quite a bit. So that's,
as a lot of you know.
That's increased our workload as well.
And it's not so much about the holidays and weekends for the clerks, for the simple fact they get overtime and on-call pay to fall in line, which Lakin helped me with when that law went into effect. They get overtime, they get on-call pay, just like some other Lander County employees, and we came up with that. Theirs is traffic. You used to get a speeding ticket, used to be a traffic ticket. You'd go to jail for it. If you failed to appear, I could do a bench warrant and put you in jail. Most traffic now that used to fall under traffic is now civil. We're Justice Court, yes, we do civil, but we don't do a lot of civil. We do now. Our majority is civil now because I have 2 new NHPs and we got a new system January 1st. The law went into effect January 1st. We got a new computer system January 1st. I got a new employee not long after that. So their workload has quadrupled just since January. It really has. We've also been in court a lot more since January. I don't know if you guys have been watching the jail, the roster. Crime is up around here. We're busy. We've been very busy.
With the change in the statute, what's the increase in your overtime budget?
What did we?
We did this last year.
We did that last year.
So do we have any
We haven't
numbers since January 1st, how much, where these guys have, the gals have to come in on the weekends and that?
Yes, and we didn't have time. We started to get the calendar and go through. One of my employees is on call every single Sunday, every single holiday. We didn't go all the way back and start counting all of them. I'll tell you right now, out of every single Sunday in the last 9 months, we've only had to come in about half of them. But holidays, just within 6 months, we came in and worked 5 different holidays within 6 months. And yes, we are coming in. It's only because there's not as many holidays. It is working out that we've worked a lot of Sundays. In a month, we're working probably about 50% of the Sundays in person. I work every Sunday. I work every Saturday. I'm on the phone with Landry County Jail every day of the week. But we're physically having to go in and hold court about 2 Sundays a month, same as the DA's office.
I was gonna say, I can verify all that because our office has to do the same thing.
And holidays. And just within 6 months, I only went back 6 months. And in the first 6 months, between July and January 1st, I and one of my clerks and somebody from the DA's office worked 5 out of 6 holidays. Thanksgiving, huh? 6 holidays. 5 out of 6 holidays. We had to work while everybody else had family day and day after Thanksgiving and wonderful weekends. And for the record, we didn't sign up for this. There's not a judge or a justice court in this state or a DA or a public defender that said, hey, I want to be a judge and I want to go in every day of the week depending on when somebody's arrested. Not one of us signed up for that. We were all already in office when this law took effect back in July. We lost some judges last year. We lost a big part of our judge family in the rules because they're like, to hell with this. I didn't sign up to work on holidays. I didn't sign up to go in every Sunday. And we've lost some judges because of it.
So, on this request, it says there's a decrease of operations by 3,100. There can't be a decrease. If our overtime's increasing, we don't have a correct budget.
Yeah.
So operations is different
It's
than the
different.
personnel
Mhm.
budget. So
Mhm.
operations is just for their operating lines, and then you have your salaries and wages and your benefits. They have to be separate though.
They're separate, yeah. So when we look at our budget,
Okay.
Mike, we look at, we spent this much on postage, we budgeted this much, it's all operating. And we usually do try to decrease it as much as we can. Yes, I did decrease that.
Okay.
Personnel is benefits, pay, overtime, whatever, that is what went up. And I had several conversations with the fiscal officer before I ever even put this in.
And
Just-
the reason why we don't list the increases on the personnel is because there's so many tedious increases that we have to increase every year with the retirement, and if overtime needs to be increased, cost of living, if a level up's given, like there's just so many different, there's tons of line items in that you have to look at. And so if there's any big changes that you guys haven't already approved, like cost of living and all that is a given, and you've already approved the pay scales in the union contract, so that is a given, they can level their employees up. But if there's a new position added or any big changes, then we would let you know that that has changed, like we're doing with this budget.
Does that answer your question on the pay scale? Okay, so I have a question on C, increasing your salary to $20,000 per mandates. So explain per mandates.
That was per the AB 116. It is for, I'm sorry, what?
AB 424.
There you go.
116 is the civil tax.
Yes, okay. Listen to Billy. I just said the wrong one,
So
but.
basically, when you say per mandates, it sounds as if we're mandated to pay you an increase.
No.
I'm just telling you that's how.
Oh, I'm so sorry, no.
Legislation passed is
Per
what she
the
means.
legislation passed, which is what a lot of the judges either have already done or are doing, because we do not get paid holiday and weekend overtime, we don't get paid that. And, some of us figured it out, what if we did versus asking for a certain amount? And you guys didn't want me to go that way. And the way I arrived at the 20,000, and again, after a couple conversations with Lakin, I know what some of my other fellow judges have gotten, are getting, and I settled on 20 because that is what my public defender just got to do what I do by phone.
Okay, so, my first question is the NRS that was put in our pack as backup. I don't see how by this NRS that this board has the authority to give her a raise. Because this NRS states basically on appointment and on election cycle years. When you have a new justice of the peace coming in, the commission will set that salary. But it doesn't set for a sitting justice of the peace that we have that authority. And that would be set by the legislature. It's right there, anybody that wants to read it.
But it also says on number 1. And they may thereafter increase or change such compensation during the term, but shall not reduce it below the minimum so established.
And I have been, because we don't get cost of living raises, there was a law in effect a few years ago. It sunsetted by the time I came in. And a few years ago, when I got into office, I usually get a 3% every year. You guys have approved my 3% for the last 4 years. I'm in my 5th year now. So you guys have approved my raises before, just not to this magnitude. But I've never asked for this magnitude, and I wouldn't if that law hadn't have gotten changed.
Well, I don't know, man, I'm speaking of myself, at $20,000 is a significant increase, and I don't feel comfortable, me personally, signing off on a $20,000 increase to you. That's my opinion, I'm being honest.
Yeah, no, I get it. I do.
I as well, find it $20,000 is a lot of money, for an increase, a single increase in the time. So,
If I may, on her behalf, if you do the math for work days, if you had just one Sunday, not counting the holidays, it's a 20% increase in the days that you're responsible for being a judge. So it's a 20% increase in your days, because you can't go on holiday, you can't go out with Saturday night before, you can't go out in the mountains, you can't go hunting without planning and arranging for these things. So while it is a significant increase, it accounts for the days increase as well.
Well, I mean, I hear you and I sympathize with you, but I don't see where that becomes an issue for taxpayers. I mean, you're an elected official. It's like there's things that come down all the time that we don't necessarily agree with. Doesn't mean that taxpayers have to stand up and basically say, we're gonna do this. I mean, it's like, the problem is with the legislature and the stuff that they're passing. I mean, it does suck, I agree.
Correct.
But it's just, I don't see where it has to become a burden for taxpayers, and that's how.
Well, I think in a lot of the counties, it's becoming a bigger tax burden, because any judges that are coming in now that have to work 365 days, they're not gonna do it for $93,000 a year, and that's what I make. Without my benefits, I make $93,000 a year. And I agree with what you're saying, Brian, but again, one of the reasons why I am here is there are other judges in other counties that have already done it. Some have asked for 10, some have asked for 20, some have asked for 30,000, and they've gotten it. Okay. I thought 20 was a little high, and I'll tell you again for the record, the reason I settled on 20 is because the public defender of Lander County got 20 to do what Judge Gandolfo and I do by phone, and we don't do it by phone. I have to physically come in here. I didn't sign up to come in here on Christmas Day. There's not one of us that did.
and it wasn't an easy swallow for the public defender. I mean, we did not swallow that easily for that either.
Right.
Just for the record too, Lake and Sullivan, I don't know if Denise is aware of this, but listening to the NACO calls for the legislative updates, there is talk, they don't have any wording for it, but there's talk of modifying that bill and changing that 48-hour hearing to exclude Sundays and holidays. Whether it will pass, I don't know.
I believe we got information.
We did. We
this
got
morning that it wasn't
information
changing.
at 8:32 this morning from one of my judges who is at legislation. It does not look like it's gonna go back to the way it was, for the simple reason that the sponsor is in the minority party. Everybody would love for it. Believe me, I'd love, even though I've just done it for the last 9 months, and worked Sundays and holidays and weekends and didn't sign up for that. You're right, taxpayers voted me in. But I didn't run knowing I had to work on Christmas Day. I wouldn't have done it. There's not a sane person in here that would work physically 365 days out of the year.
I will also I wanted to first thank Commissioner Sparks because he has been very cognizant of taxpayer money throughout this budget hearing today. But with our Justice of the Peace, both of them, the taxpayers are receiving a benefit in return that they can actually see. It's tangible, at least in my opinion. When somebody gets arrested, a lot of times those are taxpayers in our community that are getting arrested, and they don't have to wait until a weekday to be seen. They are presumed innocent until proven guilty, of course, but they don't have to wait to be seen in court. And with Judge Fortune, they actually get to be seen in person, in court, and feel heard. They have the public defender there that's making sure that they're protected from unconstitutional bail. They have the district attorney there that's talking and representing other taxpayers who may have been the victims of crimes. So these are things where the public could come in and see, hey, you wanna come in and watch a bail hearing on Sunday and see why she got a raise? Okay.
If I may, real quick, Brian, a lot of talk here about a raise. You can't do the raise itself today. You're just budgeting for the raise. So I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you don't have it agendized properly for a raise.
And I'm not asking now.
This is just for
This is
budget.
just the budget.
Yeah.
So is there any discussion, questions? If not, I'll hear a motion.
Well, I'm not for the entire.
No, I'm not either for the reasons
Yeah, I
I
mean,
stated, but I'm one person, so.
To what?
So no motion?
Oh,
Did you open up 34 also? or you-
Nope, I didn't.
no, and
No, I think
we
need to
can,
address it
we can,
separately.
I will make a motion that we adopt the Justice Court pay scale for the Argenta Justice Court and accept their budget for the decrease of operations by $3,100.
Okay, we have a motion, is there a second?
That's in its entirety?
No, it's not.
She's just doing A and B?
And
Just A and, yeah.
I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion from Pat, a second from Mike. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Thanks, ladies.
thank you.
We'll open up 34 Austin Justice
Bennett?
Court, discussion and possible action. A, there is an increase to operations by $180. B, adopt an Austin Justice Court's pay scale. C, Justice of the Peace 20% salary increase per new mandates.
And I just wanna start out, I can really appreciate you guys looking out for the taxpayer money, I really do, and whatever we work out with here, it's gonna be completely fine. The one additional change I would say to everything that Denise just laid out there is that in Austin, a lot of this falls on me where she has the staff. I allow remote work in Austin and we do Zoom in, but I have to write the orders appointing counsel. I have to contact, I'm actually the point of contact. I check with the jail every day. I check with, not every day, on Sundays. And I check with if there's someone in jail. I get a hold of public defender's office. I get a hold of the DA's office because I've made myself the point of contact on that because I didn't add it to the staff. And then I call them in if we need it. I allow them to take the notes at home. There is flexibility in that. I've OR'd a lot more people than I have ever had the weekend hearings because if they come in low on the pretrial risk assessment, I don't feel like it's necessary to do. I will let them out of jail and we will deal with them at a later point in time. And I know that the Lanier County Commissioner's Office did not make these rules. I know that they didn't mandate everyone's gotta work on Sundays, and I know that's not on you guys. Additionally, I talked to Lake and I went back, I have never asked for a cost of living increase, I've never asked for an increase at all. In fact, the last increase to the Austin Justice of Peace salary was, I think, in 16 or 17 before I was ever elected. Costs have gone up for me, I won't lie. I asked for 20%, I base that strictly on the addition of Sundays, not on holidays or anything like that. And I also feel that it's fair based upon the fact that gas isn't what it cost 7 years ago. And feeding a family isn't what it cost 7 years ago. And that's why I've asked for that additional
And
increase.
it's $7,730 roughly for the 20% increase from his, and he is correct
I come up
that.
with 9,300 on the 46,384, if it was 20% increase.
No, that, the amount that's budgeted in there is with the increase. It's the
Oh, that's with
number,
the increase.
yes,
Gotcha, okay,
yes.
thank you. So I have a couple of questions. So,
Yes.
one, is why isn't elected officials, why don't they get cost of living? And my second question is, I remember my first term as commissioner, it was Judge Bunch. There was an increase that came through for him, and I think it was other elected officials that was put down by the legislature.
Yes. They have to set their salaries, and that's everyone except for the Justice of the Peace and the commissioners. And so everyone else is set by the legislature with a pay scale, but that pay scale only went to 1819, and they have not updated it since.
Okay, so how does it
That's
work?
legislature.
Obviously, Denise, when you started, or Billy, when you started, you made a certain amount, and then over years, it's increased. How were those increases determined?
3%.
Mine's
So
never
Mine was,
increased.
well,
It says
Billy's
mine.
hadn't been, mine was the
Yes,
three,
so-
I got a 3%.
So you did get a
Which was
COLA.
included in
No,
that.
no, she has to
I
come,
had
she
She
has to
asked. You guys
agendize
Hold
it.
on, it's one
Yeah.
person at a time, I
Sorry.
can't.
So she has to agendize as well as Judge Gandolfo. They have to agendize and come in front of you and ask for their increase. Judge Fortune has done that for the last several years. Judge Gandolfo has not, so he has not had any increases.
Okay.
The COLA on behalf of the county has never, the salary and elected officials have never received the COLA, and it's just been the policy of this board. Because salary employees actually get, the way they've always done it, is they get a 5% increase. So they don't get the COLA because they're already getting that additional 2% on top of what the hourlies are getting because they are on call 7/24.
Okay, so,
And if you do that, then they're gonna end up getting up to an 8%, and so they've just never have.
If I may, Brian, also, your memory is, I believe, is along the lines of what I recall during your first term, because I was deputy DA
Yeah.
back then. Two things have happened. One is that the judges are correct. You set the salaries for the judges, and it can't go down, as you just read on the statute, but it can go up. But the elected officials, the legislature passed a pay raises built in for a period of time for the various county officials back in, I don't know, like the 2016 legislature, somewhere around there. At any rate, that was built in, and you can see it in the statutes. It'll, year by year, and then it peaked out, I think, like you said, at 2019? Yeah, and they haven't had one since. There is, as I understand it, a bill to raise pay of county officials this year.
so they are looking at that?
Yeah, they're looking at that now.
Okay.
But that would
Not
exclude,
not for
No.
JP.
But not for JPs, this is just for the county elected officials.
It's for,
Why is that?
it's for
Well,
like the
JPs are independent, they're actually sort of a creature of the county itself, and they've always been seen as being under the purview of the county commissioners. It's one of the things that, for
Okay.
whatever reason, Nevada adopted
Fair enough.
statehood.
And so, Billy, I know we're on your topic, but I just have to clarify with Denise now. You've come to us every year to ask for your 3% increase.
Yes.
Okay, so we have been giving you that?
Yes.
Okay. Billy, you have never done that, okay.
They
I
didn't
mean, it's-
have increases for years
No.
until I asked for one, because it was at 21,000 when I took over in 2013. And I got it up to 35, I think, when I left. I'm not sure,
I think it's
approximately.
37 and change.
Yeah, I mean, I sympathize with you, and inflation has been tough on everybody, and it's like, I know what nights and weekends are, because, believe it or not, this might only be a part-time job, but I get called all the time. I'll be out on an outing with my family, my phone rings, and I pick it up. I'll be down at my other job working, people come in my back office to talk to me, so I deal with it all the time, and it's I always say this is probably the most underpaid job in the county for the stuff that you have to put up with, but yeah, anyway, that gives me a little bit of clarity, so, yes,
So if he hasn't received anything, that at least that.
3%?
The 3% for the years that I think that added up, if he hasn't received anything, even COLA for how long he's been in office, I think at a minimum, to give him what he has not received is fair.
okay. And why, Billy, why have you never approached the
I
commission?
will 100% admit to that because I'm ignorant on how government works. Before I
Okay.
got the Justice of the Peace job,
You
didn't
just
go to the
didn't
budget
ask
thing,
for
didn't
it.
understand that you got to ask for it to,
Okay.
That's fair
I'll
enough.
admit to that 100% is, I just didn't know that you had to ask for cost of living and all these things to go in.
Fair enough.
So I think that's at least, that what he hasn't received.
Yeah, so I mean, if you guys are done discussing, I'll hear a motion.
So what would that be? If he hasn't had
When did you
that
take office?
in the entire time?
I was appointed in, I think, May of 18, and I took office as an elected official in January of 19.
think I
So
counted 3.
the 20%
So
would be
3.
pretty,
The 20% would be
Would
for
be
everyone,
pretty,
what we're talking about,
yeah.
right?
20% will probably recover from the last time that I had a raise, which might be the last time his position has had it.
Unless you're gonna continue on for this year, then
Yeah.
it'd be 9. No,
but he's
12.
asking for 20%, so it would cover
All the
that.
years that he
Yeah,
hasn't
all that.
received, all the
Well,
time
it's
they
in
never-
excess,
oh,
it's in
time
excess
back.
of,
So it's a
So it'd be
7,
9.
it'd be three, it'd be
$7,700.
369,
Mhm.
and it'd be 12 if we ran it
Yes.
into this budget cycle.
Yes.
369, so right now it's 9%, and then, is this the point that you asked for the other 3%? Or
It'd be 15.
when do you
It would
come
be
to
50.
It would
ask
be
for your?
15.
That was part of this.
5 years is
Mine was
15.
in
It was,
here.
your 3% was in there,
Yeah,
so
mine
it
was in there.
it would be
It'd
12%.
be 15.
No, it's 19 to 20.
15% for 5 years,
Yeah.
3% times.
Yeah,
five is
but he said he took off 19, right?
18.
No,
I was
no.
appointed in
I
18.
misheard you, so
So
you're right, it is
15%.
15%, yeah.
Denise, you're talking about your 3% for
Yeah.
next year?
Huh?
Are you talking about your 3% being in here? for
Yeah, it
next
was
year?
part of that 20.
And then this is the other
Oh,
thing.
was it? Maybe
No,
not.
that 3% was taken out when you asked for the 20,000.
Oh, so.
So then we need to put the 3% in for you. So, and this is the other thing that we're on it, and we've had some discussion, is like, we signed back up with NACO again, and I think we need to put some pressure on our representative to push
Address
this
that
issue that
issue.
they're looking at,
Yes.
to take that burden off our justices of the peace.
I had an opportunity to speak with John McCormick and Judge Higgins, people she was talking about, and everyone agrees that this was not a really good idea. And I think that if you go back and you look when it was actually put through, Judges Sonderquist and Bishop gave some of the greatest testimony you'll ever hear in your life as to why the 48 hours was not a good idea. It's deaf ears. Now, we've changed the governor. The ears haven't changed in the legislature, and I can appreciate the sentiment of let's get to that union of counties in there and do it. The people that push this through are still the people that are writing the
Well,
laws.
I will give you this, I'm going to put an effort forth.
Yeah.
I am
It
going to
would
do
be
what I
greatly
can do, so
appreciated,
I can
because
promise you
there
that,
was
so.
a significant increase in judge attrition after that law went through. So,
Right, so do we have a motion?
So, to accept the budget, A and B as stated, and C as 15 to clear up past,
And the pay scale, court pay scale?
and the court pay scale. Yeah, well, I said A and B.
B. And C was 15%?
And C was 15%.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, so Kathy made the motion, Jared seconded, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, guys, I think we're gonna call it a day.
You want to?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes, let's readdress hers while she's here.
Yes.
thank you, commissioners.
Yes.
Thank you guys.
So we'll open back up 33, so,
So we're looking at 3%
yeah,
then?
we're looking at the 3%, so if somebody would like to make a motion to that effect.
I motion to reopen the Agenda Justice Court budget as presented on A and B. In C would be a 3% salary increase.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mike, is there a second?
I'll second.
Kathy seconds, all in favor say aye.
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 Okay, all right, thank you
Thank
everybody that stayed. We will be here again tomorrow at 10 o'clock to finish.
Hey, I wanted to talk to you, so.
This conference is no longer being recorded.